Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world, it's guerrilla cricket. And finally, we are starting day 3 of this final test in New Zealand. It was a little bit rainy this morning, so there was no play before lunch. I'm here on my Todd, but we are going to get some play post lunch. England are deep in the shit, 346 runs. New Zealand looking very nice. Kane Williamson has just got his 50. He's with Ravindra at the crease. One of the batsmen out tonight, Watchman Will O'Reilly. So England has still got a long way to go to get to bat again. They're going to have an awful big target to face. And I thought it'd be over today, but I don't think it will be now because we've lost the session. I'm joined by Jason G. Hiscox and Messi Jez. It's good morning here because it's gone past the hour, the witching hour.
It's good morning here too, and I can tell you I've just had a look at the radar in New Zealand, which is catastrophic if you're north of Hamilton, but it looks like there's a good chance that we won't get interrupted during the rest of the day, but it's likely to be cloudy for a fair bit of it, and maybe good bowling conditions.
They can go an extra half hour
Jason,
as well by the looks of things, so we won't finish till 6 in the morning.
Ugh. Well, I will, because I'm only on for this session.
Yeah, well, you will, I won't. God damn it.
Well, Bear will be pissed by the time we finish, which will be amusing anyhow.
I doubt it.
He's probably a bit pissed now because he's lost the session already.
I thought about it, and I thought no. But there is a bottle of wine I'm going to tuck into next.
Excellent. We're here to entertain you.
Well-
We're also joined by Mog, who says, "What ho, chaps, salve." Jonathan Shorland says, "Good afternoon." He says, "I live 70 miles north of Seddon Park, and it is still hosing it down here." Yeah, as far as I can tell, it's going to be hosing it down all day for you, Jonathan. But I think Seddon Park should be in the clear.
Apparently the drainage there isn't very good.
No.
So if we do get some more heavy rain...
It did sort of look like that when we looked at the pitch. I mean, he's quite cutting up on the outfield when they were chasing balls.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those days where if you're a bowling side, you might quite like the conditions. Who's going to open the bowling? This man is going to open the bowling.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might too. Let's bring him into the attack.
The batsman arm.
The Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Marty Crow. I know.
We're having the first ball in the morning. Potts is in and beats the outside edge of Kane Williamson.
I want to know, have you ever seen Kane laying strokes every which way?
Love that jingle, love that jingle. And the other guy is...
He is gonna be a star. He is Russian Ravindra. And he knows his major.
Potts comes in to Kane Williamson, defends it, and the offside. And there ain't no run. I presume the lights are on. This is going on a bit. There you go.
Yeah. Mark Richardson and David Gow have got a special day glow curtains today to be seen in the dark.
Yeah, it looks like they're in a little broom cupboard, doesn't it? It's not like a proper little studio. They've got a tiny little place. But they're definitely out
You wonder
there,
whether it's a temporary one or not, or whether
well, it could be, I
permanent,
suppose. It could be. It's all
studio
round.
facility there.
Yeah, but they are the main broadcaster, one presumes. That's short wide cut, and that's going to be the first of the day of one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That was a poor ball, bit of a loosener.
I can also tell you it started raining in Brisbane, where Australia have had to go off at 8 for 435.
Well in control there.
Ted was awesome yesterday. He just looked like he was going to flay the ball to all parts, every ball he faced.
Yeah.
Well, that's how he plays, isn't it? I mean, he is very much in that vein.
Carey's been pretty good too. He's in the 60s.
That carries a decent bat.
Yeah.
Potts coming in, fourth ball of the over, bowling to Kane Williamson. It sort of comes off the pitch at a gentle pace, and he just defends. And there ain't no running, and he's in 140 feet for 3. The lead is 344. And
Yeah, Kane's got a bit of a. He's got a target on his to get to today, because he averages. I think after the first innings, it's something. He went down to about 88 at this ground.
it was 92.
So he wants to get that
previously,
up over 100, I think.
Well, that'd
Wouldn't
be-
we all?
wouldn't we all? That'd be quite some innings to get it over 100. It has to be said.
160.
Oh God, we're here for 160 from Kane Williamson. England are going to be chasing about 600. That's defended out to the offside, and there is no run. One ball left to come in the first over today.
I was actually quite surprised that given he only got 64 in the first innings, how little it dropped from his previous average.
Well, I presume he's played there, what, 10 times or something? I don't know.
More than that, he got
Well-
14. He had 1,480 runs there, so that's something like 15, 16 times.
Yeah. Defended to mid-wicket. And he does like this place. Well, that's the end of the over. And Messus will give us some socials.
Mog says, I did see a meme yesterday that suggested Head now held the record for the most people fucked, as he'd fucked the entirety of India well and proper with that innings. Yeah, and the Adelaide one.
Yeah, he is a bit like that. He's had a golden couple of years, isn't he? I mean, he's really held.
Yeah, certainly has.
Kind of held Australia together, really.
Well, both in the white ball and the red ball too. I mean, you go back to the World Cup, he was superb there.
Yeah, he was.
He got Australia over the line in the final.
He did indeed. Apart from that maxi innings in against, who was that against? That was Afghanistan.
Yeah. Well, that was just ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. At the other end, it is the man who took a hat-trick in the last game. He has a jingle to go with it.
Gus, the hat-trick son, that's 3 wickets in a row. Gus, the hat-trick son, I'm bowling in Rosario.
His first ball to Ravindra is a little short, and Ravindra takes his bottom hand off the bat and defends it square on the offside. There ain't no run. Is that a quite Ravindra?
Been used quite sparingly by England in this game. I don't know why. He seems to have got one spell of 5 overs or so pretty much every session.
Yeah.
And Ben Stokes has almost got double that load in most sessions.
Well,
seems a bit odd, really, because he has, potentially the premier leading bowler of the attack.
Well, yeah, pulled out to deep mid wicket, and it's a single. Yeah, I don't know why that is. But looking at the scores that have been chased at Seddon Park, England are already kind of out of it unless they're going to set the record. Highest previous run chase at this ground was 260, was it 63 or 69 I just saw, by South Africa. This century, but yeah, doesn't bode well for England, it has to be said. You wonder what target New Zealand have before declaring. I go for 500 if I were them. There's no point batting forever and ever. You got to back the bowlers. I mean, they're just bowling.
The weather.
Well, yeah, well, exactly. But it's good bowling conditions, isn't it? And you just bowled England out for 100 and what did we get bowled out for? About 125 or something stupid.
143.
140. Yeah, there you go. England may well score 400, but they won't score 500, would be my bet. And they're more than likely to be out for less than 100. That's defended by Kane Williamson. And there is no
well, I mean, the whole attitude since they collapsed has been one of when can we get on the fucking plane? It's my feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll try in the second innings, but I think they'll just play pure baseball and just try and smash their way to it and see what happens. 40, can you turn your camera off, mate?
Off, yes.
Yes, thank you. Defending the offside and there's no run. If you're listening, 40, we're just going straight from the after lunch timings. I kind of put it on the thingamajiggy, so we'll just do the first half hour as is, and Cat will come in hopefully.
Well, why don't we do the first 40 minutes, because we're going to be extended here, and then
Right. I'll try and
then we're back on schedule, pretty much.
Yeah, something like that.
So the last group are going to have to do an hour.
Yeah, oh well. Cut past point and racing away to the boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I think at the end of this over I'm going to have to go and get another beer.
Oh, the hardship.
Yeah, very much so. The thing is, I'll probably fall asleep. And there's no one here to wake me up today.
Oh dear. Well, put your phone in your pocket and I'll buzz you on what's that.
Okay. Although I didn't get up till 12:30 today, and I actually feel strangely awake at the moment. It's worked into the leg side. It will be no run for Kane Williamson. End of the 34th over. Over to you, Messi.
Andrew Cook's with us. He says, having seen the weather forecast for Hamilton on the news last night, I'm surprised we're getting any play at all. Yeah, when I first looked at the radar for the North Island, I thought, how is it possible we're going to start this afternoon? And then I realised that Hamilton was further south than I thought, and it's just south of a massive wave of blue, which is all the rain across the North Island. So we're doing pretty well. That's it at the moment on YouTube, where we've got 55 people watching us. Poor people. In Brisbane, that play is going to resume in 5 minutes, so it's obviously short, sharp showers, and I think that will be the order of the day in Brisbane. I think the main problem they've got in Brisbane isn't just the weather; it's the fact that it's a pitch that is beautiful, but for batting on, actually.
Defended by Ravindra, first ball of Potts' 8th over.
Unless, of course, you're facing Bumrah, who's taken 6 of the 8 wickets to 4. Oh, Jay Grover is with us, and he's back in his giving mood. He sent us a super chat of £2 saying, entry fee, good time, short time.
Super chat.
Sorry, you can read that again now, because I just played that over the top of you.
Jay says, sent us £2, says, entry fee, good time, short time, question mark.
Well,
thank you, Jay.
Potential for a long day. Potts around the wicket, and the Ravindra on the back foot pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Does look very gloomy out there.
And that's the enhanced image from the cameras that have had the gain turned up.
Very much so.
Yep. Not a big crowd.
No, I don't know what the temperature's like now. I presume it's reasonably warm, isn't it?
The temperature is 19 degrees.
Dropped to 10 degrees, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that 40 singing?
It is
40, we can hear you. That's defended into the offside, and there is no run.
I think that was intentional. I think Forthy was just providing background music for us.
Yeah.
Tumbleweed.
Ravindra's just 3 not out. Came in last night after the night watchman failed. Will O'Rourke came in to be the night watchman, and Stokes picked up a couple of wickets yesterday, didn't he, at the end of the day? Give himself another try today. Potts is in, round the wicket, left alone by Ravindra, through to Pope, and there ain't no run.
One gimme to sort of a very sort of 2/3 of the way back mid-wicket, which seemed very odd. We're all thinking, why is that fielder in that position? And suddenly the ball is slapped there, almost the next ball.
Yeah, that was Will Young. I think you have to give credit to the captain for that one, really.
Morgus says the verse, if I can tell you, just WhatsApped the group to ask Forthy for more singing, which is obviously preferable to listening to us.
Potts around the wickets, left alone by Ravindra, through to the keeper, and there is no run. England.
So, although it's a lot cooler today, it's a lot more humid. It's 91% humidity at the moment.
Oh, wow. That's pretty horrible.
Yeah.
Don't want to be running around too much in that.
No.
Well, it should be good swing bowling conditions, though, shouldn't it?
Well, seemed to have been a lot of swing yet. Potts is around the wicket, left alone once again by Ravindra. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, that's moved away, but it's just off the seam rather than in the air.
Yeah. That's started too wide anyway.
So Mog says my offer to jump on after like 5 a.m. your time still stands. That's great, thanks Mog. Mike says so much rain all over the place. Brisbane also suspended play. They're just about to restart there. Jay Grover says not that first giving. I'm still Yorkshire.
Yeah. Well,
that fucking giving. You were very Yorkshire the day before yesterday, Jay. I mean, most of your co-Yorkshiremen would have thoroughly disapproved of such generosity.
Yeah, so I suspect that would be the case. Gus Atkinson is going to continue at the other end. As Kane Williamson on 58 not out is facing up. pitch seems to be a lot deader today, doesn't it? Well, I mean, he's not bowling particularly quick.
I mean, the action of Kane Williamson there, he sort of jabbed his bat down on that, as if it didn't quite get up as much as he thought it might.
No.
And playing sort of French cricket in front of his stumps almost.
Yeah. But it's not very quick from Gus Atkinson, is it? I mean, it's 127 kilometres an hour. I mean, it's high 70s, early 80s, really. I mean, he's supposed to be quick. He's not. A lot of the time, he's really not that quick. I just don't get why everyone thinks he's quick. That looks a bit better, but zipped through a little bit. Left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no
82.
Run. Yeah, but
82.
That's not quick, is it? I mean, that's kind of medium.
I get the feeling that he's more of a rhythm bowler, and if it doesn't click there, it doesn't come out very quick.
Yeah, could be right there.
And he's just not feeling it in his bones at the moment.
Wow, yeah, but he doesn't feel it a lot then, Jace, I would say, because I mean his pace is never, I mean you look at Bryden Cast, he's often up at 140 and above, putting some effort in, that's defended out to the offside and there's no run. And Atkinson just isn't, and if he was picked because he's quick, he's not. I don't think he's particularly quick. Look, I'm not. He's got however many wickets he's got this year, and he's proved to be
50 now.
Yeah,
50.
exactly, 50. But if the answer is pace, he's not pace. I would say.
No, I agree.
But as you say, he's pretty decent. That's got a hat trick, got highest debut figures for an England bowler. That's defended behind square on the offside, and there is no run. Hat trick, a ton, 10 wickets in innings. He's done it all in his first year, so he's got to have something about him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting against India in England, isn't it, to see how that stands up.
Well, Jaiswal in particular, I think, is going to be interesting in England. I mean, he's getting a workout at the moment in Australia, but...
Yeah, but he got it... Ooh, that one's into the pads, and that came with us and just clipped it off.
He was superb in the second... Sorry.
Yeah,
Jaiswal was superb in the second innings in Perth. He was just a joy to watch. He really was.
Got 170. That's only score, isn't it, though? 170 and everything else.
I mean, it was a lovely batting wicket at that stage, but he just... I don't know, there's something so refreshing about him.
Yeah, I'm looking.
So, I mean, there's a lot of criticism about India sort of aging the Rohits and the Kohlis, but the truth is they got the new generation coming through really well.
Yeah. Around the wicket, to Ravindra is Atkinson, who lets that through the keeper, and there is no run.
They've got some support for Bumrah in this series. I mean, Akash Deep looks pretty decent, as does Nitish Kumar Reddy, to go along with Mohammad Siraj to support him.
Yeah, well,
that does look like a very handy pace attack.
Yeah. Who is it who's not in the team at the moment? Who is like to come
Mohammad
back?
Shami.
Mohammad Shami?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he's pretty bloody good too.
Yeah.
Jay Grover says sometimes drunken largesse overcomes geographical locales. Call it shower curtain form.
Okay. Potts is in down the leg side though. Kane Williamson just helps it on its way, and it goes down to the boundary, and it is 4 runs.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary where here's a rope. The bowler don't like it, but it had to go.
And that was a pretty dross ball.
Yeah, you don't sense any real energy in the England bowling today, and it's hardly surprising, I suppose.
No, you kind of don't feel the energy in a match, really, do you? You kind of feel like it's basically when I mean, it's much like the last game when we're England are going to declare, and it's basically waiting for New Zealand to declare. The action is all going to be when England come out to bat, basically, and how shit will they be, or how good will they be? My bet is pretty shit, but. Left alone by Kane through to the keeper, and there ain't no run. That'll be my bet. Can't see England holding back. They won't see the point. They will say, well, if we're going to lose, we might as well lose in 30 overs as 120.
Because we'll entertain people.
Exactly. Meanwhile,
We'll get some time
enraging the likes of Hendo and certain other people on YouTube. That one kept a little bit low, and Kane Williamson just played it square out to point, and there's no run. But
Well, it was really interesting, to contrast the way that Australia put together their innings in Brisbane, because it was very much a traditional innings in terms of being really slow initially, and then using the improvement of the conditions and the batsmen being in to start accelerating. So they ended up 4 runs and over. And that's largely due to head, but it's also the way traditionally that Australians have played. Wow.
yeah,
Sorry.
cut out to point, and there is no run. What's happened?
He's a second ahead of us in the feed, I think.
No, it was in Brisbane. Akash deep bowled a ball that only just landed on the cut strip.
Oh.
See, I'm doing your job for you, Messi. I've just jinxed him. I've given him the commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. 2 balls left to go, and Potts his ninth over. He's gone for 41 so far. He's coming in. He's bowling at Kane Williamson, who just knocks that down towards third slip. It's fielded by second slip, Crawley.
In fact, this is all pretty much low energy all around. I mean, New Zealand aren't particularly interested in moving the game on quickly. They're just going to take what's on offer, I think, at the moment.
Well, you've got 3 days to go, basically, so why would you? And Kane would love to score a big ton here. He's due.
Because I want to be bloody entertained.
Watching Kane bat is enough.
Well, not when he's...
I love the way he bats, because there's no sense of crisis ever about it.
No. Oh, that one jumped on me a little bit. Oh, we've got a bit of a funky field as well. We've got a deep set sort of gully, who I think is Crawley. And that jumped on Kane. He just jabbed it down towards that man. And that ends the over. Did it jump a bit? I don't know.
Not really.
It did, not really.
Jay says, yes, here we go. Yashasvi Jaiswal makes me happy, and I'm a grumpy Bradman. Maybe one day Gary will learn how to pronounce his name. Or maybe I'll get it right too. He does. He is the sort of batter to make you happy, though, isn't he? He's pretty special.
Who, Kane or Jaswell?
Jaiswal.
Yeah. Well, I'm. That's left alone to keep, and there's no one let. He's had a good start. It's like when Abbey came in here on day one, and we were going through the young. He didn't rate Harry Brook. I was like, what? You can't say that. I do rate Joe as well, but I'm, like all really great batsmen, you've got to do it everywhere around the world, and he's kind of done it in India. He's done a little bit in Australia now.
He's done it everywhere apart from England.
Well, where has he played?
It's only starting. I mean,
well, exactly.
I think,
he has played in South Africa. He did all right in South Africa, didn't he? I think. Round the wicket is Atkinson. Comes in a little bit to Ravindra, but into the arc, and he drives up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even got through a full test cycle yet of
no,
exactly.
Test Championship fixtures. In fact, he's coming on the back end of the last Test Championship cycle.
Yeah.
So he's got a whole set in the next, 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah.
To run through.
And that'll be interesting to see what, because he's bound to have a dip in form. It's how he comes back from that'll be the interesting thing.
Yeah, I mean, same with Harry Brook. He's only played in England, New Zealand, and Pakistan.
That's true. Ravindra defends that back up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
But he does love Pakistan.
Yeah.
And New Zealand.
Yeah.
6 of his 7 centuries, or 7 of his 8 centuries.
Or away, yeah. He's only scored one in England, hasn't he?
That is most unusual.
Well, I think he's played more away. He must have played more away tests than he has at home. surely.
No, he's played
Yes.
13 in England. He's played 11 away.
Oh, okay. Around the wicket, Atkinson and Jaiswal. Mr. Jaiswal? What am I on about? It's Ravindra. Plays it out to cover and there's no run.
I mean, Brooks' home average is 38. His away average is 84. It's quite extraordinary.
That is quite extraordinary.
It's not just the fact that it's 84. It's 84 at what? 85 to 90 runs, 100 balls as well.
Yeah.
Strike rate, yes, it's 96. There you
What,
go.
away from home?
Away.
Jesus
Yep.
Christ, that's horrendous. Oh, well, if you're the oppo, that's horrendous. Atkinson is, well, it's an attempted pull by Ravindra. It's completely mistimed up to mid-on. Maybe a bit early on it, and there is no run. And as you say, New Zealand happy to stick in. Ravindra can't tire of anything, it seems, this morning. Kane is just happily floating along.
Yes, I mean his best performances for New Zealand were in the World Cup, which were all fairly true, but
Well, Ravindra,
quick wickets, yeah.
yeah, left alone through to the keeper, and there's no one. That was his big coming, wasn't it? Really, in the World Cup in India last year.
There was a series against Pakistan at home, I think, as well, where he scored some runs. The beginning of the year.
Okay, I have a very, very important announcement. Mark Zipp is with us again, and he's still got his wallet open, God bless him. He says, screw it, let's try this again. There's $37.87 remaining in the pot from the other day. I'll match any super chats to a total of $37.87 today only. Come on, do it. Thank you so much, Mark. Get in there. Get in there, guys. Andrew Cook says, I think New Zealand will want to give Southey a bat to get his number of sixes up before they declare. They bloody better. If they don't, that'll be a travesty. So watch for when he appears, as they will declare once he gets out. Yeah, I think that's probably spot on, Andrew. He only needs two.
Yeah, he does only
and
need two.
Jay
Defended.
says,
Hold on, defended up to mid-on, no run, go for it.
Bear wants to be entertained. As guerrilla cricket is lousy with classicists, what emperor is Nigel Walker's spirit animal? Possibly one for Mog and Forthy. Well, my goodness, that's yeah. There you go, Forthy. There you go, Mog. There's a challenge.
Well, there's the famous quote from a Ridley Scott film where he says, "Are you not entertained?"
Well, indeed. Pot in. Oh, now that was a full shot from Williamson. Mainly because he didn't contact with it, but he attempted to cut it. Went over the top
Looked
of
an
the
incredibly slow ball.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? There's no pace here at all today from England. No, I think it went under the bat actually, through to the keeper, not over the bat. Have a look from behind. Yeah, he went over the top of the ball. Maybe the wicket's offering a little bit more. There's a little dampness in the air. Maybe some water's got into the ground and slowed
Not
things
under the
up.
covers, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there've been flat covers on this ground rather than roll-on covers.
I think so, yeah. Usually helps the bowlers that though, doesn't it? Gives it a little bit of sweat. That's defended by Williamson. Back to the bowler and there's no run. Well, there you go.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks need mention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price. These things we read for cash. These things we read for cash.
Potts is
Okay.
in, clipped off the thigh, out to deep mid wicket by Kane Williamson to get himself a single. Over to you, Messi.
So we got two super chats inspired by Zippo. Says Mog says at the cost of $20 Australian, bit of a Domitian, I'd say, not as bad as Commodus or Caligula. I've never heard of Domitian, and I've sent in $10. Just said Mark Zip made me do it.
Mark Zip did make you do it.
We can't have that money just hanging around waiting to be matched. So that's how it's done, fellas
Indeed, indeed.
and ladies.
Well, that's $30 if it's $37 done. I mean, I don't know how we
No,
do it.
that's-
Well, yeah, but then there's exchange rates and shit, but then it gets complicated.
Yeah, that'll be less
doesn't
than
it?
$20.
Yeah, exactly. That's cut by Ravindra, but can't be Duckett at cover. He's still got a smile on his face. He's not had a great series either, Duckett, has he? And there's no run.
Well, one innings for 96 and one for 70, I think.
Yeah,
Uh,
maybe.
and God bless you. Richard
Yeah, of
Milgate's coming with €2 as well. Says, me too.
Lovely. Thank you very much, peeps. You know, it
And
keeps-
Jay says, I refuse to let Zip shame me into bankruptcy.
Well, that's fair enough, Joey. That's defended by Ravindra. You don't have to do all the heavy lifting all the time, you know. Ravindra defends that. Back up the track. There is no run. It's fielded by Potts. And that is the end of the 39th over. New Zealand 151 for 3. They lead by 355. Kane Williams is 64 not out. And Ravindra is 3 not out. England are in deep shit.
And Jay's nomination for you, Bear, is, he says, I'm going for Grumio the Cook. If you know, you know.
Oh, is that what IYKI? Yeah, okay, right. Is that Icky Ick? I don't know.
Gumio sounds like a character in a Carry On film.
Yeah.
Carry On Cleo.
Yes, it does very much so. I wonder how many of our audience actually know what a carry-on film is anymore.
Well,
Who Sid James
Well, yes.
was?
I think the last Carry On film was like mid-1970s.
defended. Atkinson starts the next over, out to the covers, and there is no
No, it
run.
must be more recent, surely.
I think there are 20-odd films from the late 50s, early 60s until the mid-70s. It was the longest-running film franchise before the Bond films came on for British cinema. Because they were doing one every year, pretty much.
1992 was the last production.
Really? What the fuck did they do in '92? What was that?
I'm just looking.
It's a complete I don't remember, non-event. Left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no one. Things have moved on a lot from Carry On to by 1992.
Carry On Columbus in 1992. Before that, the last one had been in 1978, which was Carry
Okay.
On Emmanuel.
Carry On Emmanuel, Jesus. So that was a comeback Carry On in '92 then, by the sounds of it. 14 years
Yeah.
later. An attempt to revive the series.
With standards that were no longer right.
Yeah, well, Sid James would have been dead by then, wouldn't he? Atkinson is in and jabbed down on it by Williamson. Seems to be keeping a little bit low today. Skidding on, maybe. And there is no
31
run.
Carry On movies there were altogether.
Wow.
Sid James died in 1976. Yeah. I didn't know he was born in South Africa.
No, I didn't
Yep.
know.
He was. I knew that. It's very
I'd
good
always
in.
assumed he was born in the East End.
What? Because of his laugh.
Yeah.
Left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run. God, this is boring. Come on, peeps, do something. Either get a
You
wicket or
sound
score
like
some
Hector.
runs.
Poor old Hector. He's in the press box at the ground and waiting for the rain to stop. He just kept saying, "Oh God, I'm so bored."
Yeah, why don't you just get up and go for a walk, man? You're in a cricket ground. I suppose he doesn't.
Somebody.
Yeah.
I think one of
Anybody.
the things about being in the press corps is that there's a gang of about 20 of you, whatever it is, in the press box, and you hang out with each other for 4 weeks in a row and just sick of the sight of each other by the end of it.
Yeah, I
suspect.
imagine so. Defended up to mid-off, and there is no run. And then, it's quite low. This is it. If you don't hang out with those guys, then you've got nothing else to do, have you? I mean, you're
He's
basically...
probably a good 10 years younger than the next person in there.
Now, well, I don't know how old Cameron Ponsonby is. He looks about 12. I suspect he's mid to late 20s.
Yeah, exactly.
Very, very good, Cameron.
There'll be some youngsters there. Fish isn't... Well, I suppose Fish is his late 30s now.
Which
I
is
thought.
in his late 30s.
Yeah.
Atkinson in, left alone by Kane Williamson, through to the keeper, and there's no run, and that ends the 40th over. Going nowhere fast. But
Yeah, indeed. So we've got some stuff here. Mog says Grumio from Plebs. Jay says stop it. That Grumio reference is triggering. And yes, Mog says there was a carry-on film done in the late 90s with Julian Clary. Of course it was Julian Clary. Yeah, that must have been Carry-On Columbus. Warren Davies says, evening all. Well, I hope things are going well in New York State, Warren. Jay says, that's truer than when you realise. Think more up Pompeii in relation to Grumio, I think. Jonathan Shortland says there was a new Carry-On film in the 90s, but that one was not liked. AJ says, carry on disinterest. Kat says, knock. Can you let Kat in, please?
yes.
Jay Grover says to Mark Zip, this is why I love thee. Loves thee. Mark Zip says, I was going to say that Bear is Emperor Norton, but now I think he might be Lucius Caecilius Lucundus.
I have no idea who any of these
Mog
people
says,
are.
oh, can I nominate a title for myself today after that super chat? Dominus et Deus will do. Thank you very much. Lord and Master, basically said. And Jay Grover says to Mark Zip, Mayor of San Francisco, and says to Mog, you are certainly self-entitled. Why not self-ennobled? To which Mog
Indeed.
says, fucking age, eh?
Well, Ravindra finally scores a run, and he works it out past mid-wicket and gets himself a single. Will they come back out in Brisbane yet?
Sorry, I haven't been keeping an eye on it. Oh, they bloody changed channels on me, Channel 7. They shit me knowing. Yes, they appear to be on. And, oh no, they're playing the wickets. I don't know if they're all out. Fuck, I better check. They're out. I was concentrating on our own stuff. Australia's all up for 445. There you go.
Okay. Attempted cut by Williamson. Just chops it down into the ground though, and it doesn't beat the slip. I should say that we have a change in bowling, and we have gone to this man.
Likes to attack.
Yep, Shah Bashir is on. And down the track. Well, not down the track. Williamson advances a step. Drives back to the bowler, and there's no run.
A fluid flowing attempt there, but not timed.
No,
particularly
not particularly well timed. Shah Bashir gives that a bit of flight. Ooh, that turned a bit. Bounced a bit. Kane Williamson went back to cut, got an under edge into the pitch. Didn't go anywhere, and there's no run.
Quite cramped for that. That came back quite sharply.
It did, didn't it? You could draw someone forward with that amount of flight on that line. Now the leg slip and a short leg, that'd be quite interesting. But just a little bit short. That's too short on the pads, and turns it into the legs and is clipped nicely out through mid-wicket. Should get two as Bethel chases it down. And he does. Moves on to 66. We'll have a change after the next over, I think. 10 past. I will be joined by Kat, who's going to do... I haven't seen Kat for a while. She's going to do some ball by ball. Fourthie is going to come in and summarise. I'm going to take over on the old socials. As Bashir is in, and Kane Williamson just pumps that past the bowler up towards long on. And there is another single.
Making life very easy for himself by hanging on the back foot and
Yeah.
either playing it square or just punching it down the ground.
Well, that's the thing. As a spinner, you've got to draw people onto the front foot. As I often said, I used to hate.
Mark Zip says Emperor Norton was self-declared Emperor of the United States and Protector of Mexico. Grumio was cook to Lucius Caecilius Lucundus. Disinterested Handjob has changed his name to Disinterested HJ. And AJ says, why the name change? Mark Ship says, surely Messi learned his Latin from Grumio, or is Messi even older than that? I learned Latin at school and I wasn't good at it, although my father was a classicist. He taught for 30 years, Latin, ancient Greek, and ancient history, and I hated it. But I had to take my O-level 3 times before I passed.
Oh my God.
That's cruel and unnecessary torture to take your Latin at level 3
Well,
times.
exactly. To give up. I gave up when I was a third year. Changing the bowling.
Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast.
And his first ball comes back and then swings it dramatically away after it's gone past the stumps. Kane Williamson leaves it and is no run. Yeah, nibbled back off the seam and then went past the stumps and swung quite dramatically back away again.
Yeah, I love those ones where the wobble seam suddenly goes upright and it just swings wildly.
Quite crazy.
Mark says he's testing out YouTube's censorship tendencies. Messi learned his from Numa Pompilius. I've got no idea the significance of that, Mark. I've no doubt you'll explain.
Brian Coss in, full, a little bit wide, and allows Williamson to free his arms, but drives it straight up to Stokes at mid-off. And there is no run. England have got, what, slip, gully, backward point, cover. It's like a little square outside off stump. And Cast comes in, third ball of the over. Oh, that's uppish, but it's gone through between the gully and the sort of third slip. But I swear that was uppish. If there'd been someone there, it might have been a nice easy catch, but there was no one there. And instead it goes all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. 1, 2, 3, 4! Yeah, it's very uppish. Oh, it would have gone over.
Yep. Both feet off the ground.
Yeah.
That's Cast banging it in and getting a little bit more activity out of the pitch, I think.
Yep, very much so. Williamson in. Facing, Cast to Williamson, who just guides it down to the gully and then drops his bat and does some weird thing with his hands. 2 balls left. Do we have a little switcheroo?
I've just realised, Bear, you're moving on to socials, so you're going to have the joy of reading out all these Latin names.
Yeah.
Or not.
Sorry, Roman names. I should
Roman,
say.
Latin, whatever. In comes Cast, and it's left alone by Kane. He's into the 70s, on 71 now for that 4. It's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Jay Graver says to Mark, and now I'm triggered. I never thought I'd hear Lucius Caecilius Lucundus' name again.
I don't know who all these people are, so, you know.
Yeah, it's a very obscure discussion for a lot of us.
Yes. I don't even know if any of them are real people, or they're just from TV shows. Oh, now another attempted cut by Kane Williamson. Gets an under edge. This time he doesn't drag it onto his stumps like the first innings. It goes through the poke. No, it didn't, indeed. And there is no run. That's the end of the fifth. 40 seconds, 159 for 3. Kane Williamson is 71. Ravindra is on 4. We're going to have a switcheroo. Cat and 40 are going to join us. We shall say goodbye to Jason.
Okay, well, you know where we are.
Yeah. All right, Cat. All
Catch you in
right,
half an
40.
hour.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
Hello.
Hey, Forthy. G'day, Ben.
Hey, Kat. How are you? Happy Christmas.
Extremely good.
Yes. Yes, I can see outside your window exactly the same weather that I've got outside mine, so that's nice.
Yes. It is looking a little bit like it's about to start raining, but it's about 35 degrees, so crazy Melbourne weather.
Kat, I'm not sure you're coming through that microphone.
Oh, am I not coming through the
I don't think so.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, you go ball by ball until I fix it.
Okay, Bashir round the wicket to Ravindra, who defends. Ravindra, a very staid 4 of 29, the most unpassed ball in approach. How are you going, Kat?
Let's see if the mic's working now. No?
Well, we'll get.
No, I mean I can hear you off the computer. You can tell. I think it sounds like it's definitely off the computer mic, not off the one at your.
Rechecking now.
Ah, there you go. That's
There
it.
we are.
There. So that was
Okay.
just cut by Ravindra straight to the man in the covers. Dot ball over to Cats now for ball by ball.
Excellent. We have a leg slip and a conventional slip as Ravindra faces up to Bashir, and he turns the ball into the onside. Very happy to see Bashir bowling. I know he's in his 7th over, but we were really wanting this, weren't we, yesterday?
No, we were. We were. It was almost perverse that we saw so little of him.
Yeah. Anyway, Ravindra putting in a very good test cricket knock here. He tries to pull a ball into the onside. Doesn't get much of it. In fact, if he's lucky, if he just edged it to his feet, and it almost rolls onto the stumps, but not quite.
Yeah, I don't know how that would have been one of the more bizarre play-ons, because he was way outside leg stump, and it would have had to it looked like it was going to spin back onto the stumps at one point.
Yes, it was almost a Williamson dismissal. This one is also off the edge. It's well wide of the slip, and it's heading down towards third, where it'll be pulled inside the rope, and they've run 2. He's not in control of that one either, Ravindra.
He's been skittish this series throughout, I would say, which is a shame, because we were at some point we're rather hoping that Ravindra perhaps joins a new quartet with perhaps Harry Brook and Jaiswal as the new kids on the block, the new giant 4. But
the new big 4. I think he's still got the potential. I think we should still pencil him in for the big 4, but of course he's being respectful. This is a back foot defensive dot ball, but he's being respectful because of course he's batting with Williamson, who remains on the Mount Rushmore of the cricket greats at this point.
Yes, passing on of the baton has not yet occurred. So that's the end of the 43rd. New Zealand, no one's 161 for 3. I think that we're looking to bear back in Sydenham for...
We are indeed. Well, Will Reynolds says, I did classics at uni, and he can't remember any Latin. Everyone he was there with had PhDs or teachers, and he's doing this. Well, you see, who's got a better life, I would ask you, Will. Watch cricket all day or do classics? Yeah, Mark Zip says, at J Grover, I've just lost it now. What did you say? Flavia. Suits you, sir. I don't know who Flavia is. So you did classics, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
There you go.
I think we can quickly move on from classics because we don't really like that topic. Cass is bowling now, and he's bowling to Williamson, who defends. I have no idea. I did none of that. No, maybe year 8, maybe Form 2 was the last time I did that.
Well, I think Numa Pompilius came up, didn't he? He was the legendary second king of Rome, and Romulus was the god of war, was the king of war, and Numa Pompilius was sort of the king of peace, the first king of peace. Blank looks all round from my fellow commentators.
We shall take your word for it. In fact, I just completely blanked out at that point as I was checking quick info. This
Yeah,
one's a little bit shorter
dozing
from Cass. And can you answer that? And it's defended again as my phone is ringing. Apologies for that. You need to answer that.
We also heard about Lucius Caecilius Iacundus, who was a rather famous character, not that famous, from Pompeii, whose house is still standing. And if you ever watched Doctor Who, the Peter Capaldi character in Doctor Who is based on the Caecilius. We've been
you're
hearing
getting a
from
bit
this
closer
morning.
now, Forthy, to things people are interested in, if you're going to relate it to Doctor Who. Williamson's on strike. There's a wide first slip, and this one's pulled nicely forward a square. It's heading out towards the boundary, but there's a man out there, and they will just get through for a single, taking Williamson to 72 and the score to 162 for 3.
Rather sparsely populated bank today. Understandable, it's been pouring with rain all morning. No doubt perhaps as the day progresses we'll see that thicken out a bit.
Yeah, the lead now is just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, 366. Feels like an inevitable conclusion, but it could still be a draw. What do you think, Forthy?
Yeah, well, with this England team, I suppose you just never know, except that it's a dead rubber. It's the 5th test. They want to get back for Christmas. So an epic chase seems much less likely than it might in other circumstances. But it does flatten out, apparently, this pitch towards the end of a test match.
Yeah.
Well, England won't die wanting, will they? I mean, they will go
No.
for it no matter what it is, and there will be enough time for them to get there.
Yes,
you just
exactly.
can't imagine that if it's 500 that they will get there.
Well, it would be the biggest chase of all time.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why these things don't happen.
But then records are there to be broken sometime.
That's right, and this is the England team that can do it, I think.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
on strike to cast now, and another defensive shot played. My screen is running a little bit ahead of the YouTube, so I'll tell you'll be able to look up if you're not watching and find the wicket or the boundary just whenever you hear me talk about it.
So I've got 4 different speeds. I've got my TV, I've got the YouTube, I've got yours, Kat, which is ahead of mine. So I've got 4 different speeds.
Ravindra's only on 6, and he doesn't want to add to that score because he leaves one alone outside the off stump.
He's been really slow this morning.
Yeah.
It's very hard for all of you guys who are in the wee hours of the morning to stay awake when it's.
Well, this is the second night in a row. It's quite tricky night after
As
night.
long as you can sleep during the day, I'm sure you're fine.
Well, I didn't get up till 12:30 today, so I'm kind of awake.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure why Gary signed himself up for 3 o'clock in the morning, doesn't he? Isn't he still working?
I don't know.
We'll find
So
out.
Williamson may eventually get to his 100, but at the moment it's Ravindra on strike. He's looking to work a ball into the offside, but instead pulls it around the corner and it dribbles out to mid-wicket. Again, his timing just that little bit off. End of the over. Cass has done 8 now. His figures none for 26, and the score 162 for 3.
Well, we have this.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
And it's Mark Zip. He's put $21.19 in the pot. He says, "Cat, hooray!" He says $16.68 left in the pot after this. Let's get some new names on the super chat here. 61 people on the YouTube feed. Exactly that. Come on, Mark Zip will match any of the next $16.68 cents, even not pence. They're done via super chat, as his very kind offer stands from the other day.
Fantastic. And of course, we do have Batman and Bobbin here. They're a little lethargic. They've been for a walk in the heat, but they will come on the screen if anyone would like to super chat for Batman and Bobbin.
Wow, there you go. Is it 40? What is it? 41 degrees today? You were saying it was going to be.
We're forecast for 41. Yes, indeed.
Oof, that's hot.
I mean, you might have 41 Fahrenheit where you are.
We'll be lucky. Actually, today was very mild. It was about 13 degrees, which, considering it's the middle of December, is pretty good going.
You could already feel it as I was walking back from the coffee this morning. I'm not going to take Toby. We can get Toby. Maybe if we could get Toby and Batman and Robin on screen at the same time.
Would they all bark at each other?
Oh, that would be good. They could. Oh, we've got Bobbin making an appearance. She's doing a free appearance here behind me.
Look at
How
that.
dare you, Bobbin? Good girl.
We had Toby earlier on in the test. We can get him on screen. He's not going for a walk today, I think, Kat. Too much for an old dog.
You didn't get out early enough, perhaps, as Bashir is going to resume here. This ball is squirted away by Williamson. Backward a square. Eventually the fielder comes in. Everyone's walking, the fielders and both batters, as they take the single. Ravindra back on strike now on 6 from 37. He's coming up for the cow and half ton, I think.
Did you get a little paddling pool out for them when it's really hot so they can just dip in and out of some water?
I think they would love that, actually.
They probably would. Although I imagine the water would heat up quite quickly in a paddling pool.
We've got a creek nearby, so they don't like even going in the creek very often.
Yeah.
So Ravindra plays another ball defensively to mid-wicket. I do sometimes take them into the creek. There's stones going across the creek and they can sort of walk through the stones. One of the dogs is so clumsy that they've got their legs continually in the water regardless. But they don't love the water.
That's right.
Next ball from Ravindra, a little bit flatter and again played away defensively. Do your animals like the water?
Well, I've just got the one. Toby, he loves the water, or did as when he was a younger dog, but you could never get him out. And he wouldn't come. So it was very frustrating. If he ever got into the creek, you could never retrieve him from it.
Yes, that can always be a problem with the creek. This time Ravindra really wants to get a piece of this next delivery. He's dancing backwards and spanking a ball outside off into the covers, but it's straight to the fielder.
I've got when the faster bowler's on, I've got a Toby-related creek story I might tell during the next over, because it takes a little while to recount.
I'm kind of happy that and my dogs don't like going in the creek because it's a pain to clean them. Another ball defensively played away, another dot ball. And Bashir is getting through his overs pretty quickly. Do you think they're going to catch up on whatever? I'm presuming they're behind. I really don't know.
Yeah, 367. That's already right at the last 1 or 2% of feasible chases in Test match history statistics, at least.
Yes, another ball defended away. I was wondering if their over rate was behind, but anyway, who knows?
Who knows? What I do know,
yes, most of the time,
is
Super chat, a super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're paying their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
Mr. Jeremy Henderson says bobbing appearance fee five Australian. And Jay Grover says bobbing backsheesh, and he gives £2. Thank you very much, peeps.
There we go. So that means we have to get Bobbin back. Bobbin, come on.
Come on, Bobbin.
Come on, Bobbin.
Come on, Bobbin.
No,
Bobbin.
I think Dan's going to have to persuade Bobbin to make the appearance. She's not coming on her own.
There
Here she
you go.
comes.
There you go.
That's beautiful.
Nice. There's Bobbin.
Anyway, there's some cricket distracting this appearance by Bobbin, and Cars is bowling, and Williamson is sending the ball into the offside. Bobbin thinks she's getting some food. So does Batman. They've taken off, but they will come back.
Bribe them.
So I took Toby for a walk at Birdland Reserve in Belgrave, which you may know, Kat, and we went over the bridge. I might have to punctuate this story between balls, and I thought the lead had got caught up on the bridge because it got stuck, and I turned round. No, Toby. He was dangling mid-air off because he's old and blind.
By the neck. My God,
it was enough harness. Anyway,
that is petrifying. Cast bowls and Williamson defends. So he was okay. He was.
Well, he just fallen off the bridge.
He'd fallen off the bridge in his senility. I couldn't take the chance. I'm pretty sure he wasn't strangling, but I couldn't take that chance because he looked in trouble. So I could see below that there was before you got to the creek, there was a little area where he would probably land if I dropped the lead, which happened. But I realised then I was on the bridge and he was quite a long way below, and the bank was quite sheer. So the question became how to rescue
How to get down and rescue him. As pass balls again to Williamson, who pushes a ball into the covers, and again the fielding is good today. It's smartly returned, and there's no chance of a single. So he was going in fourthy. What happened next?
Took off my shoes and socks, and I went down the bank, and it was actually absolutely horrible because it's been raining a lot. It was all muddy and vines everywhere. I managed with one arm to reach down and get Toby. He was somewhat distressed, and a very nice lady had said, "Oh, can I help?" I said, "Yes, you can. You stand there and I'll pass my
Pass the
dog
dog.
up to you." So that was all fine, except that I then found myself stranded. So
couldn't get back up.
Couldn't climb back up the
We'll
bank.
continue this story shortly because Cars is bowling again to Williamson and he's shouldering arms. So there's not much reprieve. You're going to have to resume the story now, Forthy.
Yeah. So I tried a couple of times to get back up the bank, but it was just too slippy, muddy and sheer. By this time, a gaggle of mums with prams and so on had gathered at the top saying, "Oh, should we get a ranger?" And other suggestions like that.
You were the site of entertainment.
Yeah, I was, very much so. So what I said was, what we'll do is this. Unhook Toby's lead, which fortunately was a long extendable one. Someone take hold of Toby. Form a human chain at the top, so you then all end up in the creek. And pass the chain down to me.
Ooh.
Okay, so now we're having another delivery here to interrupt this story, and it is Cast bowling, wrapping Williamson on the pads, and Ben Stokes considering, will he review? And yes, He is going to review. So we have an exciting interruption to Forthy's
something's
score.
happened, for crying out loud. That's
We're going to
entertaining.
leave Forthy stranded in the creek while we wait for this review to progress.
Well, yeah, he's standing there. Let's come to the advert break. It's
We're
one
going
of these.
to see the replay and see whether this.
I think it's going
I
down,
think he got
wasn't
an
it?
inside edge, but maybe not. No, doesn't look like he has. Oh, this looks pretty good.
You think? Maybe. Nah.
Over leg, bouncing over the top of the leg. Maybe.
Yeah, it looks a bit high. And
Well,
maybe
not that.
going
He's
down.
right back on the crease, though, isn't it?
This is where it hits
So
him.
it's just above the knee roll. There's definitely no edge.
I think that it'll be umpire's call on the top of leg
Yes.
stump, but we will see.
Yeah, I think you're
Yeah.
about right there. Which would be a bit
Down plus
unfortunate
ball,
for England.
Kissing the top of leg.
It looked a pretty good shout when he gave it, when he went up for it. I was surprised the
His
umpire
ball
didn't give
tracking. Oh, it's looking good. Umpire's call, kissing the top of leg. Forthy and me were both correct.
Yes, there
and
we
the
go.
review is retained.
it.
Although that seems a bit harsh because it's hitting quite a lot there.
Yeah.
That is, of course, just a graphical depiction of the probability that it would have hit leg, which is lower than is necessary for the wicket to be given.
I would just
So even
very
though it looks
rapidly,
like it's hitting the wickets, it wasn't necessarily hitting the wickets.
I'll rapidly conclude. So they did form a human chain. They did throw the lead down to me. Rather like a man abseiling up some cliff face, I did manage to get up. Me and Toby were both absolutely stunk to high heaven, and I had to drive home stinking. But
Oh, God.
there we
That's
are.
a good conclusion to the story as Ravindra defends a ball away, and that's the end of Casters Over, an eventful one, his ninth, and the score doesn't tick along. It's still a lead of 367, 163 for 3. Over to socials.
There's lots of people yapping away on socials. Where am I going to go? Disinterested HJ says, fun fact about that episode, Will. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that because I don't know what episode he's talking about. Is that it had only a future Doctor in it? But a future companion as well. That must be the one about the
yes.
house in Pompeii.
That's right. Yes, correct.
A lot of Doctor Who chat. Jay Grove says, Mog.
And he's on the screen now if anyone wants to see Batman. Oh, he's not very easy to see. I need to get bobbing.
Yeah. I can't see him very well at all. He's well camouflaged.
No, he's camouflaged here, but she is resuming, and this ball is cut away straight to the fielder again on the offside. There seems to be about 20 fielders out there, Forthy.
Yes, they do seem to be everywhere, don't they? Well, poor Ravindra, I mean, it rather feels, when you're 6 off 43, that there's a fielder everywhere.
Yeah.
It's a bit like bloody Marnus
Sure is.
Labuschagne, isn't it?
Yes, 6 off 43. Come on, Ravindra.
He's deliberately picking out the mid-wicket fielder now as he turns the ball into the onside. So Ravindra is just here to frustrate the England bowlers
He is.
who can't seem to get him out. But yeah,
He's obviously very keen to hold on in there and assemble a score of some proportions, but he's not doing a great deal for either the match or his team when he's 6 off 45.
perfect test batting, I would say. As the only way he can't pick out the fielder is if he just drops a dead bat and it dribbles down the pitch, and that's what he does to this next delivery.
And we're having
She
a look
getting
at
through
Harry
the over
Brook.
very quickly.
Harry Brook with 2 hats on.
I mean, it is a bit daft. I mean, New Zealand came out this morning, 320 odd runs ahead or something stupid like that?
So he's pulling out all the shots though. This next delivery from Bashir, he's on the sweep, goes backward a square. Again, the fielder comes around pretty quickly. I think that's Crawley. And they don't get anything more than a single, but he moves to 7. 7 from 46.
But they've scored, 40 runs in an hour and 20 minutes, an hour?
I mean, I suppose in a way it doesn't matter that much. They'll almost certainly win anyway, and there's plenty of time left in the match, and I don't think rain will intervene to the degree, but it's hardly entertaining for people who've been
That's my point. It's boring, Forthy. It's boring.
It is boring.
I'll tell you what's not boring though. It's when Williamson is batting and he takes a couple of steps, dances down the pitch and lofts the ball.
He heard us.
Onside down to the boundary of Cow Corner, and that is 4 runs.
He heard us.
Wasn't actually that far away from the outstretched hand of mid-wicket there.
Did a good job of almost getting to it, didn't he? Maybe 20 centimetres short as he leapt into the sky.
Needed Zach Crawley there, not Ben Stokes.
Williamson is on 77 now, and he's looking to score again. Cuts the ball backward of point where it is fielded.
I mean, Williamson can't be faulted. He's 78 off 111. I'm getting little drops of water fall on me, which rather suggests that I might have a leak somewhere. That's rather worrying.
Could just be condensation. Maybe it's the humidity building up.
Yeah, it might be
your
the air
state.
conditioning. Probably the air conditioning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe it is. That's probably what it is.
Yeah. Oh well.
Ooh, some India news. India 4 for 1. Jaiswal out, second ball to start.
Well,
Fantastic.
Jaiswal and Ravindra are not doing their credentials for being the next big four much good at today. It's fair to say.
No, they could go on the Mount Rushmore of the lackluster four, perhaps. But we could potentially put
On Mount Kosciuszko.
Beshel and McSweeney on that Mount Rushmore at the minute too, as Ravindra is pushing a ball out to cover. They're not doing so well, and it feels like all four of those could have potential, but they're not doing much.
Is there anyone else, Kat, in your opinion, or Bear, that might be potentially a member of the next big four batsmen, would you say, emerging around the world at the moment? Not sure that anyone really.
Who is
comes
it
to mind.
currently? The next four
Well,
is Brook,
Well,
Ravindra.
Well, I'm not sure.
Is it Kamindu Mendis?
Yeah,
It was
maybe.
Mendes, yeah.
Yes, Mendes.
Ravindra's on strike. This is short. It's a good delivery from Kaas. Ravindra doesn't quite know what to do with it. Eventually ducks under it.
I mean, it doesn't have to be four. Could be
No,
three.
that is true. Yeah. Could be 5, could be 3.
Yeah,
or
could be
there
8.
may be none. Certainly feels like we have more young talent coming through from a bowling perspective than from a batting perspective.
It feels that way at the moment, which is unusual. People are usually complaining, oh, it's not like the 90s. We were.
Well, the thing is,
bowlers.
the question here is batting going to take a permanent turn in Test matches and be more aggressive? Are more teams just going to the Bazballian way, and it's just going to become de rigueur, and people are just going to try and score quicker in Test matches?
Yeah, Ravindra defends on the front foot, pushing a ball into the offside for another dot.
I mean, throughout the history of cricket, it's always the pendulum's always swung one way then the other, but it's a bit hard to see how the pendulum would swing back again from scoring faster in Test cricket from here on in. I suppose anything's possible, but how could that be reversed? I'm not sure in the era of hundreds and IPLs.
No, I don't
I
think
think
so.
Ravindra is trying to reverse it today
Well-
because he just faced up to another delivery, and 7 from 50 is a perfect Cowan half-ton. In my opinion, he's not even in double figures from 50 deliveries. Absolutely glorious, Ravindra.
Single-handedly trying to reverse the tides of inevitability here.
And he's a pretty good one-day batsman as well. And what I don't get is when you've got a lead of 372, I know what you're saying, Forth. It's like, well, yeah, you don't have to hurry. No, you don't have to hurry. But when you're 372 ahead, you try and put your foot on the oppo's neck, don't you?
You do.
Grind them
except
into the fucking dust as quick as possible.
True, but it's an individual game within a team game, and Ravindra will be acutely aware that he's got out cheaply many times during this series.
So Ravindra is on strike, and as the dogs bark again in the background, he's pushing a ball out to mid-off for yet another dot. And I think Williamson has got the message that maybe it's time to start scoring a little bit faster, but Ravindra is trying to protect and not go out, I think, for a low score. I don't know how he's going to do that now when he's only 7.
Well,
But it's a
exactly.
strange passage of play where there's no jeopardy either way for New Zealand. Lose wickets, doesn't matter. Score fast, doesn't matter. Score slow, doesn't matter. But it's rather like a boring episode 7 of a Netflix series when nothing happens before the denouement.
So a little bit of interest from Williamson, but I think all we've had really is a failed LBW review and maybe 1 or 2 boundaries, and that's it in the last half an hour.
Well, that's in the last hour. And
Yeah.
hour and 10, 20 minutes, whatever. We'll have one more over after this, and then we'll have a switcheroo. Although, me and you, Kat, are staying, and only Messrs is joining us as a difference from Forthy, who will then do the last ball-by-ball session with myself
Okay,
and
no worries.
Jason. Basically, Tony has got me in here on my own, and pretty much doing every bloody session of commentary as well.
Keeps you awake.
Yeah, well, vaguely, yeah.
Oh, well. End of this over, I'll get Bobbin on the screen. This one's a little bit shorter, but it wasn't a bad delivery, and it's been dispatched by Ravindra. He heard us, and he sent a ball out to the onside boundary. 4 runs.
Maybe that'll hurry him up. Carl's giving him a bit of a mouthful. Don't know why that's for.
He's a feisty character, Bryden Cars.
He is indeed. Oh, look, Ravindra got into double figures with that. I suppose I ought to read some of your messages. There's a lot of Doctor Who chat. Jay Grover says, though, Bear has the attention span of a grumpy gnat with ADHD. As your attorney, I recommend you have a smoke. Well, I might do that in a bit. I'm thinking of cracking open that bottle of wine that's sitting in the cupboard, actually. Disentrance Handjob says, I'm deeply discomforted by all the cricket talk. So let's pivot back to times when the Doctor played cricket in Doctor Who. Well, was it Davidson was running around in a cricket jumper?
Peter Davidson always had a cricket V-neck jumper on, didn't he? Old cable knit.
Indeed.
Yeah, one of my favourites, for sure.
Yeah.
So Bobbin's made an appearance here now. I feel
Hello,
like she's
Bobbin.
There she is.
Hey, Bobbin. Hey there. Aw.
Very cute.
Teddy.
Oh, look at that.
So one more before we change. So we've got Bashir coming in to bowl his 10th over. I feel like they need to, if they want to mix up the batting, maybe they need to mix up the bowling a little bit.
Yes.
Anyway, we've got a slip, we've got a short leg. So they've definitely changed the fielding here. Williamson just getting set. He's on 77. He's faced 112 deliveries and the score 172 for 3. The lead is 376. Bashir getting quite a bit of turn here, actually, and Williamson backing away, jumping away almost as he punches a ball into the offside, and they run through for a single.
Very good. Very good. Well, it's lovely to see Bobbin. It seems a very compliant dog, I may say so. Very loyal dog, and looking around. She
doesn't want to go anywhere. She's just sticking on my knee here now.
Nice old
She is around the wicket to Ravindra, who's punching a ball backward a square and turning over the strike. So maybe we've reached a turning point here, Porthy.
Maybe. I'm just thinking that your dog rather looks like one of those characters in a children's book. Whenever they have a lovable dog who's the hero of some adventures, they often look a little bit like Bobbin there.
Yeah. There's always a patch or two on their fur.
Yes.
She's not very adventurous, so I might say. This time it's Williamson who's found the gap, and the ball goes down to Duckett at mid-on, and they amble through for another single. This is a flurry of runs.
Absolute. A real treat. Yeah, I mean, what can we say? Lead of 379, 3 wickets down. This match is not exactly in the balance, put it that way.
No, Ravindra takes a good step forward to this next ball from Bashir and defends it.
Slip and a leg slip. Although, I mean, there's a lot of clamour for Bashir to come on for some time. He hasn't actually taken a wicket in
No, he hasn't done much, has he?
He hasn't really done a great deal. The spin stocks around the world are perhaps looking a little impoverished. Would that be fair? Are there any spinners coming?
Yeah. Ravindra likes to look at this next one. Again, he's backing away from the delivery and spanking a ball out to extra cover, and it goes out into the deep, but there's a fielder there, and they just get 1 run.
Pakistan.
And there's exciting things happening over in the Australian match. I'll give you an update shortly.
Right. This will be our last ball of this time together, so I'll hop off for half an hour after this ball. It's Bashir with it to Williamson.
Another ball defended by Ravindra, and that's the end of Bashir's 10th. The lead 380, 49 overs down, 176 for 3.
Right, see you in a bit.
See you in a bit, and we welcome back Messi.
Fourthly, just to warn you, your next session is going to be 1 hour long.
Oh, well, that's fine. Thank you.
God.
There's a very important super chat too from Jonathan Shawland, who sent us 20 New Zealand dollars as a Bobbin appearance fee. Bobbin's really been putting in the work today.
Bobbin's earning her money.
Yeah,
She's still
Doing
here, so
well.
she's going to keep making appearances for anyone who wants to see her. Yes. You're very
And India are 6 for 2. Gill was caught brilliantly by Marsh at second slip or gully, I'm not sure which, off start for 1. So that's been gripping me much more than this has, to be honest.
Well, it's not surprising. This game is just waiting for New Zealand to kind of get through to somewhere where they can declare, but they've decided that they're going to do that on a go slow. They're almost on strike, much like the bloody
You've only
train
been scoring
drivers.
at 2 and over today.
I know.
And
it's-
you're continuing the ball by ball now, Bear?
I am
With your
indeed. We're switching places. No, you're switching places with 40. You're summarising.
Yeah, I'm not very good at the socials.
That's fair enough. Messi is a master.
Messi's very good at the socials.
Exactly.
I have a relationship with our messages. That's what it is.
Yes.
I enjoy it.
Well, Bryden Carr's going to continue around the wicket, short at Ravindra. He's got 13 of 55. It's bloody tedious this morning. He ducks underneath that when it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, I suppose they're getting towards a declarable score.
Nah, keep batting. Bat him into the ground.
Well, yeah. Do it with some speed, I'd say, though.
Vindra does not
Oh.
want to disturb his average too much, though, right?
Well, clearly not.
Doesn't want to disturb any of us. to be
Well,
honest.
no, yeah, he wants to put me to sleep by the looks of it. That's cut by Ravindra. They are going to go through for a single. It's a quick one, and they do make it.
It is a bit disturbing that the Australian match has started. For a while there was only one rain cloud, and it was hovering between Brisbane and Hamilton, and it would go in one direction and we'd watch one match, and then it would go in the other direction and we watch the other match. But at the moment they're both going, which is
amazing.
distracting. Yeah.
It's confusing too.
And it seems to me that Australia is suddenly gaining massive upper hand over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Hazelwood just about broke K.R. Rahul's wrist with one that lifted too, so it's not looking easy for the Indians, I must say.
No, Rohit's a bit out of form, isn't he? He's batting at 5 or something stupid like that, isn't he now? Suddenly?
Kohli's in, that's for certain.
Oh, yeah, is
Yes.
he? Oh, okay. So who's in now? Is it Kohli?
Kohli and Rahul.
Kohli and
they're both on
Rahul were
one.
batting.
Uh-huh. So Rohit's next in, yeah?
Probably.
Yeah,
Yep.
batting at 5. Cars
Stark's
is,
got the 2 wickets.
who? Stark. Oh, yeah, Mitchell.
Stark has
Mitchell.
2 wickets, yeah.
Short. And he gets inside that. Does Kane Williamson ducks underneath it through the keeper, and there ain't no run.
Have we got the super chat jingle available?
I can make it. I can make it available. There we go.
Use your bright super chat.
So the wonderful Mark Zip sent us another $17.24 US. Says Bobbin doing the business. That completes the matching challenge. We made the full 200 goal and exceeded it by 56 cents.
Wow.
Thank you all. Don't stop. Thanks,
Doc.
Mark.
Indeed.
That's
Yeah,
brilliant.
thank you very much, Zip, as always, when you do one of your wonderful challenges. Oh, yes, me. That's short. And Cast is coming around the wicket still to the right-handed Kane Williamson. Drops that short. Maybe a bit of short ball ploy, but he pulls that quite nicely down to long leg, gets himself a single. Moves on to 80. Of course, before this test, his average at this ground was 92, so he's still a bit short of that. A 50 partnership, 36 off 64 for Kane Williamson, 14 off a paltry 14 off 57 balls for Rachin Ravindra. Not exactly a speedy partnership.
Just fast enough. Ravindra will be on strike though, so let's see what he can do with the next 57 balls.
Well, yeah, if he gets to 28, that'd be a great cow and ton.
Yeah.
178th for 3 of the Kiwis. I mean, they're going along at over 3 and over. But it just feels so slow. That one's short. It's been given as a wide.
That's a wide, right?
Yeah. That was too short and well over the head of the batsman. Cast looks a little stiff.
So I know there's a lot of social media happening on YouTube, which is fabulous, but I have deserted Twitter altogether. I've left X and I'm now on Blue Sky. So
that's where we are.
Yeah, that's where you are too.
Yeah, we still have our X account, but no one ever gets in touch with us anymore on X.
Yeah,
most people get in touch with us on YouTube now, and occasionally people do get in touch with us on Blue Sky.
Well, this might be
cast in short, wide again.
Could be another wide. No, maybe not called. It bounced wide. It seemed to seam off the pitch there.
There is another super chat from Mog too. He just says, he sends us $10 Australian and says, "Don't tell me not to stop, Mr. Zip."
Well, exactly. And well said, Mog. Everyone carry on going. As Ravinder should bore you into giving us super chats with inane things to do. I don't know. Should have challenges. Bryden Cast is in. He's over the wicket to Ravindra, who just clips that off his pads down to Duckett. He's a long leg. It'll be a single. That's the end of the 50th over. New Zealand 180 for 3, and we'll go over to Messi.
Jay says if Batman also comes on with Bobbin, that could be sitting on a gold mine, Cat.
I'll have to see if I can get both of them at the same
Will
time.
Reynolds says, yeah. Will Reynolds says we should write Bobbin an adventure series.
Batman and
Mike
Bobbin
says India 6 for 2 already. This test will be over tonight. I doubt it very much. Jay says Messi is the only person who can do socials, possibly due to lack of solipsism. Oh, that's a bit mean.
You're only allowed to give compliments about that.
Jay says top lad Zippo. Mog says play the Blue Sky jingle.
Oh,
and over on Blue Sky, although it's not directed. Oh wait.
That's swept by Ravindra down to deep backward square leg. It'll be a single.
Go on. Blue Sky, although it's not directed at us, Tim Lyle says you guys talking about bison. We're the land of bison. The USA. Have you ever seen any bison? I mean, I haven't either, but I could get in my car now and drive and see one. I wouldn't, but I could.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're big.
We'll see if I can get Batman and Bobbin at the same time. I've got Batman right here.
Okay, well, Bashir is in. There's a short leg. He's behind square. And Kane Williamson turns it around the corner and he athletically stops it one-handed. And there is no run.
Here they both are, and now I can barely be seen on this screen.
Oh, look at that. That's very cute.
Good.
They get on together.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's perfect.
Batman and Bobbin is a perfect kid's story, isn't it? Oh, now. Kane Williamson's come down the track to him. One hand's come off the bat. He's been beaten in the flight. Fat inside edge. It's gone aerial and just plopped over. I think a diving Ben Stokes with one hand going backwards at mid-wicket. He did get beaten in the flight there completely. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball. It turned.
It was actually cast there, and he did leap for it with his left hand. I can't remember if he's left-handed or not. But
he's a right-handed bowler.
Yeah, it was it wasn't quite enough of a leap. I don't think he could have got there though.
Nah, I think it was a tough one. But Kane Williams got back for 2. This one he cut into the offside. It's fielded by Bashir. And this time he'll get a single into a vacant cover.
I think Williamson has his eyes on a century, obviously.
Yeah, very much so. Got away with that LBW, of course. If it had been given out, it'd have remained out if he'd have reviewed it. It looked pretty good. But wasn't given. That was basically the only moment of excitement for the entire morning so far. Around the wickets, it's slingy by Ravindra, and cut by worked around the corner by Ravindra for a single. Go on.
The Super Chat train is still moving. Jay Grover has sent us £5. Says, "Oh fucking hell, I am not a hard man."
Did you all see, by the way, that Shakib Al Hassan, he's now what, 38 or whatever he is, hoiked down towards long on for a single by Williamson, and has been bowling for 20 years or whatever he has been. Has been called at his ripe old age by the English County Cricket Board. Got tested at Loughborough and failed. So now he's got to be retested at his late point in his career, and he can't bowl.
Send him to the University of Western Australia. That's where the proper testing gets done.
When his was done up at Loughborough, and apparently he's going back to Bangladesh to have a test there, so I'm sure he got cleared. But it is quite interesting. You go so far into your career, and then suddenly you get called towards the end of it. It's a bit weird. Apparently he got called in a... He must have got called...
It's the weirdest career of anybody.
Well, exactly, but, it said it got called in a county game in September in England. And, of course, he got called into Surrey side for the final game of the season, didn't he? If I remember rightly. For a one-game appearance, and they lost. They lost that game. Was that the game they lost to Somerset, wasn't it? That really exciting one. And he must have got called in that game, so he shouldn't have bothered. Probably wouldn't have happened, and it'd have been fine.
I think we're on a drinks break, which means I can catch up on a couple of tweets. Jay Grover says, "I swore at Jeremy on Blue Sky only yesterday." You did indeed, although I think it was more having fun not being censored than swearing at me that turned you on, Jay. Will Reynolds says, "Zippo doing the business and Jay doing a Gary and using big words I can't remember. This is wicked fun." Scott Harrison says, "On the BBC site, New Zealand were 4 down. Then they were refreshed. They were 3 down again." That's weird, but maybe it was... there wasn't a review. The BBC's feeding the effects of a late night as well, obviously. Jay Grover says to Will Reynolds, "I get banned when I use my favourite short words." Strange that. And Will says, "They're my favourite short words too, Jay." Will says, "I wrote a Batman and Bobbin story. Could we put it up on the site?"
Oh, do Batman and Bobbin have some fan fiction here?
Yes, sounds like it. Send it to the bear. He can arrange for it to go on site if it's not too bad. And Mog says, "Sakibul is as dodgy as fuck in so many ways." He certainly is. From everything from his political connection to bloody appealing for timed out.
The timed out appeal was dirty. Didn't like that at all. And he was in that party, what's her name, Sheikh Haseen or whatever her name is, who left the country. He was in her party, wasn't he? As a politician.
He's a very wealthy man too. He's
Shakib.
Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. He's been a superstar in cricket in the subcontinent for years.
And he's very well connected.
Yeah.
Well, he was. I don't know in the new regime whether he is.
Well, if he's sensible, his money squirreled away, and he'll be fine for the rest of his life if he is sensible.
Over in the other game, India and Australia. Australia, of course, made 445 batting through rain in several days, and India at the minute 2 wickets down for 9 runs.
Going nowhere fast, but not losing a third wicket, which caused.
You
imagine if they would, that might cause a bit of panic in the ranks.
Yeah, that's right. And if you're looking for something to play during any of the breaks, Bear, we've got a new Can't Bowl, Can't Throw podcast that came out a couple of days ago. But it's 29 minutes long, so it may not make it into the second break.
It is excellent. I can affirm that.
Well, I do like to play them. That's good. I'll give it a go.
Save it for tomorrow then.
No, I can do it at lunch, but it just means I'll have to remember to come in here and turn something. Oh, well, no, actually, you'll probably go on to the next podcast afterwards. It does tend to play into something else afterwards, so.
Yes.
So I can just leave it playing.
That's good.
That is good.
Anyway, it looks like got a change of bowling.
We
here.
have indeed. It's the main man. Is he the main man?
Ben? Ben Stokes.
And he's going to bowl at Kane Williamson. His first ball is pretty decent, a little bit of movement. Kane Williamson defends it out to gully, and there is no run. Had 2 wickets yesterday. He got Will Young with a very strange. He had a man in no man's land out at mid wicket, and Will Young decided to slap it straight at him. The second wicket was obviously the night watch from Willow Rourke. That was a bit more normal. Just bowled it reasonably full on a good line, and Willow Rourke got a nice little nick through to the keeper.
Rourke has been a bit of a highlight.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, his bowling has been very good. That's down leg side. There's a appeal from Pope. I don't know why. Williamson didn't get anything on it. He kind of gave up on the appeal after a little while. And there is no run.
I have some good videos of Batman and Bobbin chasing each other and running around, so maybe I'll post some of those on the Gorilla feed on Blue Sky.
Our ratings go through the roof if you do that.
Yeah.
People are so much more interested in dogs than cricket.
Stokes is in, and it's worked off the pads down to long leg and so on. I'm doing some viewings for my flats down on the coast next week, and I've said to one of the flats has got a garden, so I've kind of tentatively said, oh yeah, pets are allowed. So one woman's got in touch, she's got 2 dogs, and I said, well, I'd quite like to meet the dogs before, see how well behaved they are. So she's agreed to do that, so I'm going to meet her for a viewing, and she's going to bring her dogs along.
Oh, good.
Probably fudge. You've got 2 Irish wolfhounds moving in.
No, I don't. She said they were mid-sized. I don't know what they are, but they're both 11 years old, so I imagine they're quite placid at that age.
They could be quite well behaved.
Yeah, should
so
be.
we're seeing the broader view of the field here, and it was a pretty offensive field in the last couple of overs for Bashir, but Stokes has a far more attacking field, as you do when you're captain and you're bowling.
Absolutely.
Far more attacking field.
Well, he's got 1 slip. He's about 3rd slip. No, he's got 2 slips actually, but he hasn't got a first. He's got like a 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, is it a 3rd slip in the gully?
Something like that. Yeah, around abouts there. I guess it's sort of.
That's
full
his
bloody
preference.
dry.
He had that yesterday as well.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks it's not
Second
quick.
slip. Maybe it's a 2nd slip.
Maybe he thinks he's going to get them on the wide drive and it's going to go squarer. He's got a sort of backward 3rd man, short backward point, and then a sort of dead square point as well, and a cover. Very strange little field. That's driven to the point. I think it's Crawley, and there is no run.
Yeah, that short 3rd, it is an interesting field, and he's certainly bowling to it because that's where Ravindra's hitting it every time. So I guess he knows what he's doing there, Stokes. Who would have thought?
Wow, yeah, who would have thought? The lead's creeping up towards 400. It's 391 now. We've still got this is a really long session, isn't it? Well, how long are we going? Starting at 12:30.
Got an hour and 10 minutes to go.
Oh, jeez. Flashed that outside the off stump though by Ravindra, misses it, goes through the keeper, and there's no run. Quite easy corner edge.
Though, Bear, you did open that bottle of wine.
Yeah, I have opened that bottle of wine. The problem is if I drink, I'm going to fall asleep. So
Yeah, that is always a risk. You got to have a Coke or a energy drink at the same time.
Coffee.
Yeah.
But it's weird coffee at, I don't know, it's 2 o'clock in the morning now. If they actually go on till 7, it's going to end up being quite a long day.
Yeah.
A rather large man in the crowd. It's an impressive stomach, has to be said. He's got a bucket hat as well. It's always a good fashion statement.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I agree with that.
Well, you know.
You go with you.
I don't have a bucket hat.
Do it.
Bashir is going to continue into his 11th over. He's going up 4 and over. Currently, he's bowled 11 overs, gone for 44, not taking a wicket. That was too short. Worked into the leg side. Cast fields at mid wicket. They won't get a single this time. It's on 85 for 125 deliveries. Ravindra 17 off 64 deliveries.
So now
Bear,
that
I'd
we've
be interested in your take. Sorry, Kat.
Oh, you go.
As a spinner, on whether Bashir's actually got any better over the last 6 months.
No, would be my answer to that. I don't think he has. He has learned to hang it up a little bit more outside the off stump, but his control isn't great, it has to be said. See, that's not a bad delivery. Gave it a bit of air outside the off stump. I mean, Kane Williamson came down the track, but you'd rather have that, I think. Drives it back to the bowler, there's no run. Gets that slightly wrong, might be a caught and bowled chance. Turn, man round the corner. You'd rather have a guy coming at you, I think. You know, if you're going to be hit, and there's no reason why someone wouldn't try and hit you when they're 390 runs ahead, and the guy's on 85, and he's currently one of the world greats, as that's played up to cover, and they'll get a single. So you might as well give it a go. It seems to me that Stokes won't take him off. He's, you know, I kind of admire Stokes in that sense that he doesn't think as soon as Bashir gets hit for a couple of sixes that, oh shit, you know, he takes him off. He still lets him bowl, and you know, if you're going to stick to someone, that's not a bad ploy. I mean, I like sometimes when he thinks, shit, I'm bowling crap and he should take me off, but Stokes keeps him on, and you know, it's the only way he's going to learn. And I think Stokes is very much aware that Bashir is learning on the job, and he's a young man, and you know, he likes the potential he's got, but he's got to show some sort of learning curve, or eventually people will get a bit fed up with him. That's too short again. It's hoiked out into the deep, and it'll be 4 more runs. Ravindra moves into the 20s. I mean,
in the 20s. Who would have thought we would have seen that day?
Wow,
and Ravindra
indeed.
there taking full advantage of that short delivery, which was also on his pads. So, yeah, as you were saying, not much control there from Ravindra. We're seeing it in action.
He tends to. I mean, he's a tall guy, and he tends to bowl quite flat. And often it drops short. And I think it's a bit of a crime as a spinner. That's cut out to Potts, who's at point. That bounces off him towards third man, and no one can be asked to pick it up, so they get back for 2.
Jason Hiscock asks a pertinent question, and he says, are Batman and Bobbin the new Oliver Mabel? There you go.
Who are Oliver
You
Mabel?
haven't come across Oliver Mabel. Oh, have a search on YouTube. They are superb. Sports commentary on dogs. It's great.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes, maybe I have seen it.
That's swept by Ravindra down to long leg. He'll get himself a single and retain the strike ball. Ravindra 399 is the lead, 195 for 3 for the Kiwis. Looking very happy. Messi.
Jay says, I have a long and storied history of criminal muppetry, yet Saqib puts me to proper shame. Will Reynolds says, how have they taken so long to call him for chucking? He's 400 odd, isn't he?
Well, exactly. That was my point. It's very strange that he gets called right at the end of his career, you know.
Yeah, it is very odd. And Mike says, imagine a version of cricket for dogs to play. The game would be universally loved. That's true. Mog says, what sort of psycho has to approve of a potential buyer's dogs? Well, a psycho who doesn't want his place pulled to bits, I suspect. Jay says, Mooney Kittens, Batman and Bobbin. We are utter nesh as a community, and I am glad for it.
Well, Stokes is around a wicket to Ravindra. He leaves that through to the keeper, and there is no. I suspect this will be our last over. And then Forthy will come on, and Jason will come on, and I'm still here.
You can have a power nap.
I don't think I can. I've got an hour now.
No. The lead is now 399, but Williamson's taken his sweet time to get to his 100.
Yep, he is. Everyone's taking their bloody sweet time this morning to do anything. Stokes is around the wicket. It's wide-ish. Won't be given away because it's a test match. But Ravindra wants nothing to do with it. It's through to the keeper and there's no run.
Yeah, Ben Stokes definitely bowling well to his field. He's got the second 2.5 slip, 2 to 3 slip and a gully, and then the short bowler position. You have a different name for that, don't you, Bear?
What, the on Hayden?
Non-striker.
Kohli is out for 3.
Oh, yes. India in disarray. It's almost as much fun as Australia being in disarray, but not quite. It's
Behind
cut
Hazelwood.
by Ravindra out to point, and there is no run. So what are they on? 12 for 3?
The 22 for 3.
22 for 3. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. India in deep shit.
Indeed.
Ah, well. So they might. What do they have to do to get through to the World Test Championship? They have to win, don't they? That's Stokes around the wickets, and it's played by Ravindra down to second gully, backward point. There's Bethel down there, and there'll be no run.
Basically, either one of them needs to win at least 2 of the remaining 3 tests, and then Australia's got Sri Lanka as well, so there's complications with that as well.
All I've heard so far is how almost no teams can make it through to the World Test Championship final.
Except South Africa.
Well, yeah, who've hardly played any games but got a good win percentage. That's defended by Ravindra up to mid-off, and they'll get a single. 1 ball left in this spell. 1 ball left for me to yap before 40 takes over.
Stokes, of course, already has 2 wickets, so he's keen to get another 3, probably.
Well, yeah, he got
Doesn't
3.
happen.
He got 3 in the first innings, didn't he? As well, he wrapped up the innings with 3 reasonable wickets in a couple of overs. Kane Williamson will take the last ball of our stint, and it's down the leg side. Oh, and he gloved that, and that was a really good attempt by Ollie Pope. He managed to get a glove, but it was always going away from him, and he was diving full stretch to his left. He couldn't quite snatch onto it. That will go down as a drop.
And that was a definite shit takes wickets.
Delivery, yeah, it was a pretty poor ball.
Terrible delivery.
It was. It was short and down the arse, and probably should have been hit for 4 or 6, but nearly got a wicket. Ollie Pope can't
Stokes
believe
is
it.
delighted, rather than being pissed. Stokes is delighted by that attempt from Ollie
It was a
Pope.
good attempt.
Yeah.
It was going away from him. It was a long way away from him. Right, we're going to have a switcheroo. Jason.
I'll do a couple of messages while we change. Thanks, Kat.
Thank you very
Bobbin.
much,
Thanks,
Kat.
Batman.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks, Batman and Bobbin. They need a kids book, though.
Will Reynolds says, I played cricket with my old collie. She was a great keeper. Jay says, I have pills that could help Bear, but I fear even with advanced P&P they'd arrive too late. And the fact that I didn't get the Oliver and Mabel reference, which makes me oddly reassured. Kohli, what a shit truck, says Mog. And Mayank says, all out before lunch in 25 to 30 minutes in Brisbane. Very likely. Jay Grover's the next one for you, Bear. Catch you after tea.
It's
Bashir in with his first ball there. It was defended by Williamson, who's on unlucky for some 87. He's in again for his second ball. That's defended again by Williamson. So I'm joined by Jace from Chateau Jason, I suppose. How are you, Jace?
Flagging, but I'll soldier through. I only have to do this.
You don't sound as if you're on absolutely top form, but even a slightly certified Jason is still a force to be reckoned with, and Bear's in the studio. So I'll have to sort of wave the lively banner from Australia.
I think you will, yeah.
That's fine. I can do that. Partnership, 69 runs from 150 balls, which is a bit neither here nor there, really. It's certainly old school test match. Having a look at, I think, was that Harry Brook with massive yawn, which kind of sums this session's play, really. And that's cuts by Williamson. I think it's going to go all the way. For
it is.
Oh,
Aerial for a little way there, though, wasn't it? I mean, it was off the top edge.
He cut it much finer than he was intending, I think, but that wasn't that far away. It would have gone straight down second slips. Gullet.
Would have gone quite quick as well, though, to slip to standing up to a spinner.
That is true. Williamson into the nervous 90s. He's 91 off 132, so he's definitely going at the modern required speed. And he defends that one back down to Bashir. Does a little bit of gardening. No particular reason. It's not like the pitch is misbehaving in any way.
No, there's a bit of turn. It's a pretty slow turn.
And last ball of the over, defended by Williamson. Oh, he's got his arms raised, don't know why. By the end of the 55th, New Zealand 201. Their 200 is up 4-3. There. Oh, Jason.
Mayank says that they'll be all out before lunch in 25-30 minutes in Brisbane. Very likely. And Jago says, actually, Australia versus India as Modi versus Cummins. And who I'd rather have a flat latte with.
Well, Marnus.
Apparently it's raining again in Brisbane.
Is it? No.
Good day to be bowling.
There's rain in Brisbane. There's rain in Hamilton. Well, not right now.
And Mike says India need to pray for 2 to 3 sessions washed out for a chance to even have a draw. Well, I think England need 6 sessions of rain pretty much.
Stokes round the wickets, and that's played it to the man. A point by Ravindra for a dot ball. I mean, draw, defeat. England can't get into the World Test Series final. They've already won the series. Does it really matter whether it's a draw or defeat?
Doesn't really. I mean, it's only personal pride, isn't it? But
yeah.
England know. England are becoming very Australian in dead rubbers.
They are as well, which is quite a good habit to get into. In other words, because you've already won the series, which traditionally England haven't done.
Yeah.
Well, that's pull. That's a nice shot wide of the man's right hand at mid on for one of these.
It's a strap.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
That's pretty much a baseball line drive.
I think Stokes is walking off the field, isn't he?
Now he's clutching just under his nose. Has he got a
nosebleed?
Got a nosebleed. Has he managed that?
No, he's done his hammy.
Oh, for goodness sake. Well, look, it doesn't make it. I think he has done his hamstring, but he's not going to be playing for another 6 months.
Yeah.
So even if he didn't stop fearing, then they're almost certainly going to lose this match. If there's ever a good time to pull your hamstring, it's probably now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was set up from the moment he started bowling on the first day, I think.
Well, yes, and now sort of 30 overs later, the inevitable
is just kind of proves the point that he can't bowl as the third seamer in a 3-man seam attack in Australia.
I think that's almost certainly true. So I suppose we have been confirmed what we already knew, that you can't do that. That's Rayan Ahmed, by the look of him, coming onto the field.
Yes.
Ben Stokes, as he's grimacing as he goes off there, suddenly looks rather older man than the the young man we're used to seeing.
The clock of time has caught him up somewhat.
Yes.
Oh, so we're
going to have an interesting change to complete the over.
Yeah, it's going to be this man.
Jacob Beckham's born in Barbados, now he plays for the English team. They say that he is an all-rounder, but that remains to be seen.
Well, this is a shot to nothing. Jacob Bethel coming on to bowl. I've certainly never seen him bowl before. Have you, Jace?
Yeah. Left arm, orthodox, fairly flat and defensive. He's going to bowl over the wicket to Ravindra.
This is a bit of a shot to nothing, of course. I think, well, nothing is expected as a man completes the over, but I can't think of any instances in Test cricket where a man completing an over has suddenly sort of stepped up and taken a crucial wicket, but it probably has occurred. Oh, there's a bit of hesitation, but they hurry through for the single. Ravindra moves along to 30, and that was a line and length delivery, which just turned a touch from Bethel. His left arm left unorthodox spin, is he?
Aye, very much so. Flat.
Yeah. More pictures of Ben Stokes limping off. Cares of state on his shoulders. He must be so fed up of getting injured.
Yeah.
But he puts his body through the ringer every time, of course. So,
but I mean, it is important that he don't be able to bowl. You know.
Yes, but less important now than had it been the first innings of.
Yes, very much so.
Williamson facing up to Bethel, who's now coming round the wicket to the right-hander, and that's swept extremely fine by Williamson. Will it go all the way? We're about to find out. No, cut off by Harry Brook. And they come back for...
I'm not even sure he got a bat on that. That might be buys.
Ah, right, okay. I think it's been given to him now.
I think he got a glow on that.
Yeah, I think he's ticked along to 93. Back with Bethel. It's an unusual look Bethel's sporting here. He's got black roots, blonde hair, big zinc smear over his nose and dark eyebrows. It's like Carascuro, if I were to put an artistic name on it, or something like that. That's swept down to Crawley by Williamson, so just for the single on this occasion, because straight to him. He moves on to 94 within a blow. One big lusty blow of yet another test century for the Kiwi. Ravindra takes the left-handed Ravindra, so Bethel will revert to, I guess, over the wicket. And that's quite an extravagant shot from Ravindra, quite a nice one, but the field is well back. And they'll just come through for the single, and that's the end of the over. Ravindra moves to 31 at the end of the 56th over. The score is 210 for 3.
Will Reynolds asked the question, so World Test Championship final, is that South African a coin toss? If it's a coin toss, it's a coin toss between with a 5-headed coin, I think, initially.
A pentagonal coin.
Yeah.
The odd 50 beats.
This interesting job says, I told you Stokes would break himself over bowling.
Yeah. Well, he bowled that really long spell, didn't he, yesterday? About 9 overs.
He's like an old prize fighter who thinks he can still go 15 rounds.
Yeah.
Jago says, I had to Google line drive. Every day is a school day on Gorilla cricket. Well, it's an appropriate transposition from another sport, I thought.
Bashir round the wicket, and he just drops that, drags that one down a touch. So Ravindra rocks onto the back foot and cuts it for one of these.
He's always dragging it down.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, this match is hardly burnishing Shoaib Bashir's credentials. He hasn't bowled particularly well.
No. He's kind of on a hiding to nothing.
Kind of, yes, that's true. I was trying to think of other great Shoaibs. I don't think England have ever... Shoaib Mahmood, actually? I think he was a Shoaib, wasn't he? That's defended by... Saqib. There's been Shoaib
Mohammed is one of the famous Mohammed family.
Son of Hanif, I think.
Was he son of Hanif or son of was it Mushtaq Mohammed?
I'm going to put my money on Hanif, and that's that's quite a good shot from Ravindra. He's pulled it sort of vaguely in the direction of cow for one of these.
Well, I think it's gone all the way, isn't it? That one. Yeah, pretty flat one.
He got down on one knee, and it's a slightly unusual shot in some ways because he kind of hit across the line a bit, but he got all of it, and it went all the way.
Slog
That's
sweep.
the Steve Waugh slog sweep.
I suppose, yes, that's a good description of it. Fended off the back foot. Back to Bashir. Shoaib Malik, of course. And I suppose the only other one was Shoaib Akhtar comes to mind. Great Shoaibs who've played Test cricket. Bashir in again. This particular Shoaib has, I suppose that was either a very poor ball or a tempter, to be generous. Very well wide of off stump, and Ravindra's having nothing to do with it. And after an extremely slow start, Ravindra is showing definite signs of acceleration here. He's moved on to 41 off 81. Last ball of the over, an immaculate forward defensive. Dot ball, the end of the 57th. New Zealand 2-2-0 for 3.
Will Reynolds says, "Ben, mate, listen to the doctors. Your legs are shot."
Yeah.
Jago doesn't understand the Bethel jingle. He also says he's calling out for the Mortaza jingle for Will Reynolds.
Mm-hmm.
And see, disinterested hand job and Jago are having a chat about some of the shots hitting. Messi Jez says Stokes' 36.2 overs are the most he's bowled in a test since June 2022 when he bowled 40 against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. He's stupidly stubborn in his self-belief sometimes.
That is true. And now he's injured himself. Presumably he'll bat and just give it a big old heave-ho, which means we're kind of one batsman down, chasing what will be. I mean, when are they going to declare? They're going to go for 500, 550?
Yeah.
Well,
the other interesting thing I find is that Bethel is going to continue after that first.
Yes.
Partial over.
One phrase for this would be declaration bowling, I suppose, as well, because Bethel is hardly front line. And Williamson comes down the pitch, smites it on the half volley. If it's gone all the way, that's his ton.
It is, and it has, and he's got that. And he is
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Quite an alpha thing to do, to go to a ton with a 6, and you don't really associate Kane Williamson as an alpha, but nevertheless, that's what's taken place.
I do remember seeing him finish off an ODI in the World Cup with a 6, but they kind of needed it. There was about 2 balls left in the game.
No, that's right. I think I remember that
it was
one
against
as well.
the Saffers.
I thought that was Grant Elliott, the heavy javelin.
No, this is 2019 one, the one in England, Saffers against Kiwis, and they were both in a little bit of trouble, and it was at Edgbaston. Low scorer, but it was a cracking game.
Forward defensive, dot ball from Williamson. I guess this is Bethel's first spell in Test cricket. I think it would be fair to surmise. I'm pretty sure he hasn't bowled up until this juncture.
I think he's bowled a couple of overs.
No, I see. Right, okay. Oh, he's come down the wicket and smashed it again, but this time straight and all along the ground, and Williamson has suddenly decided that it's time to press the accelerator.
Well, it's a statement.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, I think Bethel will probably might begin to wish that maybe he hadn't come on to bowl at this particular stage, because there's absolutely nothing for New Zealand to lose here. They lead by 4-3-4. There's only 2 chases in Test match cricket which have been higher than this one. We keep saying if anyone's going to do it, England could, but I think they've slightly got dead rubber syndrome, to be honest. And Ben Stokes has just gone off with a hamstring injury as well, so they're going to be hampered when they come to batting for that reason. That's played round the corner by Williamson. A few hands on heads, but not really justified for a single. And Williamson moves on to 105. Ravindra on strike. He's on 41. Just having a look at Williamson's Test career. That's his 33rd 100, a best of 251. His average is now 54.9 from 105 matches. He's played considerably fewer, of course, than Joe Root, who's played about 160, I think. And that's smitten by Ravindra to probably use that Crawley out there sweeping up, and he'll just come through for a single.
He's got slightly better.
Going to be the first New Zealand to get to 10,000 runs, I think, isn't he?
If he carries on, yeah. What's he on now? He's on this
9,225. I thought I saw.
Is he already the highest?
I think he's already the
highest.
highest.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
He must be. I can't imagine Martin Crowe or
no. The
anymore.
next highest is Ross Taylor. I think Ross Taylor.
Ross Taylor, yeah,
and
that
he's
would
quite
make
far ahead of him. It's about 2,000. I think Ross Taylor was 7,500 or something.
Down the wicket again comes Williamson. Was thinking about lofting it. You sense ticking through his mind, but then pulled out of that and just played a more orthodox shot straight to the man in the covers for a dot ball. And at the end of the 58th, New Zealand 2-3-2 for 3.
Going over, thanks, Spin. He says Jason is wise, and Will Ryan's talking about knackered legs and knees. He says, "They said that to me, Mog. I screamed and offered my knee as a sacrifice." Jacob says, "No cute Dobbs, no super chat. Rule 1 of the internet."
Yeah, we need some cute cat pets. Come on.
Yeah.
Get Toby up on screen.
Adam Newman says, "Oops, I've lost that page."
If we're a bit low on super chat, I'll see if I can ruffle Toby up. He's very lethargic today because of the heat. Down the wicket comes Ravindra. Rather telegraphed that one, and Bashir dragged it down this time with some justification, but he still manages to get it away and cuts it to the man in deep extra, I suppose. And he ticks over to 43. Ravindra. He just had to wait for that one. He was hoping it was going to be full, and I have a feeling he was hoping to launch it, but Bashir never seems particularly rattled, to be fair. He's just chewing away fairly nonchalantly.
Yep. Might fancy it if Williamson wants to come down and track at him.
Yeah, he might say, yeah, be my guest mate. Defended by Williamson. We've got a slip. A man in short, somewhere between leg slip and short leg, I would say, just behind square on the leg side, and we've got an on Eden also. In comes Bashir over the wicket to the right-handed Williamson, who just nudges it round the corner to wide of the man at mid-wicket for a single. Potts does the honours. Williamson moves on to 106. Although the scoreboard seems reluctant to acknowledge this. There it is. 438. What? 2 higher chases than that in Test match history? I think that's it.
No.
No.
He's under-edged it to slip.
He's under-edged it. I thought he top-edged it to slip. In fact, he not. My feed. That was a little misleading on my screen, but no, he's still in. Dot ball, and again, this time, Bashir sort of fires it through full and wide, and Ravindra says, I'm not having anything to do with that. There's some banners from Lancashire and various other places, so there's a bit of away support congregated on the grassy knolls. That's cuts by Ravindra. There'll be a sweeper out there, and it's Rayan Ahmed, I do believe, who's come on in place of the hamstrung Ben Stokes. They come through for the single at the end of the 59th over. New Zealand 235 for 3, and that looks like drinks.
I should get through some socials then. Let's just see where we got back to. Yeah, Adam Newman gives us the details of India at lunch on day 3 of the third test. They're 3 for 22.
Struggling.
There's a bit of to and fro between Will Reynolds and Jay Grover about something, wanting some comment taken back. Disinterested Ham Job says they better let Timmy Southey get those 260s he needs.
Well, yeah. Well, they've got a lead of 439 now, and they've still got. And what time? I don't even know what time tea is. Is it 10 past 4 then, or something like that? 10 past 3 English time.
Something like that. Yep. Message Jess says both Smith and Williamson got their 33rd Test century in the same week. Well, in concurrent matches, I think, because the 33rd Smith century was yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then he got himself out almost immediately thereafter.
First ton for Stephen Peter Devereux Smith for some time.
20 odd innings or something. 25 innings or something.
It's, best. Yes. Matthew Potts is coming back on, and he's bowled okay. Number 42 off 10, but no better, no worse than that. He'll always give you an honest shift, a bit like Gus Atkinson. A very decent bowler.
Does that mean Ollie Pope has assumed a captaincy on the field, one presumes?
One presumes he has, yes. And that's line and length. Doesn't deviate. Defended by Ravindra, who is a rather, what's the word, synchronous? 44 off 88.
Serendipitous?
No, serendipitous if you like. I'm not sure that is right, but it's a nice enough word.
It's
I think serendipity, from memory, and someone will write in and say I'm wrong, but and this is very much from memory, was a word invented by Lewis Carroll in Alice's Inventors in One. There we are, some corroboration. That is, it opens the face of the bat, but I can only play it straight to duck it at point, Ravindra. I hasten to add all the way along the ground for a dot.
I think he had, he was 7 off of 52 deliveries, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was going absolutely nowhere. I mean, he's fortunate in as much as he's had time. It's very rarely that you have this much time to be able to play yourself in and then gradually accelerate. But that's exactly what he's been able to do, and he'll be eyeing something. But what's New Zealand's plan here? They lead by 439. The only thing that can really get in their way would be the weather, you'd think, from here on in.
Yeah,
it's the mental disintegration of England. I think they just keep on grinding away until they think they've done enough damage to their thought processes.
Oh, maybe, but surely, I mean, England can just field part-time bowlers after a while if they're worried about that and say, whenever you're ready. Oh, and he's gone. Ravindra spooned it up to mid-off. I'm not quite sure what his thought process was there. Maybe checked the shot. We'll get an expert comment from Bear in a moment. He's out anyway. I think was Reynard. Was it at mid-off?
Yeah, he was trying to flick it into leg side. He was trying to work it into leg side, wasn't he, with wristy action with a big leading edge.
Trying to flamingo it and completely mistimed it. And Potts has struck.
And we have one of these.
It looks like
the crowd says. The crowd says. The crowd says you.
Let's go and get that bottle of wine. Hold on.
Yeah, you do that. New Zealand 235 for 4, halfway through the 60th over. No sign of a declaration. Lead by 439. I assume that they will will it be Tim Southey? That's the big question coming out.
Well, that has been asked by Will Reynolds. He says next week you bring Timmy on to get his ton of sixes. And you've also been called an alpha commentator by someone.
Oh, that's nice. I don't think
Jake
I am.
Says that comment might be misconstrued. I'm sure Forthy as a pinnacle of masculinity. I was referring to Williamson as an alpha.
Oh yeah, I'm certainly not referring to myself as that. I'd never think of myself as an alpha. Williamson isn't either. It's not going to be Tim Southey. It's going to be Daryl Mitchell. I think it would be a bad look to send Tim Southey. It would rather look as if you're prioritising the man over the team if you sent Tim Southey out at this stage. I think maybe you could go 1 or at most 2 higher up in the order. Not this high.
Well, we've had this man has now come to the crease, Daryl Mitchell, and he's run away from a landmark.
Well, yeah. Well, here we go.
Son of an old black funny on peep show wrote that book. Oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
Daryl, not David Mitchell. There's at least 3 different David Mitchells who are reasonably famous. One's a novelist, one's a big show regular, peep show guy, and there is a third one. I've forgotten what he does.
It's not really his major claim to fame.
Which one?
The quiz show person, aren't he? I think he's most famous for being married to Victoria Coren Mitchell.
Maybe he is now. I mean, I still think of him as the Peep Show guy, and
he's famous in his own right. Yeah, he's not famous for marrying Victoria Corrin. I think
Corrin. I think Victoria Corrin's got a little bit of what's the word? Deflected.
Yeah, I was going to say. I think she got most of her work because A, she's a Corrin. She comes from quite a famous family. And B, she married David Mitchell and got herself a TV show on the back of it.
I always thought that Alan Corrin was not funny at all. He just seemed smug. I have to say, I know some people enjoyed his style. He used to write for Punch, which was a famously unfunny publication as well, I think.
Well,
in the end. Oh, and there's a smear from Mitchell, and he's got away with it.
Wow.
Spilled over the head of mid-off, so his intent is clear.
Yeah, Dow knows what he's doing.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
He at least is going to hurry things along.
Yeah, talking about the Corrins, I think they all suffer from the same trait, that whole family of being intelligent people and wanting to let you know it.
Smug, self-satisfied, know-it-alls, yes. Very annoying. However, David Mitchell seems very happily married, so that's nice, and he's a good guy. Defended by Williamson. He remains on 106. The end of the 60th over, New Zealand, 239 for 4.
Will Ryan says the Pope route combo for the captaincy because the Pontiff has the gloves, so it might not be restricted within a few of things. I would have thought being
a keeper,
gloves, you have the best few things possible almost.
Yeah, especially the bowlers and what they're doing.
Williamson could have, though, in a square. Jago was not making much sense to me at the moment, so I think we'll move over that one. And I've been told off by Disinterested Town Job. He says, I think you'll find David Mitchell is very much famous in his own right. And has the BAFTAs to prove it.
Yeah,
yes,
that's me told.
I think with Peep Show, everyone, certainly in our family, I obviously identify with Mark Corrigan. Everyone says, oh, you're just like Mark Corrigan. But my son says he identifies with Jeremy and thinks he's much misunderstood and actually a good guy and very optimistic, whereas Mark Corrigan's very pessimistic.
Yeah.
That's cut to point by Williamson. Bashir continuing.
I always get confused with the who's the drug dealer.
Super Hands.
Super Hands, exactly.
Super Hands. Oh, I can kind of see it.
I think the question is always, after this ball,
defended by Williamson, dot ball from Bashir.
Out of Mark Corrigan or Robert Webb character, which one would you prefer to have as a friend?
Oh, definitely Mark Corrigan. He's just too flaky. Jeremy's too flaky. Although Jeremy does love Christmas, and at this time of the year you'd want a friend who loved Christmas, whereas the Corrigan family absolutely hate. But one of the funniest episodes is the Christmas episode. My God, that's funny.
And of course, filmed in and around our vicinity at Gorilla Towers.
Yeah. But
and
of course,
clipped by Williamson to Potts.
Of course,
not on the full though.
Written by Jesse and Sam, who I went to university with.
Oh right, yeah, two extremely talented people. Jesse Armstrong, he's probably the most sought after showrunner.
Oh.
Netflix man. That's cut, just eludes the left hand of the man at slip. A genuine edge, a genuine chance, I suppose, although he didn't get even remotely a hand on it. I think it's Harry Brookett's slip, is it?
Yeah, I think Harry went too early, didn't he? He thought he was going to have to move to it. He went, and it turned sharply back on.
Oh yeah,
Kane Williamson.
He's gone wide and had to go back.
Exactly.
See what's happened. He's outthought himself there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's made the move and then had to go back. If he'd have stayed exactly where he was, it'd have plopped straight into his hands probably. But there you go. That's what happens when shit's going against you.
It happens when you've got two caps on your head as well. He's probably weighed down by them.
Yeah.
And that's cut by Williamson along the ground, straight to the man at point. Obviously Williamson. Oh, the storm drain people have come back onto my road and have started digging it up. So it's probably, if you can hear that in the background, that'll be what that is.
don't. It comes to this time of the year and they decide to dig up all the fucking roads in London.
Yeah. Everywhere I went in the last couple of days.
It's a bloody nightmare. Road closures, bloody temporary frigging traffic lights at stupid junctions. And
Ball finished in the 61st, New Zealand 2-4-1 for 4. Please do carry on with road.
Well, the thing that annoys me about bloody London is Thames Water, not only are they shit at their job and they give too much money away to their shareholders, but they're crap at repairing bloody leaks, man. I mean, there's around by me at the top of Honor Oak Hill, by One Tree Hill, they're not anyone who knows the area, there's a water main that must have burst at least 4 times in the last year and a half. And they shut the road off, they fix it, and then about 6 months later there's a fucking river running down the road again. And they dig it all up again.
They don't fix it.
Well, exactly, they don't fix it. And there's a spot down, over to you, Forthy.
Potts, and that's flicked off his hips by Mitchell. Wide with the man at leg slip. He's gone into a plan, but he's eluded the man at leg slip and gone for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Round on the South Circuit, they've been doing some, like, for about 3 years, a couple of years ago, for a good 12 months, they had half of this one little stretch of the South Cirque between sort of Hither Green down to the Tesco's roundabout towards Eltham. Had it taken up one side of the road, and the South Circuit was basically screwed for ages. Over to you, Forthy.
Mitchell launches a huge, expansive shot and completely fails to connect straight through to Pope. Dot ball.
And that was literally like 12, 18 months of absolute mayhem on the South Circuit. It was a massive road going out of London, you know, it just causes untold misery. And that was about 18 months ago, and since then they've now got it up again, same spot, same bloody roadworks, causing the same amount of grief. And about 6 months ago they had it up, and about 4 months before that they had it up again. And it's just like, for fuck's sake, can you lot not repair anything properly?
Yeah, that's so infuriating. Potts in again, and he just plays it down through mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, I did the research because Labour Party decided they're going to embark on a massive, at a state level, going to embark on a 10-year infrastructure project. And they feel they've got the mandate to do that because Labour keep getting voted in Victoria. So I did the research on what to call this thing, and I concluded from the research, and I'll come back to that probably in a second. Whatever you do, I said, do not refer to the actual building itself. No, people hate that. Talk about the consequences, talk about the future is Victoria's bright future, or ensuring our children's future, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, but do not talk about the building works. Then a couple of weeks later, or a few weeks later, just come back for a second, Potts in again, defended by Mitchell against mid-wicket. Our client had gone to the minister and said the minister has decided, having reviewed the research, that he wants to call it Victoria's Big Build. He likes the word big and he likes the word build. So everything's got Victoria's Big Build, which is exactly the opposite of what people want to hear all over it.
Exactly, they'll be grumbling about the big build because the big build is fucking up their lives, won't they?
Of course they will. Of course they will. Fucking stupid. Might as well not. Well, I mean, I got paid for doing the work, so who cares?
Yeah, I suppose. It's up to them to make the decision.
Have they learned nothing from HS2 experience in the UK?
Yes.
There's a dot ball there, by the way. You missed nothing. Yeah.
Everything in England goes way beyond budget and time. Can't build anything here without going massively over budget and over time.
Well, it's just no forward planning and no space to build it.
All of that. I mean, we've got a bit of space here. Potts in again, goes wider on the crease, defended by Mitchell. Dot ball to finish the 62nd over, at the end of which New Zealand are 2-4-5 for 4. Jace.
To hopefully wind off the David Mitchell piece, Disinterested Handjob says he wrote a very entertaining book about the early monarchs of England last year.
Yes, he did.
Jay Grover says, talking about the Coroners, Charles Coroners is a dead set Bradman. He can't drink either. As if that second thing is the worst diss than the first one.
No, it's not a great family, that one.
And Jeremy Henderson, message here says, the bear and super hands are never seen in the same room.
This is true. Well, of course, Sam, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, the early episodes of the Peep Show, much the same as, what was the other one they did? Fresh Meat. Very much. I mean, Peep Show was done when we'd only been out of university for about 5 or 6 years. The first episodes came out.
Defended by Williamson, round the corner, no run from Bashir's first ball of his new over.
And the first episodes, some of the characters were very noticeable. There's some of us that have attended university with those two. Sort of diverted later
close
on.
to the bone, were they?
Yeah, some of them were.
Bashir in again. And that's cut by Williamson out on the offside. And Atkinson does the bit. I actually wrote to what's his name, Sam
Bain.
No, the other one. Sorry, not Sam Bain.
Jesse Armstrong.
Jesse Armstrong. I wrote to him to see whether he wanted to come on my podcast because I knew he's an alternative music fan. And got a rather snotty note back from his PA saying, "Not doing any press at the moment." I'm not press. Anyway, it's a shot to nothing. You try all these things, and occasionally one comes off, of course. Bashir in again, defended, dot ball from Williamson. Yes, sorry, Jace.
You say I'm not sure being told that he's not taking any press should be a compliment or a diss.
That's true. Yes.
I could possibly contact him for you.
Can you? Oh, please do. You know, I'd like to have him on. I do have someone really quite famous coming on in February, all being well. I better not reveal who it is, in case it doesn't happen. That's smothered by Williamson to short mid-wicket, dot ball. Having a look at some of the banners in the crowd, Southend United, Leslie and John's balmy retirement. And that's defended by Williamson as he comes down the way. I didn't know people could retire from the Barmy Army. I didn't think that was something you from.
Well, it's a business now, isn't it? The Barmy Army, pretty much. It's a travel business.
Don't really think of it that way. You either turn up or you don't. I didn't know you retired from it. It's not a career, being in the Barmy Army. That's cut by Williamson. Swept up from the man 3/4 of the way back, who I think is Atkinson. Williamson moves on to, unlucky for some, 111 off 155. End of the 63rd over, 248 for 4. Nice symmetry to that as well.
Disinterested Handjog says, if they repaired things properly, they'd be out of a job.
Yeah, all right.
Well,
Jay Grover responds with, what wakes the bear up? Anger at roadworks.
Yeah.
I didn't know Nigel's a Guardian reader. I would reckon he's a Daily Mail op-ed.
Well, it's the kind of thing that they do moan about in the Daily Mail all the time, but as a driver, yeah, it really, really fucking irritates me. But no, they wouldn't be out of a job, and I'll tell you why they wouldn't be out of a job, because we haven't got enough fucking construction workers in this country to build the houses we want to build. So we haven't got enough construction workers anyway to build all the shit that we need to build. So the fact that they keep bloody repairing the same fucking shit over and over again means that they're wasting valuable man hours of what builders we do have, construction workers, to do stuff that they should just do bloody once.
Is it something to do with Brexit?
Well, funnily enough, that. And new figures out, of course, show that most people kind of regret Brexit and would trade free movement for better trade with Europe. And of course, all these things come to light, and then you have the likes of Boris Johnson moaning about it, saying, "Don't talk rubbish. It's all this." No, it's not. It up. You talk shit. Sorry.
Yes,
That was uppish. Played uppishly. Wide of Potts' left hand in his follow through, and it goes on the bounce to Bryden Cars at mid off, who's got can only be described as a shit-eating grin on his face at the moment.
That was very uppish, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very uppish. It was a false shot. He was through it too soon. Wasn't far away from Potts' left hand. Not far away, bouncing in front of Bryden Cars. Don't think I would like to go for a drink with Bryden Cars, if I'm absolutely honest.
Yeah, I think he'd be alright.
You think? Okay. I mean,
he might not be the most entertaining person I can think of.
If a fight erupted in the pub, I'd want to be sitting next to Bryden Cars, don't get me wrong. You'd want him on your side. That's played to mid-wicket by... He just closes the base of the bat there, Williamson, dot ball. Walsall FC and Bournemouth AFC Bournemouth, sorry, to give them its full name. Banners in the crowd. When did this convention of putting where you come from on the middle of your flag of St. George, when did that start, I wonder? Don't think it was there when I was young.
I didn't even know it was
Started
there
with the
now.
Barmies, I think.
Started with the Barmies, did it? Yeah, makes sense. As did so much else. That's played down to Zach Crawley at wide third man for a single. See a thing called black, every time there's a replay or whatever, it says Black Caps and Aotearoa. I suppose it won't be long before New Zealand disappears off maps and gazetteers and Aotearoa takes over entirely. A bit like Uluru from Ayers Rock.
And Port Elizabeth in South Africa, which is now
plenty.
a completely unpronounceable word for most white people.
Yes, it's completely unpronounceable. By the way, Melbourne's going the same way.
Is it?
We're not going to be Melbourne for much longer. Do you know what we're going to be?
No.
NARM. N-A-A-R-M.
N-A-A-R-M. NARM.
NARM.
We got a NARM.
Quite, yeah.
Yes. That's going to give flashbacks to so
Exactly, yeah. There's a napalm.
Do you have that thing? No, you don't, of course, because you haven't got an indigenous people that you nearly wiped out. But you have to say a thing at the beginning of all meetings now. POTS. And they smashed and a smear and a big old miss from Mitchell just sails through to Pope. We acknowledge the ancestors of this land, past, present and emerging. And there's some other stuff that I can never quite remember, I'm afraid.
All sounds a little bit pretentious, but you know, I guess you treated them all so fucking badly. This is the thing. I mean, it's guilt passed down through generations.
How many times do you have to
isn't it?
apologise?
Exactly.
I mean, I better not get involved with that particular conversation because there are people who have, you won't be surprised to hear, very strong feelings about it.
No.
Pulled by Mitchell to the man at deep mid-wicket for a single. Lead now stands at 454. How much longer? David Lloyd's got a very funny story about that time he scored 200 for England, and he's obviously very proud of it, very proud of himself. He acknowledged that. The only thing he heard from the crowd was a man in the crowd saying, "How much longer?"
Yeah,
right, is that it? Yeah, end of the 64th over, New Zealand 250 for 4.
Carl Herbert says they should have learned from the big dig in Boston, talking about construction and
the big dig.
Message Jez says Olivia Colman is the most successful peep show graduate.
Well, she is. I mean, it depends how you define success, of course.
Who?
Olivia Colman. She plays.
Oh right, yeah.
Oscar winner.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes, for the
Favourite.
The Favourite, which is a fantastic but somewhat dark film.
Yeah,
with three very, very good actresses in it.
Yes, excellent. I mean, the guy who did it did a film this year with Jesse Plemons, which was a bit too experimental, I would say. I don't know whether
Is that the one for which Margot Robbie won an Oscar?
No, Margot Robbie's not in it. I can't remember too much about it. It's got 3 disconnected tales. It's quite surreal. It doesn't really work, to be honest.
Just remember his name. It's Yorgos Lanthimos, isn't it?
That's exactly his name. And that's flicked round the corner by Mitchell as a despairing dive by Rayan Ahmed to no effect. So it's one of these.
1, 2, buckle. 3, 4, shut the door.
That's a nice shot. Mitchell's got a very clear brief and he's executing it. He's exactly the man you'd want for New Zealand to come in now, except that it doesn't really matter who comes in because New Zealand are going to win. A reverse sweep from Mitchell, a huge dive from the man at Gully, completely misses it, and it's going to trickle over the fence now.
4, 4, 4, F-O-R.
And it was a reverse sweep, but it kind of put a... Yeah, it came chopped down on it at the same time, and I had different types of reverse sweep. Bashir just waits for that one, but can't do anything with it when it arrived, Mitchell. It was wide and nothingy. Continues to chew away, Shoaib Bashir. He's at 0 for 82, halfway through his 18th over. Not the most auspicious of performances, I'm afraid to say. Gives that one more air, and Mitchell attempts a drive, but doesn't get hold of it straight along the ground to mid-off. Dot ball. By the way, apologise that I left my microphone on an hour or two ago, and that you heard me humming in the background.
Yeah, we got you humming, don't you worry.
Sorry about that, yes. That was defended by Mitchell back along the ground. I'm being told that I'm running out of battery. I thought I was plugged in. Hang on a minute. What? Oh.
Don't plug yourself into the mains, though. That's not good for anybody.
I tell you, a country in the world that's got very poor electronic circuitry, and that's Sri Lanka. My God.
Well, they don't have an earth or something. 2-prong plugs, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly correct. Yeah, it's all over the place. There's about 17 light switches in every hotel room, and none of them seem to correspond with the lights. It's a magical.
Just the last electrician to put them in, put in a new one.
Yes.
Just ignored the existing non-functioning wiring.
That's pretty much exactly what happened, I think. Oh, that's the end of the over. Over to you, Jace.
Jacob's loving this. His fourth has got proper sweary. It's mint.
Bye-bye.
We've got slightly onto a political tone, I think.
Yes.
Mayank says, according to Daily Express poll, 95% of Brits think Farage would be a better PM than Starmer.
Yeah, well...
Jacob says, I am shocked.
Yeah.
That's rubbish.
We've also had some comments about the language. Gazetteer, still 1870.
No, I just love the word gazetteer.
And Jago says, no, almanacs are making a comeback.
I would love an almanac as well. Gazetteer, great word.
And Mog says, the Celtic inhabitants of Britain might have a word about being wiped out.
Still here.
Well, yeah, it's true. I mean, depends how far you want to go back sometimes, isn't it? The Anglo-Saxons wiped out the Celts and the Picts, and they didn't wipe them out, they pushed them to the fringes.
Exactly.
And then and took over all the good agriculture.
Wiped out the Aztecs, and the French and the Spanish wiped out most of the Indians.
Yeah, well, that's just human nature, I'm afraid. It wouldn't have occurred to those people to have acted any other way. It's just the way it happened. You can't go back in history and say, what a shame. It was what it was. Pots in again. Williamson leaves it. Not saying it's right.
Yeah, very true.
I should clarify, I meant American Indians, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, they're not really Indians, of course. They're only called Indians because Columbus thought he'd arrived in the Indies when he arrived, so he called the locals Indians. In fact, he hadn't. There was a big landmass called North America and South America between him and the Indies, but they continued to be called Indians.
Yeah, and they're still treated very badly. Well, America's terrible fucking history with race, really, doesn't it? Unless you're white.
I don't know about you. I'm slightly giving up on America. I don't care what they do. You just do your own thing. I don't understand you anymore.
Well, I tend to agree.
That is
with
the
you.
mantra of America, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do your own thing. No. Don't have any concern for anybody else.
Well, in which case, I'm not going to have any concern for you. I'm not going to visit you.
Yeah, you wonder if the world did turn on them in trade or whatever, what would happen? It would fuck everybody up, no doubt. But it'd be interesting to see what they would do.
Sorry, that was deflected down to third man for a single by Williamson. He moves on to 130. Yeah, they're still obviously by far the most powerful country in the world, and will be for.
Well, that's mainly. Well, isn't that mainly on the back of the fucking fact that the dollar is used as a world currency? I mean, that's what they're scared of. I mean, the BRICS countries are talking about using a.
I'm not sure that's entirely true.
Well,
I mean, for example, the Silicon Valley thing is still incredibly powerful and important, far more so than other countries around the world. Just to give one example, and it's going to be a while, unfortunately, before they cede hegemony. Left it through to the keeper by Mitchell, dot ball. But it will happen, and then it'll be Russia, India, China, I suppose, for 50 years' time.
Well, China definitely. I'm not sure about Russia. I mean, Russia is.
Yeah, you're right. Not Russia, India, and China.
Yeah.
I mean, Australia is entirely dependent on China for its
existence,
for its health, wealth. Just dig stuff at stop ball. Oh no! I thought about a single.
Oh no! Is that another bloody hammy?
Potts did a little limp there and a look to the skies. Has he done something as well?
Or did he just give
Not
up
really
on it?
seeing the follow through of that. I think he's probably all right.
Well, let's hope so.
Yeah, Australia has got a very simple strategy: dig stuff up at the middle of the country, put it on a ship, and send it to China, and that has worked very, very well for best part of 50 years since the war. May not last forever.
No, it probably won't. We've got to stop digging stuff up, haven't we?
That's true. Don't even do anything with it. Don't turn it into anything. Just ship it as raw minerals to China. That's left to go through by Mitchell, kept by Pope. Dot ball.
Don't Australia have most of the rare metals resources in the world?
There's definitely no.
Certain things like indium and iridium, which are used for a lot in high-end tech.
Well, exactly right. I mean, there's a lot of the interior of Australia, as anyone who can look on a map can spot immediately, and there's a lot left to be dug up. Potts goes wide of the crease. Well left by Williamson. Well left by Moonlight. And Pope does the honours. The end of the 66th over, New Zealand 259 for 4.
Big Brain says, considering how awfully the indigenous people have been treated by many Western countries, I welcome the welcome to country and the acknowledgements.
Yeah, and I think most people do, to be fair. It's not just seen as wokery or anything like that. It's seen as a genuine step in the right direction.
Yeah. And Mog says, Yorgos Lanthimos is no Panos Cosmatos. I don't know who that is. Is that an Australian reference?
No, I don't know who that is. I know the first name, but not the second. It's just quite funny.
And Jacob says to Big Brain, to paraphrase Homer Simpson, as the middle-aged, heterosexual white male and most repressed minority of them all.
Yes, good paraphrase. Shoaib Bashir is pointing to exactly where he wants people in the field. It hasn't made much difference so far. He's bringing in deep mid-wicket to mid-wicket. Rain Ahmed executes the plan. Well, I don't know what the plan is exactly. What can Bashir do? Anything here, Jace? I don't know, or Bear?
Not a lot,
anything
really.
He should be trying? Anything he should be trying that he isn't? And that's really
not that.
Not that. Ball by Williamson. They brought the man in from deep mid-wicket, brought the sweeper in, and the ball has disappeared exactly where the man was, standing one ball ago.
I know what I think. There should be
another drag down. I mean, it's all too short, isn't it, really? I mean, that's the story of Bashir. He's always bowling too short.
There's a jingle for that, Bear, which is in your selected in play, I think.
What, too short?
No, filth.
Oh, right, yeah. This one.
Bashir.
Filth, mate, you bowling filth, mate, disgusting. Filth, mate, you bowling filth. Ooh,
I don't like it.
Dot ball. Most exciting part of that ball was that Pope, in an attempt to field the ball, didn't just take off his glove, he threw it about 20 yards behind him, and it described a lovely parabola as it almost landed on top of the stumps, but nothing else happened on that ball. Bashir in again. Cuts too short, wide of the man at points, and it's swept up on the boundary. Oh, rather untidily, it's got to be said, by Gus Atkinson, rather stiffly. A couple of runs. Looks like we might have one more over after this.
I imagine so. England just going through the motions here, aren't they?
Yep, it's just playing a holding game.
Not much more to be done, really. It's not like there's 2 wickets in hand. There's even a sniff of a successful chase. 469 with 6 wickets in hand being the lead. Round the wicket comes Bashir. He's got an on Hayden. What's happened there?
He thought there might have been a little outside edge to Pope, but no.
I saw Williamson for a second look like he might be stranded, but I think he'd taken a step back rather than forward. He'd missed the cut, just missed the outs to the top edge on replay there. And around the wicket comes Bashir, big forward defensive from Williamson. Dot ball. Last ball of this over, and then we'll probably be into the last ball before a much delayed tea. Do they actually have tea at tea? Sandwiches, cakes?
I presume so.
Don't have time for it, do you?
Well, if you're fielding, probably not.
And that's hit wide of the man at mid-off. They hurry through for the single. Leads now 470 at the end of the 67th over, 266 for 4.
Steve Cavett says, here in Malaysia, if you want to know what a street used to be called, look for a shopping mall.
All right.
And Jacob says, I think we all agree Columbus was an utter tool. And let's face it, since 1066 we've basically been French anyway, he says, message yes.
True.
And Columbus didn't even make it to the mainland of the Americas.
No, what, did he get? Oh, is that right? Just stopped at Newfoundland or something? I thought he actually did get to America.
And message yes also adds a corollary, which is that we're also, of course, we've been ruled over by Germans, of course. Just with British English names.
And in an attempt to get more scones and carrot cake and what have you, tiramisu at tea, to maximise that
I like
opportunity.
a tiramisu.
Oh, I'd like a bit of tiramisu. Looking forward to a few sweet treats over the Yuletide period. Jacob Bethel is back into the attack. Will Williamson just see off this last over before high tea? He pushes that one through and Williamson cuts it, but forward of the wicket to wide mid-off for a single. This has been one of the more innocuous days of Test match cricket. Some would say slightly pointless.
Well, it's just a setup, isn't it? It's almost like pull a number out of a hat and say chase that.
Hope time waiting here to make sure this is the last over before.
You could almost barter it. It's just like, well, if we take some time out of the game and you want to have a go, we'll give you 5.49 to chase, and you accept.
Reverse sweep from Mitchell would have gone straight down the throat of a gully. There is no gully. Rayan Ahmed fields with his England cap on. Nice to see. And a short sleeve sweater down at third man. Yeah, I mean, Test matches, we all love Test match cricket, but days like this remind you that Test match cricket, even Test match cricket, has its off days.
Yes.
Bethel in again, over the wickets to the right-handed Williamson, who gets on top of that one as he sweeps it round the corner to the man at 45 on the leg side dot ball.
So, Gus Atkinson has another second go here. Has Bryden Castle had a second spell? I don't think he has.
No, it's been...
This is all very Ashley Giles negative bowling to Sachin Tendulkar at the moment, isn't it?
Yes.
Or one might say Shane Warne to Kevin Peterson, Adelaide 2006.
Yeah, but then he sort of went through us like with a knife with butter.
In the second innings he did, yes. The test that dare not speak its name.
Yeah.
Around the corner goes Williamson, again to the man at 45 leg side. Is that Joe Root? I think it is. Jacob Bethel sees the funny side. Not lacking in confidence, this England team throughout. It's fair to say Jacob Bethel is a confident young man. You'd have to be with that haircut. Williamson takes guard once more. 2 balls to go before cucumber sandwiches. Now, did that elude everybody or was that cut? My feed didn't allow me to tell.
I'm not sure. He went for a sweep, but it then went to sort of very fine third man somehow. So either hit Pope and went down there.
It's been given us 4.
Well, it's come off the keeper. I don't think he's got anything on that at all.
I don't think he had either. If he did, I think it came off the bottom of his pad. I think everyone will be quite happy though, apart from the bowler, with 4 runs going to the batsman. Particularly Hope doesn't want buys against his name, or no self-respecting keeper does. Cuts by Williamson, wide of the man at point. Is there someone out there? Yes, Atkinson. No, Rain Ahmed does the sweeping up on the boundary. They've come back for 2. Williamson on to 1, 2, 3. We had a rather nice moment yesterday when it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't often happen. Oh, is that the end?
That is
Yes,
finally the end of the session, yeah.
End of the 68th over, and the 138th runs have been scored in a very prolonged session for the loss of just 1 wicket, and that was Ravindra. And New Zealand have sort of moseyed along to a target which will be, you would imagine, way beyond the scope of England. So we're just slightly going through the motions. We will see you ago. Is there any other commentary that anyone would like to add?
No, not really.
Got some bits and bobs to go through at the end of this session. Jeff Lemon did a very good series on podcasts about the US elections, says Jay Grover. My Ang says, let's be fair though, the UK is the worst when it comes to colonialism. Yes, we invented it, pretty much.
Absolutely not. Absolute rubbish. I mean, what do you think the Greeks were doing in Italy in in the 3rd century BC? They were colonies.
And Jacob says, good Lord, it's still only 3:09. I thought it was Boxing Day. That's how time goes. And I've got an update from Brisbane. Rain at the Gabba again, 27 for 3 after 9.1 over, so they've got on for 5 whole runs.
Well, they might get away with a draw at this rate. This is day 3, isn't it? So 2 days left. If they can muster some runs somehow, India, and they might well get away with a draw. There's only 2 days left. If they can take the rest of a lot of day 4 out of it, trying to get to even 250 and avoiding the follow-on, then it'll put it a very strict time constraint on Australia, and they might manage to scrape out of there with a draw. We shall see.
Yeah, that's probably about it. There's some talk between Steve Kellett and other people about Malaysian malls and their naming, but
you think we're safe maybe just to leave it where it is? If you're interested in the naming of Malaysian malls, then do get involved in that debate.
Indeed. And in the meantime, we are going to play Cats Can't Bat, Can't Bowl. Can't Bowl, Can't Throw, actually, is the name of their podcast. And this is the podcast that I did yesterday. No, not yesterday, a couple of days ago. The Board Game Gavaskar Trophy. Which hopefully will be very entertaining. They are a very entertaining pair. We shall see you after tea. Fortunately, I think it's my one for the day. No, it's not me done for the day, but it's my one session off is the one after tea. It will be Forthy, Messers and Will. If Will doesn't turn up, I'll just fucking get on and carry on. But we shall see you in about 20 odd minutes or so. Is this lunch? This isn't lunch, is it? This is tea. Cool. Alright. We'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Whether you're screaming from the stands or the sofa, Virgin Bet has even more for you to shout about this season. Because we're giving you a totally free bet builder on a selected football match every week this season. So get ready to make some noise. Join us and claim your bet builder free bet every week. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Use bet builder free bet on selected match by kickoff. Min odds evens. Max one free bet £1 to £20. Except via pop-up. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
In a week where the Melbourne Renegades won the WBBL, and this somehow isn't a joke. This is Can't Bowl, Can't Throw.
It's a clean strike by Hancock, but it will not matter because the Melbourne Renegades, after finishing last in WBBL 09, finished top of the table this year and can now celebrate being WBBL champions in the 10th edition of this magnificent tournament.
It's always a great moment when the fielding team are embracing in delight as the ball clears the rope for six. I think that was my highlight of that particular final.
A little bit too little, too late. But anyway, you're here with Kat Jones and Dan Libke and the Melbourne Renegades, and Mel Jones calling that moment. And they won their first WBBL title, and the season was such a roller coaster. They went from last to first place. They stayed on top of the table. Yeah, such a great final.
Yeah, so they were last year. They lost, I think, their first 2 games this year, and they've lost 3 out of 4. Then they won 6 in a row to win the title. So what were some highlights of the final?
At the very start, I think I tweeted out that we were only 3 wickets down after 5 overs, so it was better than I was expecting.
Yes.
I think one of those wickets was that dot and run out.
Yes.
Her bat stuck in the ground when she was trying to slide it. She wasn't going fast enough. Obviously, you need some momentum when you're trying to slide your bat.
Yes. A good reminder for all young cricketers, never slide your bat. Yeah. You always plonk it down.
I'm sure that's the rule.
That's the rule. People teach you.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, an early collapse. But, you know, they were very good at recovering. They'd done it so many times during the season. They knew how to do it in the final. So the middle order just came through and off they went.
Yeah, so Hayley Matthews, I think she got 69 not out. 69 she was eventually dismissed, but she got them to 9 for 141 from their 20 overs. They batted so deep this year, which helped them. And then it was the Heat's turn to chase, and they lost a couple of early wickets before the rain arrived.
Yeah, the Harrises, were they the early wickets?
One of the Harrises was out before the rain, and then one was out after the rain.
Yeah.
So Laura and Grace both out for ducks, which certainly helped because they might have run down the total.
Well, of course, because the Heat are so good at this in finals. Jess Jonathan in particular seems to be an expert at winning WBBL finals, and she was the one smashing sixes at the end. But anyway, the Renegades held on. They were chasing some kind of Duckworth-Lewis revised total. They didn't make it.
Yeah.
And, it was really incredible to see. We were so excited because this is our team and it never happens.
Yes, it definitely doesn't happen. And I just like they were such a strong team. They could effectively handicap themselves by removing Deandra Dotton from the batting lineup and still comfortably win. So.
Yes, indeed. It is sad, though, that the season's over, although we do have the men's cricket to keep us happy. But all of a sudden, the WBBL's finished. It's such a whirlwind, isn't it? There were some fabulous moments, particularly for the Renegades. I mean, we love our captain, Sophie Molyneux. Yes. She's such a delight. You really have to try hard to make her smile, and she's got a beautiful smile when it happens. And she's so good at the captaining that she really concentrates and does a fabulous job of it.
Yes, but particularly the bat flip. I did enjoy one of the earlier matches where there was a bat flip, and both brands of the BBL, the men and the women, instead of heads or tails and a coin toss, they did a silly bat flip. And Sophie wasn't putting up with any of that. She was just like, nah, I'm calling heads.
Yeah, unicorns.
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very funny. And then we had the Heat, Lucy Hamilton, who was a fabulous young fast bowler, and she took a 5-wicket haul.
Yes.
And she was the youngest one to do so. She's only 18 or 19 now.
Yeah, 18 and a half-ish.
Yeah, and I remember when she first started playing for the WNCL, because I was commentating, and she was only 15. 15!
So another one of these brilliant baby players coming up through the ranks.
Yep. They don't seem to get the stress fractures, the women. No. So that's good.
And I guess the other thing I noted about the WBBL, it's probably a good sign that the male viewership is increasing when you get a plethora of Ashley and Martin ads before each game for replacing your hair.
That's right. Of course, Ashley and Martin do women's hair as well, but I'm sure 95% of it is men's hair, so that is great.
Yes. And of course, as always, we have a poll for the podcast.
From the last podcast. That must have been like last year, was it?
Something like that. So the previous poll was, should the New Zealand men and women's cricket sides each be split into 2 teams, North Island and South Island, to give other nations a chance of competing with them? This was in the aftermath of their 3-0 triumph over India for the men, and of course the women winning the World Cup. And what do you think the responses were for that one?
Oh, just yes.
No, actually it was yes. 45% of people said yes, make it fair by splitting them up. 55% said no, let them dominate.
Well, that is probably the right answer.
So this week's poll is, should the Melbourne Stars be relocated to another city, e.g. Canberra or Alice Springs, given the Melbourne Renegades' dominance of both the BBL and the WBBL?
Oh, that's a good idea. I mean, they could be relocated to New Zealand.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
That would even out New Zealand.
This is the part of the show where we discuss the cricket news of the week.
Lots of stuff going on in the world of cricket, but we just have time to cover the first 2 tests of the Border Gavaskar Trophy.
And there's 5 all together. So we're not even halfway, which feels fantastic.
Yes. So the first test, what were some highlights from that? We're not going to go through the
Go through them in great detail, but India smoked Australia. Fantastic, even though India was bowled out for 150 on the first day. It was basically Bumrah.
It was all Bumrah.
Yeah.
So they bowled out for 150. Captain Bumrah.
Captain Bumrah, that's right, giving us that glorious hashtag of come v bum.
Yes.
Anyway, we are enjoying the cricket coverage and interaction on Blue Sky. Come and join us. If you're watching the cricket, got your phone out, and you want to just have a bit of a chat, there's lots going on there, lots of informal chat, which is like the early days of Twitter, and it's really fun.
Yes. Yeah. So some other highlights of that first test, Marnus scoring 2 from, I think it was 53 balls in his first innings, just a wonderful piece of nonsense. I'm not going to play a shot at anything from Marnus.
Oh yeah, fantastic. And we had some silly commentary antics, of course. Warner beginning his commentary career with a bit of a bang and having a little bit of trouble. Suits him when it comes to what he should be wearing. But anyway, that's and lots of comments too on his ability to commentate, which I'm sure will improve over time. And then Fox also had some kind of, I mean, some people were watching Channel 7, of course.
If you're watching 7, you're missing out on the Fox Halo.
Oh my God, the stupid technology that they've spent millions on. Nobody quite knows what it is. It's something like some kind of 3D.
Yeah, it's not
thing.
really. They just freeze the shot and then they rotate it around in 360 degrees so you can see every angle of the batter. It's particularly interesting.
It's a bit like Spider-Cam, but if it was buzzing around your head in a very annoying way. Doing a 360. So anyway, it didn't seem to really help, except of course the Halo was perfectly suited to Rishabh Pant, who does 360-degree shots most of the time.
He definitely does, yes. So I think it's technology to detect if there's an angel at the crease, and that's how it spotted Jayaswal when he scored his magnificent century.
Yeah, he was good. Yeah, that's right. I mean, of course, that technology took all of the energy in this particular test because, of course, they couldn't put anything on the screen.
Yeah.
They'd run out of budget to put the score on the screen, so that was also a source of much merriment. But Rishabh Pant, he was the big story. He was doing all sorts of beautiful scoops and swipes and ramps and helicopters and...
Yes. I said on Blue Sky that he launched a summer assault on the Australian bowlers because he was just rolling around on the ground and still somehow hitting sixes with every delivery.
I mean, this will go on for all 5 tests because he was doing it in the second one as well. And he literally rolled a 6, which is not usually the context in which we hear that phrase. And almost as crazy as Rishabh Pant was, of course, Marnus bowling, I don't know what, short pitch, medium paces or something. It was crazy.
Some short pitch filth. Like he was just bouncing people at, not particularly fast, just a whole heap of Marnus nonsense.
It was glorious fun, I think, and was it Jared Kimber who said it was Marnus in his Neil Wagner era?
Yes.
There were a couple of other little highlights. Pat Cummins came in to be a Nighthawk.
Yeah, the Nighthawk came in. It didn't last long, but it was a nice idea from Pat. We also had Virat Kohli scoring a century, coming back to form. In the process, hitting a ball into a security guard. And then when he did score the century, he wasn't sure. He just looked around in the middle of the pitch, kind of dazed and confused. Is that a century or not?
It was good. Yes. And then, of course, after Australia lost, the conventional media declared the death of Australian cricket.
Pretty much.
Instantly, right?
Yeah. They burnt whatever ashes they could find. Yeah. It was all doom and gloom. Michael Vaughan was just like, they're a team in obvious decline, slack, unchallenged, poorly motivated, and perhaps ignoring the fact in the last 18 months they've won a World Test Championship and ODI World Cup. Apart from that, terrible team.
I'm with Vaughan on this memory of what the hell did we do in the last series. I cannot remember. But anyway, I do remember that we have been winning Australia.
Even Adam Gilchrist went a little bit weird. He basically at one point said, "Have you ever seen such a despondent team of Australian cricketers resorting to those tactics?" And he was referring to Marnus's negative bowling at that point. And I distinctly recall Shane Warne coming around the wicket and bowling a negative line against England in 2006-07 when in Adelaide when they were dominating Australia.
And if Gilly's got poor memory,
because he was keeping.
Yeah.
He was definitely there.
To catch those balls. So anyway, now after the first test, of course, then that test was over, and India then went off to have their warm up, which was crazy to do that in the middle of the series as well, versus the PM. 11. I think you'd call it a cool down.
It was definitely a cool down because
Yeah.
it certainly didn't help them improve because they lost a wicket the very first ball
That's
of the
right.
second
It
test.
was a cool down. They weren't even trying to warm up. But
No.
anyway, yes, Stark, of course, loves doing this, the wicket first ball. And again, India all out for 180.
Yep. But that was a mistake from Australia to get them all out because it meant
Yep.
the openers, these poor openers, poor young McSweeney, was forced to confront Bumrah under lights with a new ball. I think declared it none for none after they bowled him out for 180. Let them bat again.
Yeah.
Attack them with the new ball under lights themselves and see if they could bowl them out.
And then they could have batted during the day.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Anyway, we missed out on that.
Anyway, they survived though. I mean, it wasn't a big deal, but we did lose the lights.
Yes.
And that was fun as well.
The lights went out and then they came back on. Then a little bit later they went out and came back on again.
Yes.
And you had a theory about how they needed to deal with this.
Well, someone did, in fact, run out a box of light bulbs that were, whatever, 19 overs old at some point.
So they had a look at them, they weighed them up, they decided, all right,
Yep.
yeah, this one's probably like for like light bulb.
Exactly.
But the lights going off and on also seemed to somehow reboot Marnus because the next day he batted like the Marnus, like he actually batted properly. Looked great. He was hitting the ball through covers, scoring boundaries at will.
Also, Head, of course, fabulous century the next day. And the other thing that was the talking point was Mitch Marsh, who decided to walk.
Yes.
Just proving he is the nicest guy.
He is
in
definitely the
cricket.
nicest Australian.
He really should be part of the New Zealand team. Just from this, but he didn't even touch it. I mean, walking for one, you don't hit. Yeah.
It's a way to avoid being dismissed by Bumrah.
Yeah,
I think he's just planning ahead there.
Yeah.
But we did have the scare of a Bumrah going down once he got the new ball. He went down with what looked like a groin injury, and everyone's like, "Oh, this will be a big loss for India." Because in the second test, he was pretty much the only one that was any threat.
Yeah, but it was just him faking out. You need pickle juice. It was just a cramp.
He was
I want
craving some
Bumrah. I mean,
pickle
I'm
juice.
desperate. We have to have Bumrah.
Yeah.
In the third test, particularly the fourth test, which is at the MCG. I want to see Bumrah.
Yeah.
So this time it wasn't Marnus trying to bounce out the Indians, it was Cummins.
Yeah, a bit of an upgrade on the threat level there.
That's right, an upgrade because he was successful. So yeah, that worked out well for Australia. They've won the second test,
Yes,
and
it turns out all the panic after the first test, the Australian men's cricket team didn't suddenly become a group of squabbling, infighting, drooling idiot
amazing.
blitherers too
Yeah.
woke and pampered to ever play cricket competently again.
Yeah,
So
but
it's 1-1.
they are woke though, aren't they?
They are definitely woke because they do have. We overheard them singing their new climate change approved team song.
Yeah, you're going to sing it for us?
I will.
You do not know the tune. No one knows the tune of this
Nah.
because they don't sing it. They
There's
yell
There's
it.
no tune.
There is
It's
no
just
tune.
Nathan Lyon yelling and everybody else joining in. So it goes, under the Southern Cross I stand, a solar panel charger in my hand, coal-powered electricity rightfully banned, Australia, you self-sustaining beauty. So there you go. 1-1. Can't wait to get you to the Gabba.
And I wonder, we lost the Fox ticker in the first test, the lights in the second test. What will we lose in the third test? Do you have any theories?
Oh, maybe we'll lose. Maybe we'll lose the third umpire entirely. Maybe they'll try and go upstairs and they'll just be like
Silence.
a call waiting. They'll just go to his answering machine or something.
Yeah, you have called Richard Kettleborough. Please
He's
leave.
not in right now.
Yeah.
Please leave a message and he will come back with an umpire's call at his earliest
I
convenience.
mean, I'm not even sure I have a voicemail message on my phone anymore because like no one leaves.
Yeah.
But it feels like Richard Kettleborough would have a voicemail.
Yeah, very sensible.
Anyway.
So did you have an idea for what might break down?
Look, I just think we'll probably lose a day to torrential rain in Brisbane.
I think that's what the weather forecast says.
Yeah. Anyway, Bumrah won his test and Rohit lost. So should Bumrah captain the third test?
Definitely.
Please support capitalism by checking out these sponsors.
All right, as you know by now, I have a new book. It's called Best of the Best, the outrageous unofficial history of the Allan Border Medal. And so it's a story of the best players in Australian cricket, both men and women, and what they did in the years that won them the awards. So it's a good way to reminisce about some of the great moments in not just the last 25 years of Australian cricket, but the entire history of Australian cricket, because I went back and reverse engineered who would have won the medals in previous decades. So I did find my book at the airport while I was travelling a couple of weeks ago. It was inexplicably in the biography section, So I wasn't quite sure what I was doing there, but I guess it is a whole heap of mini biographies, so maybe that does count.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you want 37 mini biographies of the greats of Australian cricket and the years and decades when they were at their peak for the price of one normal biography, that's a great deal. So you can get that by going to leavecricket.com/best of the best.
This episode is brought to you by Pepsi Max. As women's football goes from strength to strength, Pepsi Max want to help inspire the next generation to even greater success. So, just like they are with the men.
We're back.
Hello.
We're back, and there's Will. Hello, Will.
Hello. I've been annoying you all on the YouTubes.
Entertaining us is the way I would put it. Well,
yeah.
How are you? You had a brief incident at A&E yesterday, so you're recovered, I take it.
Well, I mean, I'm off my chops on morphine, but yeah, I'm good.
Wow.
Way to go.
Yeah, it's all good. They fiddled around with my shunt using magnets and stuff, and then I passed out when I got home and slept and woke up, and here I am.
Have you got someone with you? Or
Yeah.
Okay, good to hear.
Sorry to interrupt, but sorry to interrupt, but Forthy, if you want a break from ball by ball, we could swap, and I do this half hour, you do the second, if you want to.
Both is on for the second half hour as well.
Yeah, I know.
I see what you mean.
Ball by ball.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay.
You want to do that?
Yeah, if you want to do a stint. Yeah, go ahead. I'll see you in half an hour.
Yeah.
Doing a bit, Forthy.
Here, Forthy.
Here's Sean
Gary.
He's in. There's a huge appeal, a huge critical appeal at this stage of the match, but it's turned down.
That's what we've needed all day. Someone getting excited about the unimportant. Sorry, Gary.
You did what, 4,000 holes in South London. You didn't want a day in the life like that. Well, England have referred it. Well, why wouldn't they refer it? They're 478 behind. They've got 3 in hand. I'd have referred it if it hit him on the shoulder standing at square leg.
Well,
Yeah,
and we also want Mitchell to get out so Southey can come in and hit a couple of sixes, don't we?
Yeah, so Bashir is in. He's not too short this time. The ball pitches, turns, hits Daryl Mitchell well above the knee roll. Smack in front. I think this is going over the top at best. It's umpire's call. He's played slightly around his front pad. We're having ultra edge
Clipping
here.
the top of leg bail is the best hope, I think. Yeah.
It's hit him a mile outside off as well. We should point that out.
Oh, yes, it has too.
Yeah. Playing a shot, albeit a slightly half-hearted shot. I'd be happy with kind of Daryl Hare's approach to playing a shot, which is unless you've hit it, you're not playing a shot. Cool. We're seeing it again here, and the impact is indeed outside off stump. In fact, it's almost exactly, I would suggest, an extra stump outside off stump. And we're going to get the hands across the groin, that rather half-hearted way that umpires have of saying the DRS are turned down. And Ollie Pope, I think, like Tim Southey, Ollie Pope needs 2 for his century, although albeit not of sixes, but of failed reviews.
I gotta say, Gary, that's the first time I've heard someone fulsome in their praise of Daryl Hare's umpiring.
Well, I quite liked his activism, to be honest. This is a very short single hit to Zach Crawley, half asleep at mid-off. He's there saving one, but failed to save one, so Daryl Mitchell scooted through for that one. The lead goes to 480, and we'd be having a drinking game now in the old days of Test Match Sofa to see who gets the declaration. Sharp's in again and is defended by Daryl Mitchell. It must have been Kane Williamson who took the single, or maybe they didn't. I don't know. It doesn't really matter at this stage, does it? There's a kind of judicial kind of philosophy about activism in terms of interpreting the law, and the way that the law can be moved on is by this is defended by Mitchell, no run. is by judges sort of taking the law as a starting point and then sort of making law in the English common law tradition. And I always thought Darrell Hare was a bit like that. I think if we'd all umpired like Darrell Hare, we'd have a better format of Test cricket at the time.
Well, I've got to. Oh, wait.
This ball is reversed by Daryl Mitchell, but it's gone to the man who would have been a backward point, but always feels like backward square. You're going to disagree?
Well, no, I'm just going to talk about umpiring. There's an Australian channel called Australian Gold, which shows old Australian cricket matches. The umpiring standard was dreadful. And it wasn't just bias, it was bad.
This
you know, some of the...
This ball defended into the leg side. Well, I agree with you. My father, who was a little bit like the kid in The Emperor Has No Clothes, the Emperor Has Got No Clothes, because he never played cricket, but he watched it a lot, and he watched it, you know, at all levels, from international cricket to club cricket. He would say to me, he'd say, well, why is that not out? Especially when Vaughan was bowling or something. And I'd say, well, he's a bit forward, you know, they're not going to give that on the front foot. He said, but, you know, surely that's going to hit the stumps. And I'd say, well, probably, yeah. And of course, my father was right, because as soon as DRS came in, they started being given. Graham Swan was very happy about it, for one.
Yeah, I was going to say that changed Graham Swan's career.
And they were indeed out.
It wasn't just that, though. There were a whole lot of catches behind that were given out when they weren't, and vice versa. And there was no accountability, fundamentally. They could do what they liked because nobody was able to review it.
Or my younger brother, who watches a lot of county cricket on YouTube, he says it's the level of umpiring in county cricket is terrible. I watch quite a bit in real life, and I don't think it's quite that bad. Bethel starts with a full toss, the kind he would have put away if he were batting, and it's just punched down to mid-off, and the lead is now plenty. We're seeing Ben Stokes here pull up with a hamstring. Get that on Control C, Control V, because that's going to happen plenty in the future. Indeed, it's happened plenty in the past.
It's the most overs he's bowled in a Test match since June 2022.
And
it just pushes it too far.
Yeah, we've just got to accept that this ball is defended. But they're going to get singled because what should be mid-off is at long-off. And they're through for one, so the lead is extended to plenty. And we've just got to accept that Ben Stokes has a broken body, and at best, you know, he should be a sixth bowler. He can't be a fifth bowler. He hasn't been a fifth bowler.
In this case, he's a fourth bowler.
This bowler's defended, and there is no run. Well, he's a fifth bowler, but they didn't use Shoaib Bashir in the first innings, did they? Which, it's, like I say, if you, I don't want to raise Forthy's hackles, but if you allow bowlers to captains to bowl 82 overs in 6.5 hours, you don't need the spinner, you don't need a fifth bowler. As this ball is pushed round the corner, pushed to short mid-wicket, and there is no run, which is of course my concern about over rates. It's not that people are short-changed, people have never had better value for money than certainly watching this England Test. I could say the same about India as well. Tremendous entertainment, but it's just imbalancing the game by saying you don't need to play a fifth bowler. This ball is defended, and there is no run. I should say the lead, because people might be joining us after the break, is 482, but it's an entirely, I think, notional 482. England are just wondering whether they can rebook their flights for Wednesday as opposed to Tuesday. This ball comes down the track, does Daryl Mitchell, and this ball slightly jumps on him, takes the outer portion of the bat. There's a bit of comedy fielding by Bryden Carse, and they're through for 2. The lead now 484, the score 280 for 4. And I don't know, Messers, have you got the socials?
I have. There was a discussion going on between Will and Jay Grover during the adjournment, which ended up with Will saying, to quote Black Books, "I'm known in all the boroughs," to which Jay says, "Bernard Black, another comedy character I have been unfairly compared to."
This is television, you see. I haven't seen any television for about 25 years, so
well, Black Books hasn't been on for about 25 years.
Yeah, it was on in the early 2000s. So
I was in the pub, I'm afraid, or
Black
parenting
Books.
at that time. This ball is slashed. It's a half volley, and it's slashed to extra cover, and they're through for one. Yeah.
Of all the comedy series you should go back and visit, Black Books is the most important in my view. It's brilliant.
Agree with
Dylan
you.
Moran is just fantastic, and Manny, what's
Bill Bailey?
Bill Bailey is also really good.
Splendid.
Tamsin Gregg's really good as well.
Yes,
she really sets
very
that
good.
kind of off a little bit
This
nicely,
ball
you know.
is defended to man running around from slip. I always like the score when it's 281 for 4 because it's a Latchman for 4. It's one of the most recognisable of numbers in cricket history, I would suggest. So 281 for 4, and it's no longer 281 for 4 because Kane Williamson has punched it down the ground for a single. I can't think of anybody who made 282. Will, can you think of anybody who made 282? I can't.
No. I mean, it surprised me if Harry Brook does it sort of next year.
Maybe this ball is defended and it is no run. I'll wager he won't do it next week, or rather in next day, though, because I think England are going to be very keen to leave the tender mercies of New Zealand.
I can tell you that Javed Miandad's high score was 280 not out.
I remember watching it. This ball is pushed to extra cover. That was at the Oval in 1978, I think. Pakistan made 720.
I have a quiz for you both after this.
Yeah, 283 for 4. Will can go first on the quiz, and Will do jump in. Otherwise, as you've no doubt become aware, I can just keep going.
I don't really need to say anything with you on gas, do
Well,
I?
the listeners would disagree with that hypothesis, as this ball is pushed to the ever popular man in the Jonty Rhodes position, and there is no run. 71 overs gone. The lead is 487. Kane Williamson is 128. Daryl Mitchell has 21, and we have Will.
Hit me with your quiz then, Messi.
Yes.
Okay. So, of the test players still playing Test cricket, 4, Kohli, Williamson, Root, and Smith all have 30 or more. Who is the next highest in terms of number of Test centuries scored? I'll give you one clue. I'll tell you he was...
Bethel's in, and this is just pushed slightly aerially into the leg side. And is that Joe Root doing some comedy stylings running alongside the ball? No, it's not Joe Root, it's Gus Atkinson. Single taken. Give us the clue.
The clue is that while he was born in a Test-playing nation, that is not the nation for whom he has made the Test centuries.
This ball is defended. It is no run. So the current player... not yet at 30 Test centuries, but next in the ladder, so to speak. Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah, and considerably below 30, I can tell you.
And we're looking for a sort of Ben Stokes style, born in New Zealand but plays for England, or a...
That sort of thing, yes, yeah.
Sort of thing. I don't think it is Ben Stokes, but...
Yeah.
No, it's
pushed
not.
to Duckett's through for a single.
It will surprise you, I suspect, because it surprised me.
And he was born in another Test-playing nation.
We'll have a think.
Yes.
Williamson
And he's
on
not
128. Taking guard. One of his more relaxed Test centuries, I would suggest. As Bethel is in, left arm round, and it's short, and Williamson cuts him hard to the sweeper, who is, I think, Rayan Ahmed out there. And he throws the ball in the traditional style now, bouncing it in front of the wicketkeeper just to soften the ball. As
Ken Williamson always looks relaxed, though, doesn't he? He's the most.
Well, he didn't yesterday, did he? When he played on, This ball is just pushed square with no timing by Daryl Mitchell, no run. It was very rare for him because he kind of threw his head back as he attempted to kick the ball away from the stumps, as it rather apologetically bounced into them and removed the bail. It was very rare for him to show much emotion. But otherwise, I would completely agree with you. One of the more relaxed of international sportsmen, never mind cricketers, as this ball is pushed to short mid-wicket with a gnomic Ben Duckett fields it. It's the end of the over, and we're still pondering Messrs. question.
Mog has a decent guess. He says minus fucking shit goblin. No, Marnus has 11, which is 4 less than this player has.
They've only got 15.
Yeah. He also said, I saw Bill Bailey's live show last month.
Bill Bailey went to my older brother's school.
Mog also says, why am I not surprised Gary doesn't watch TV?
I just don't have time. I'm not being sort of snobbish.
No, I get it.
I grew up with the telly on all the time. I couldn't understand when I first started visiting friends' homes how they could ever not have a television on. And this was at a time when it wasn't 24-hour broadcasting. This ball was defended, no run. We had the telly on when it was just the test card,
we never had a telly at all when I was growing up. I had to go to someone else's place to sit. I'm that old.
We had 3 when there were 3 channels, and when the 4th channel in 1982 arrived, we had 4 because we had to have enough tellies for everyone to watch whenever they wanted. This ball is punched, but there's a man at short extra or wide mid-off, take the pick, who fields it. Williamson is becalmed on 129.
I had a mate who had a legal Sky, and I spent a lot of time around his because they had The Simpsons a lot sooner than
short. It's defended, no run.
Illegal Sky, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh dear, God, that's an interesting concept, really. Illegal Sky. How does
they didn't
illegal
pay for
Sky?
It.
Yeah, I know,
it was like a dodgy box.
I was looking above my head to wonder if my Sky was legal or not.
This ball is punched and down to long on, and they take a single. Indeed, there's a Simpsons episode about illegal cable, isn't there? I think Homer has a bit of guilt.
Yeah, I think there is. Yeah. Although to be honest, the Simpsons have done an episode on everything at this point.
They absolutely have. I'm thinking it's a South African playing for another team, though. But
it must be.
No, it's not.
This ball is punched into the leg side, and
what if I tell you he's born in Pakistan?
So it's a Pakistani playing for India or something, which is insane.
That's unlikely.
Yeah, that is unlikely. That's my alarm.
I just want it to be that because it would be hilarious because it just wouldn't happen.
So it's as Shoaib is in.
Oh, is it Usman Khawaja?
It is indeed.
Into the offside, and they're through for 1. Yes, very good, Will. Excellent.
He's got 15 test centuries. So it's a 15 gap between him and Kohli. Nobody's counting.
That's actually the thing that threw me off because I honestly thought that the next person would be on about 26, 27, something like that.
And I would have thought that Usman Khawaja was on about 7. So I would still be sitting here at the start of the next England tour to New Zealand trying to think of Usman Khawaja, I'm afraid. Even with those hints. Have we got anybody? Have we got anybody listening?
Jay's listening. Jay says, my computer just crapped out when I were in the middle of an essay screed comparing Gary to Daryl Hare. Probably for the best.
This ball, I should say this ball is cut down to Rayan Ahmed doing some sterling work, sweeping on the offside, this time returning it on the full. And the score advances to 289 for 4, with 7 runs short of 500. Will that be the moment that Tom Latham calls them in? 500.
No,
you can't. Tim Southey's still got to get his extra couple.
Yeah.
This ball is defended. Back to Jacob Bethel, and there is no. Well, there was a time we never knew how many sixes people had hit in Test cricket.
That's exactly true. Yes. I would say that he'll declare an hour before stumps, so they have 50 minutes at them tonight.
Really? This ball is pushed to short extra where Ben Duckett does it, but there's no real urgency on the part of the Kiwis here. I mean, they've got a part-time bowler on in Jacob Bethel, and they're just sort of pushing him into the inner field, aren't they? Trying to hit him for 6. Here's Daryl Mitchell, who hits him down the ground, but without any great intent. Matthew Potts does some half-hearted fielding, and they're through for a single. I hope the crowd are enjoying this. I think I'd be turning my seat away from the action and having a look at some of the hills above Hamilton, because it's certainly more interesting than the cricket at the moment. As Williamson's on 132, and he punches the ball quite hard. And will that be a boundary? It will be a boundary. Heavens above! There was no great effort from Caractacus Potts to get across to that. Even if he'd been in chitty chitty bang bang, he would have been a bit slow over the ground there. I think Ings, if you want it, just have it, mate. So it's. I don't know if there's anybody playing jingles. I think we'll have to do our own.
Bear's having a rest.
Yeah. So it was lifted actually, lifted over extra cover. There's always room over extra cover. And it was a very half-hearted bit of fielding. But no damage done to the state of play, really. And another misfield there by Bryden Cart in the Jonty Rhodes position. And Kane Williamson goes to 136. Daryl Mitchell has 24. The lead's 498. Is that the end of the over? What's happening here? It is the end of the over. 74 gone, score 294 for 4.
Mog says to me, did the Cicero family have a TV you could watch, Messi? Yeah, ha ha ha. Mayank says, wasn't having illegal Sky what Rishi Sunak tried selling the people on about him being an ordinary man? And Mog got Kawaja, of course. Jay Grover says, Gary, could be wrong, but didn't you once tell a story about you had a black and white telepod positioned in the kitchen, so you could see it in every room?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. That's reverse swept by Daryl Mitchell to deep third man, although it looks like fine leg, and half-hearted chase down the ground. Not much wrong with the ball from Shoaib Bashir, but when the reverse sweep is played well, it looks like the most natural thing in the world to get down into position. So Leeds 502, so 500 wasn't a trigger, unless they're going to play out the over, as Daryl Mitchell goes back and turns the ball into a vacant square leg, where Gus Atkinson does the fielding, wearing a rather attractive, quite long cable knit sweater. 299 for 4.
When you've got 2 sunny days ahead of you, you don't want to run the risk that Pope will hit 350 and overhaul 500, do you?
You really think you're going to rely on the New Zealand weather forecast? I wouldn't be doing that.
Isn't it going to rain for the next 2 days anyway?
Williamson hits that ball hard. It's a drive from too full a ball from Shoaib Bashir, so he's trying to do what the Bear says, which is put the ball further up. And his reward for it is to be driven through extra cover. He's got the 100 up. None for 105. That's not going to do his average much good. And New Zealand have got the 300 up. Will, when do you think they're going to pull out here?
Not long before stumps. I think they're going to have... I wouldn't see them doing anything more than about half an hour just to have a little sort of go at them before.
Well, I'm going to say at the end of this commentary stint, which I think is about 5 minutes away, that's been hit down to deep square, and they're through for a single. It is 5 minutes away. I think we're going to pull out at 4 a.m. our time, which will be 3 p.m. their time. The lead is 508. Daryl Mitchell's on 29, and he sees Shoaib Bashir, and he just pushes him to the man at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Williamson is 141.
There are no indicators in the way Mitchell's batting that he thinks they're just about done.
Well, Kane has been trying to hit boundaries and has been successful in so doing.
So I think Kane won't mind if he gets out and Southey can come in, though. That's the thing.
Maybe so, as Daryl Mitchell waits for this one. It's going down the leg side, and he carefully plays it to fine leg, not long leg. Joe Root chases after it, but without any great enthusiasm. And 4 runs ensues. Joe Root looks a bit old there. He's usually very boyish in his look, but it looks like the weight of the world is on his shoulders. But you can look old chasing leather for a day, can't you?
That is the most world weary I've ever seen Joe Root look.
Yeah. He did chase after it with some heart, actually. I was a bit unfair there. I don't think I was unfair to Caractacus Potts, who has done quite a lot of bowling in this match, so there's some mitigation for his lacklustre fielding. 308 for 4. Yeah.
We're getting some love from Melbourne. Craig Jacobs says, loving the call from Melbourne. Thanks, Craig.
Oh, thank you.
And Shay Grover says, who the fuck's Craig? He's one of my mates. I set him up to just say nice things about us, but you know.
Indeed. So here's Jacob Bethel, and he's bowling very full, and he's driven quite hard to Caractacus, who fields at long off, returns it, and they're through for a single. This is our last words, I think, before we hand over. I think Forthy's to come in.
You're still here.
You're staying on.
I don't think I am, because I've swapped with Forthy.
But you were already on for this session, and Forthy was on for both.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I'll bow to your wisdom. In the
and
meantime,
whether or not we can...
single.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we missed the critical single.
I might just ring the bear and make sure he's awake too.
Kane Williamson now averages 100 at Hamilton, 4th on the list of highest averages at a test ground, and how could you have lived without that fact? As this ball is just manoeuvred, I would suggest, to point. It wasn't really driven, it wasn't really pushed, it was deflected to point by Kane Williamson, who, ever since I said is trying to hit boundaries, has chosen not to try to hit boundaries. The lead's 514.
Kane Williamson has a bit of the Ryan Reynolds about him, I think.
A little bit. This ball is lifted in the air. Is there a man there to catch it? No. Oh, Caractacus Potts is diving to try and catch that on the extra cover boundary, but he fails, and a 4 ensues. So Williamson goes to 146. Let's see how close he was to that. It was kind of just lifted in the air, and he was labouring towards it. No, he wasn't trying to dive to catch it. He was trying to dive to pull it in before the boundary. So a noble effort, and he perhaps did need a flying car if he was going to catch that. Did Matty Caractacus Potts. Williamson on 146 as Bethel comes in. It's down the leg side, and Williamson just pushes that ball into the leg side. This pitch looks entirely blameless, though. The odd one has turned a bit, and there'll be some seam movement early on. But if you get your eye in on this pitch, it's helped yourself, isn't it?
These are almost junk runs, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, Will O'Rourke will have something different to say, because life's different above 90 miles an hour. As Bethel is in, and this is punched quite hard to extra cover. He's enjoyed it. Extra cover is Williamson, and he raises his 150. And Ryan Reynolds lookalike, who still to me looks like a bit of a bore. What do they call him? Voortrekker. He always has the mien of a kind of 19th century Afrikaner about him. There's Kane Williamson, only in look, I'm sure not in attitude. As never has a landmark been greeted with a more understated celebration than Kane Williamson.
Well, the bear will be with us shortly. I've just rang him and woke him from his slumbers. He wasn't happy. But I'll hang in here until he turns up, if you like.
Well, you tell us what the rotor is, because
the rotor says that you and Forthy and Bear are on. That you're on ball by ball.
I'm with you.
Bear is on socials and Forthy's summarising.
So Forthy does my ball by ball, and I go into summarising. So, Forthy,
that sounds good.
Over to you.
Bashir in for the start of the 77th over. Drifts onto leg stump. Is played through a non-existent square leg for a single, and that is... Oh, it's not actually. I thought it was going to be Williamson's 150. That was at the end of the last over. Mitchell moves on to 35. Don't know how many times Williamson's reached 150 in tests, but he did it in the last over. So congratulations to him.
Will, do you want to stay on and do the summarising? Because I think that was
Oh,
your
I don't
last
mind.
stint. Yeah, if you want to have a stint now, have a stint now.
Are you sure? I
Yeah,
can do,
go
or I
ahead.
can.
Go ahead.
Exciting.
Okay.
Gary's taken over the rotary.
Gary's completely changed desks.
Okay, well I'll nick off.
That's cut by Williamson, who for 2 runs off Bashir, and the lead is now extended to an implausible 525. And only implausible in the sense that it's unchaseable now.
Yeah, I've only changed my bit by subbing in for yourself, Thorpe, who'd done a lot on the ball by ball and maybe needed a break, and Will can do my summarising.
That Williamson takes 1 step back and smashes it, but doesn't get all of it, and straight to the man at mid-off. And there again, you see, we're daytime in Melbourne, Gary, so we're reasonably fresh. I feel sympathy for all of our UK commentators who are slogging through the night. Bashir to
there, really.
Williamson. Just feel sorry for all of us apart from me. I'm fine. Quick single. Williamson's on 152. Mitchell's on 35. New Zealand 3-2-2 for 4. Everyone's got a slightly world-weary look, and just a weary look about them, not a world-weary look.
How much longer are they going to go on here?
How much longer? Bashir round the stumps, and that's defended French cricket style, I would say, by Mitchell, who he started with a bit of a flourish, but wouldn't say gone into his shell. But 35 off 48, you'd expected maybe a few more from Daryl Mitchell, and he decides against running on that one. Bashir comes through and does his own fielding. Second new ball is due in 3 overs. Crikey.
I reckon they're going to do a bit of Bashir and Cast in tandem for a bit, and then maybe Matty Potts. Sort of doing that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like an academic feel about it.
Well,
really,
it does,
isn't
doesn't it? I mean, they've probably got more than enough now. I reckon 550 will be at a declaration score.
550, we reckon. Okay, well, in which case, why are they sort of turning down singles and things? I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe they had a really heavy tea.
Well, we were saying before, T, what do they have? Maybe you know, Will, because you know the inside of dressing rooms. What do professional Test cricketers have for tea these days?
Honestly, these days, not a whole lot.
Right.
Like,
Bethel round the wicket.
If you're in the field, like electrolytes and some of those gels, and maybe one of those like weird biscuits that's got a load of calories in it.
Yeah. They used to have those at the South Pole. They were packed with dense protein, but that was all they had. Bethel round the wicket.
They needed it a bit more.
They did need a bit more. They were undercaloried, the heroic age of Antarctic exploration, as research now shows. Dot ball, Mitchell, back to Bethel, who's number 44 off 7. I mean, he's just existed, really. He hasn't done a particularly great job. Gone for over 6 and over. But I suppose he's protected the other bowlers from pulling a hamstring.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's one of those people. He is very much kind of in it to be around it and kind of get used to the sort of environment and everything, and so any extra overs he gets, it's all good.
Down to Crawley at long on. They come through for a single. Bethel round the wicket again, and that's defended by Williamson. How important do you think getting used to the atmosphere and understanding the way the team works? I suppose it's important, but he knows how to play cricket. He doesn't seem to have any problem with that. What do you actually learn by coming into the setup?
Okay, so obviously...
Just do this ball. Down the wicket comes Williamson. He plays it down to long on for a single. Yes, over to you, Will.
So, obviously, I was playing when disability cricket wasn't nearly as sort of professionalised as it was. So there's that. So take from that what you will. But the step up is insane to international level.
Right. So it is Bethel in again, defended, dot ball. Yes, back to you, Will.
And I think it's kind of comparable. The sort of I came into quite an old squad, and I was 16. So I kind of that thing when you are essentially a kid, which Bethel still is. I mean, he's just 21, right? So there's an element of that. It is still a really kind of intimidating sort of setup. It's weird because it's odd because now the guys that I know are all kind of like the elder statesmen and stuff, and so that's bizarre to me because I'm like, why are they scared of you? You're nice. But that's because I've known them since I was 15, and it's that thing of like, so if you're coming into that, it's very different to being in it forever. So if you look at kind of like, I don't know, like, I wouldn't say that Mark Wood is a particularly intimidating bloke at all, but if you kind of come in and you're like 19, 20, and you go, oh shit, that's Mark Wood. He can bowl at 97 miles an hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks
it's a
very
bit
much,
different.
Thanks very much, Will. It's going to be a new over here.
Andy, you're on in half an hour, mate.
So, Andy, if you wouldn't mind just muting for now.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Half an hour early today. I was half an hour late yesterday.
Yeah, it's just because they've it's all been a bit screwed up because of the rain.
Yep. And Bashir to Mitchell left dot ball. See you in a bit, Andy. Thank you.
Cheers, Andy.
Mitchell's 36 of 50. Well, that's interesting. Yes, I know exactly what you mean from my own world. Nothing to do with cricket. About when you get to be a senior and that's shoveled round the corner by Mitchell, some hands go up, but there's no one anywhere near it. They'll presumably just come through for a single. I know people who've done things like start their own agencies, but I also remember them from and become, oh my goodness, it's Lucy Jameson with her agency Uncommon. She's taking over the country. It's fantastic. I remember her the first day at work, when she was maybe dressed inappropriately and things, and people said, oh god, it's the junior, do you mind just taking care of her today, show her around, show her what the code on the photocopier is. Williamson launches it into the Hamilton sky, doesn't launch it far enough. Rayan Ahmed snaffles it down at long leg, and the fifth wicket has fallen. There's some handshakes because Williamson scored 156. There's terrific innings from him. The lead is now 531. Will this be the moment to declare, or will Tim Southey come in and have the opportunity to get two more?
I think
Give Tim Southey the opportunity.
Is Tim Southey next in though? He's not, is he?
He's
No,
not
but
next
you
in on the
just bumped him up,
card,
wouldn't
but will they hoik him up, say, okay mate, now's your chance to get your couple of sixes, let's get that out of the way and we can proceed.
I don't think so. I think that's Blundell. Anyway.
Well, okay. Well, in a way I'm quite pleased. We don't want that sort of thing to dictate the way that Test cricket is played, so that's important. Great innings from Kane Williamson, fantastic. He loves playing at Seddon Park, Hamilton.
Yeah, well,
yeah, sorry, Bet.
Certainly does, I was going to say. Next man in is this man.
Surprise! Tom Blundell!
Certainly with the coming into a squad, like I remember when Jack came into the England squad and he said that it's the biggest step up he's ever had.
Yeah.
It's like, in terms of the sort of just everything is different. Like he said you might as well be playing a different sport for the first kind of
yeah, I remember a guy who played for Warwickshire at, I don't know, he played for our school, and he went up to Warwickshire and he had a bit of a net with some of the senior Warwickshire guys, and he said the spinners were bowling it faster than any fast bowler I'd faced up until that point.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, yeah, it is absolutely insane. It's like that. Have you ever done like five-a-side football or something?
When I was
always a bloke who, when they were like 17, had trials for like QPR or something.
Of course, yes.
And they're like 40 odd now, and they've got no knees left, and they're still better than everyone.
Yeah.
It's like that.
I can't remember one of the podcasts I was listening to. There was this rather show pony guy nobody liked in their five-a-side football team, and he kept saying he was friends with Robert Pires, the old Arsenal player.
I know Bobby Pires.
I know Bobby Pires. And
I love
he kept
him.
saying, I know this guy. One of these days I'll get him along to one of our five-a-sides. And everyone said, sure, you know Robert Pires. Bashir to Blundell, left alone. And then one Friday night, he turned up with Robert Pires. And exactly like you say, Robert Pires was 20 times better.
And it doesn't matter that he was probably 20 years, 15 years retired or whatever. It's still Robert Pires.
And he was a nice guy. And that's defended by Blundell to mid-wicket for no run.
I met Robert Pires when I was 11, so they had just finished it was all sort of during the Invincibles period, and so I was in Highgate and I was just walking down the street and I burst into tears.
Oh goodness
me,
I love him
that much.
Are you an Arsenal fan?
I am indeed, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes it a little more acceptable that you burst into tears. That's nice. Did he? That's the end of the 79th.
It was so lovely. He was incredibly sweet, and gave me an autograph and gave me a hug and stuff. And
that's nice to hear.
He was really, really sweet, and I basically just went, "I love you," and sort of ran away.
It's a bit hard to know what to do when you meet one of your idols, isn't it? Thank you so much for everything, and I've always liked you. Who's on social?
Me.
Is there anything happening?
Well, there's Jay. He's here. And he says, proper Mr. James vibes from what is hiding behind Ian's bookshelf. I don't know what's hiding behind Ian's bookshelf.
I can show you there's nothing behind. Apart from my bedroom, there's nothing behind. There's a wall, and then my bedroom. You don't want to see inside there.
It looks like you've got a pop-up. You know those pop-up tents? It looks like one of them kind of propped up against the side.
Peeking out the side there, at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just defended and there's no run. Yes, that thing. What's that?
Oh, it's a light.
It's a light thing, you know.
That looks like a proper sort of film light thing.
Yeah.
Light bouncy thing.
Light bouncy thing, yes, that's a good description. Thank you for covering that ball. Bethel's in again, defended by Mitchell. To short mid-wicket where Joe Root, slightly unaccustomed position for him, pops up.
Give Root a couple of overs, shouldn't he? Really?
I mean, that's what I'd do.
Surely. And that's just a nothingy full toss, really, which is stroked down by Mitchell for a single down to long off. I think that's Matthew Potts does the honours down there. Looks like he does a lot of work in the gym, as of course do all of them, but Matthew Potts seems particularly elongated in the shoulder area. Just as well, really. A lot of work to get through, yeah.
Indeed.
After this ball, Will, if you wanted to make a point.
I was thinking about the kind of the step up to international level in all sports. So, because I know a few Paralympians as well, because they train at Bath.
Okay.
And it's incredible the kind of the sort of huge jump that you get from kind of nationals to Paralympic or whatever as well.
Very slow turn on that last ball of the over from from Bethel to Blundell. Slight opportunity for confusion. End of the 80th over, New Zealand 3-2-9 for 5 there.
Well, disinterested HG just put Saudi. Everyone wants Saudi to come out. Jay says, if Saudi comes in, Jeremy Coney's eruption will rival Krakatoa.
It's a pretty, I don't know, most sixes in. I suppose it is a record.
It's a thing.
I remember it is a thing. Yeah, I remember there was a big thing. Stephen Fleming had to score like 13 runs in order to finish his Test career with an average above 40. I thought, okay, does it really matter that much? I think that's been taken. Well,
I think
Harry
it's a bump
Brook
ball.
has bootled round. He thinks he's taken it. The umpire doesn't, crucially. Harry Brook's convinced, and I think has given the review signal. Maybe just to, give everyone a bit of a break. It was Bashir's first ball to Blundell of the over. No one's quite sure what's happening. Have they gone for the review?
Well, they have now, yeah. I think.
Well, he reviewed right on the DRS timer, saying 0.5, I would say there.
Well, yeah, I'm presuming everyone thinks it's a bump ball and he hit it into the ground and it bounced up, which is exactly what I thought happened, and was caught by Harry Brook.
Yeah, that happened yesterday.
And we got it all wrong, yeah, exactly. So we have today as well. Oh no, it's come off his boot, that's why.
Has it? Yeah.
But he hits it.
Yeah, he's come off his boot, but then does he hit it after it's come off his boot?
Yeah, that looks like he does.
Well, I'm not sure he does, actually.
We'll have to have the snickometer or whatever it's called to... No, I think it's directly off the boot.
And that is why I've never umpired in my life.
Well, yeah, the question is, does he catch up with it and does he come off the bat?
Might do. We can't tell from this angle, in all honesty. He might have got a little nick on it with his bat as it came through with his follow-through. It's possible. I'm just saying it's possible.
It is. Well, we'll see from side on, won't we?
I think Ed Begley says in 12 Angry Men. No, it's Henry Fonda says. But he's obviously guilty. He may not be. I'm just saying it's possible he's innocent.
No, he got nowhere near it with a bat.
Literally nowhere near it. On we go with this slightly pointless proceedings at the moment. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered whether he was in or out, apart from for Blundell's personal satisfaction.
Well, exactly. He'd have got a duck.
And that is important when you look at the great, cricketers are humans and they need to maintain their own brand and, well, they need to maintain their place in the side as well, of course.
Sorry to jump in, but that would have been Bethel. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, shouldn't have jumped in. Off.
That would have been what, Gary?
That was an enigmatic intrusion from Gary.
I thought it would have been Bethel's.
He was going to say that would have been...
Yeah,
but it wasn't Bethel, it was Bashir.
Yes. Bashir into Blundell. Off the back foot to mid-wicket. Dot ball. England lose a second review. They've got one left. Will they blow it? Rather like Australia did at Headingley in 2019. It's not an analogous situation. That's played round the corner to deep square leg. Oh no, just square leg.
I like that you're trying anything to at least sort of make it just try and get some energy into the thing. Oh, do you remember Headingley in 2019? Wasn't that
Anyone
fun?
remember that? Remember that fun Test match? It's funny though, Test cricket, isn't it? This is about as dour and inconsequential this period of play as you can get. And almost remembering the incredible levels of tension on that afternoon at Headingley. But that's Test cricket as an edge, and it's been taken. And Bashir has finally got his man. Harry Brook takes a good catch low down by his toes at first slip. He was alert and concentrating, so that's good. Bashir finally gets a wicket after conceding 117 runs.
Another one bites the dust.
That's the second.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, I think Blundell was telling him to review it, see what it Oh no, maybe it didn't carry. I think that's a bit of a bounce, actually.
Is it? Let's have a look. I think you're right. I think it bounces into his hands. Now, there's no certainty in Harry Brook's defence that he'll know for absolutely sure whether it's gone straight in or not, because
it looked in real time like it had just caught it, but in slow-mo it looks like he hasn't. So let's see what they do.
I think they're going to say not out.
They do say not out.
Yeah.
Come on, just...
Harry Brooks. Oh, he's got a kind of stoical smile on his face, which suggests that such is the way of the world. I don't think anyone's going to boo him from that.
Exactly. I don't think it really matters when the lead's 534.
It feels a little bit like karma from the 5 drops he had for his.
Oh, a very minor brand of karma. I don't know. Is it Buddhism? If there are sort of varying degrees of karma.
See, looking at it in real time, it looks like it's gone straight into his hands.
It looks like it's just gone in. It absolutely does. And for all we know, it did. And that's just the camera for you. That's been left well alone. Just flicks off the pad of Mitchell because he doesn't play a shot. There's no suggestion of him running for it. I think that's correct.
Yes. Yeah, in real time, that looks very much like it's a catch.
It does, and
I think he.
Yeah, maybe he did get his fingers underneath it. I think it's a bit unfortunate.
I think his fingers are probably. He thinks he caught it. He's pretty did catch it, and it's 50-50 whether he did or not. Whether there's a tiny bit of ball on the. Fortunately, nothing is really riding on that. Reverse sweep from Blundell, but straight to the man at 45 on the offside. That's the end of the 81st over. New Zealand 330 for 5.
Oh, well, I like this from Jay Grover. He says he had a chillum with Patrick Kluivert in Goa. He said this is not a very good story. Well, yeah, I suppose
pretty good.
Maybe you both got really, really stoned, and that was about it. But good to know that Kluivert. Well, yeah, I suppose he is Dutch.
I don't really have too many great stories about meeting footballers on holiday or on Archway High Street or anything like that. I remember meeting Willie Carr and Tommy Hutchison in a pub in Bubbenhall and being quite awestruck when I was 12. Not much of a story. Tommy Hutchison was a bit grouchy. Willie Carr was all right. Defended by Tom Blundell from first ball at Bethel's New Over. And shapes to go forward, goes on to the back foot Blundell, but can't get it past, can't penetrate the inner ring.
Bristol Rovers women have got into the 4th round of the FA Cup recently, and they're playing Aston Villa next up. And I know quite a lot of them. It's amazing. It's great. They're all just normal people. They don't, because it's not full time.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to get Billy Big Boots or Belinda Big Boots in this occasion when you're not full time. Defended by Blundell, dot ball. He's really wrapping his fingers around that ball as if he's got all sorts of magic and mystery to unveil. But to be fair, he's bowling okay, no better than that. Played to mid wicket, dot ball. Joe Root looking a little red in the face, maybe. Been out there a long time. And that's cut to the sweeper on the offside. Rayan Ahmed, who's had a lot of work to do since coming on. Came on for Ben Stokes, if you're just joining us, who, surprise, has gone off injured, this time with a hammy.
I'm quite sorry for Rayan Ahmed, just generally in life, because he's now not even the most sort of talked about cricketer in his own house.
Yes, well put. That is played down to long off. Potts does the fielding. At the end of the 82nd, Mitchell 38, Blundell 5. The lead is now 537 there.
Let's see what we got. Messi says Southey has already scored more Test sixes than any of the 56 players who have scored 18 or more Test centuries. That should be enough. That's quite spurious kind of stat, I suppose. I mean, he's got 98 and he's like 4th on the list or 3rd on the list, isn't he?
I don't know. I just don't think it's too much of a stat, really. 106s.
No, but it's something to hang our hat on for the day, isn't it?
It's a bit thingy. It's a bit like when Ricky Ponting went past. Was it Jacques Callis or someone by 1 run and then retired? I thought, okay, it's a bit kind of petty, really.
I mean, that's a bit like saying, on the...
in comes Bashir, and that's a swipe down the ground on the bounce to long on. Ooh, smart bit of fielding. And Bashir whips off the bails, but Blundell and Mitchell both make their ground. The thing is, though, look, if it's personal, but if it's the fastest 100-meter sprint in history, that's a thing. But if you're going to finish your career average at 39.8 or 40.01, then a little bit so what, I think.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
And that's flicked round the corner where the ubiquitous Ahmed has the fielding down at fine leg for a single. Blundell 6, Mitchell 39.
One thing that I would say is that people have started checking their stats a hell of a lot more.
Well, there's just more available, I suppose, aren't there? People didn't always know in day or whether they'd achieved something or not, and someone might point it out afterwards. Played to square leg for no run by Blundell.
I mean, it definitely kind of becomes more of a thing, like it becomes kind of bragging rights and stuff,
Bashir in again. That's launch down to long on. Will it have gone far enough? Will it elude the fielder? Yes, it does. Has it gone all the way? We're about to find out.
No, it hasn't. It's 4 runs.
Okay then.
Come on, declare. Get England in. Let's have some fun. See if we can manage to lose it in 2 hours. Which I think England could do quite easily.
They'll give it a go.
I think so.
They'd be quite keen to get on the plane a day early. There's no doubt about that. And who can really blame them? That's played round the corner for no run.
We've got,
got families and it's Christmas coming up, and everyone's a human. You want to get home for Christmas. I mean, planes, trains, and automobiles. There's a whole film about it. In comes Bashir, down the wicket comes Blundell. He launches it into the Hamilton sky, and I think this time has it gone all the way?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And they're going to have drinks. What having drinks?
Oh, God, really?
I'll just retire. Declare.
How much longer? How much longer have we got together? Do we call our session to an end, or should
we do? It's 4:30, isn't it? I guess. Time for a switcheroo.
Yeah, I think it's 29, but whatever.
But they're going to have drinks. By the time they come back, it'll be time to switch.
Yeah, it'll be all good.
Exactly. I'll see you in half an hour.
Yeah.
Half an hour.
Cool.
I will see you tomorrow if it still is happening.
It will be going tomorrow, I'm pretty certain. Yeah. Andy is going to join us, and Messrs is going to join us. All right, Andy.
Thanks for your insights, Will. Thank you. Cheers.
No worries.
See you in a little bit.
Just to let you know that they've just about to restart play in Brisbane as well. They've been on and off all day.
Wow.
Afternoon, Messrs.
G'day, Andy. How are you going? Are you in Thailand still, or are you back in Bali?
No, I'm back home in Bali now, so I'm in exactly the same time zone as you, Messrs.
The best time zone, 28% of the world's population believes so.
Right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, the whole of China, Japan, Southeast Asia, and Western Australia are on the same time zone, so we got the numbers.
It's a good point, because I, when I first came to Bali, I taught English for 3 years online, and probably 90% of my students were from the main time zone in China. So we're basically, as you know, so Shanghai, all the main cities are on there. It's only in the far west, which is a different time zone. But hey guys, sorry, I forgot to look at the schedule. Am I on ball by ball?
Yeah, no, you're on ball by ball.
Oh, okay, thanks.
We're just running half an hour late because they basically started late and made the first session extraordinarily long, and so.
And the last session will be our last session will be an hour as well. The overspill.
I'm on the overspill today, but actually that actually kind of freaked me because I've done everything I needed to do today.
Well,
the big question, guys, is why the hell is New Zealand not declared yet? I just don't get this at all.
No, I don't either.
It's because they got 2 days left. They want to get some. The TV stations want something for tomorrow, and basically they're scared that Pope or Brooke will make 300, and suddenly they'll lose from an unlosable position.
Yeah, it's not going to
but
happen.
I mean, look at what Willow Rourke did in the first innings. You know, like he's. If I was him, I'd be going to who's the captain now, Latham. I mean, so mate, let's just get out there, and also Southey, right? Southey will want to get out there. I mean, I hope he doesn't take the new ball, but he'll be pumped. Oh, I was just like, let's get out there.
Well, my prediction would be that they'll declare in about an hour, give themselves 50 minutes tonight with a totally exhausted England team in the field.
How far away from tea are we?
We've had tea. We're on an hour.
We've had an hour since tea, and we've got another 2 hours to go.
Oh, I see. Yeah, my Kiwi mate from school in Melbourne called me a while ago and said they're going to play till 7:30 New Zealand time, which I guess is.
Well, it said 7 at the beginning of the day, which would only be 6 here, which is only an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
I think there's only an extra half hour, Jez, on top of the extra half hour that they would normally have. So
well, Cricket Info said no, that the close was due to be at on the hour, but with the extra overs required, they probably end up with another half hour on top of that. That was their.
Fuck me, I can't go that far. I'm going to fall asleep. I'm dying here.
Oh dear.
A bit like that Ashes test in Durham. Was it 2013 when they played till like 8:30 when I think Broad took a load of wickets and just went on and on and on. But actually,
update from Brisbane: Rishabh Pant is out for 9 to Cummings, so India are now 40 something for 4.
Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear!
It's interesting, isn't it? Across these two series, I mean, it's just been. One side dominates the first game, and then it all turns around in the second game. It's kind of weird, really, but good also. But yeah. Anyway, it's Bethel going to begin a new over, and he's bowling to son of a Mitch, as he's known, in the alternative commentary collective, alongside guys like the Sexy Camel, Lovely Trenty. I'm talking about Daryl Mitchell, if you don't know what I'm talking about. He's facing up again. This time he's just squared up slightly and it's played away into the offside. Yeah, the ACC guys are brilliant. You know, they just come up with all these ridiculous names. So they called him like Santa's little helper. Jimmy Neeson's known as he was the little lamb and then he became a stud. Here's Bethel once again, left arm round the wicket. That's just played all the way along the ground out to deep point, and it'll be 1. Takes Mitchell on 40, brings Blundell on to strike on 16. Of course, coming off 100 in his previous innings. And of course, we're into the same school, although I've never actually met Tom Blundell. Here's Bethel once more. And that's lofted by Blundell. And how far has it gone?
A long way.
Straight back over the bowler.
2, 4, 6.
Yeah.
Retrieving the ball from behind the sight screen. A lovely shot there by Blundell.
I think England are saving New Zealand cricket board some money. I don't think they're going to bother taking the new ball. They've got to declare now 550 is more than enough.
Here's the next one. Blundell with wider outside off stump. He plays at the point. Well fielded there. And no run. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, isn't it? Because, well, I guess today's Monday, so because it started on a Saturday, but it's pushing on towards Christmas. Not quite there yet, but of course the Auckland is Bethel once more, and Blundell's defending this time. But see, Auckland doesn't get any cricket anymore. I forget the last time they had a test match. So, you know, with 1 million people just up the road, an hour away across the Waikato Expressway, you know, a bunch of Aucklanders can come down, and so if they can stretch it out, more people get to see the cricket, and you know, New Zealand banks a little bit of money on ticket sales.
Well,
looking at the crowd today, there's not a lot of ticket sales going on.
Well, it's a dead rubber, isn't it? I mean, okay, New Zealand get themselves a sort of end of series win, but they've already lost the series, haven't they? So maybe people just don't care. I don't know.
Hey, Bear and Messrs, there's a question for both of you as Bashir's about to begin a new over. I'll just come back to that as Somerset off spinner comes round over the wicket to Mitchell, and he's carving that one out to point boundary, and he did, no, it's cut off, so it'll just be the one. Thought he had time to clear from that. Yeah, I mean, how much do you guys think about this series with those 8 drop catches? Do you think that would have actually changed the series or not, as Blundell this time played it straight to the same fielder at deep point, and there's one further run for Blundell?
I mean, no doubt it would, Andy, but I mean, it's the same. I mean, I think any series you can say that. I mean, I look back on the Pakistan series and you think that England were playing after this ball. I don't know what that was.
In fact, it's Mitchell, sorry, and he's caught in two minds. He defends that way and one away into the offside.
I mean, I don't think it was just the drop catches. I think it was symptomatic of New Zealand's approach. I mean, their batting was similar in that first Test match. You know, it just wasn't all there.
As Bashir bowls its one, it's just outside the line of off stump, and Mitchell's squared up this time and defending back.
I mean, there were similar incidents. I mean, there were 2 completely drop catches in Pakistan. We lost both those games, and would have saved us sort of 70 runs or something at the time on each innings.
Here's the next ball from Bashir, and Mitchell lofts it down the ground as he does so well. He's very strong in that area. He hits it dead straight. I think that's carried all the way to 6.
Yep.
Yep, it's gone for 6. Mitchell moves on to 47. It's a trademark.
6.
Slightly outside off stump, and he lofted it away just on the onside. Here's Bashir once more. And this time Mitchell's just playing it into covers, and there's a gap out there, so he'll take it.
I mean, you can always say when drop catches go down, or you get a wicket off a no ball, if that had happened. And yeah, it probably would have done, Andy, but them's the rolls.
I get that, but 8 though, right?
Yeah.
Dropped. I mean, it was a horror show. But imagine if they'd taken even half those. Brooke got dropped, what, 4 times?
5 times, I think it was.
40, 5 times. But if they'd taken their catches, this series could have looked vastly different. And, you can point to certain things, but for me, the standout fuck-up, if you want to call it that, is, aside from South again selected and Conway, is those drop catches in Christchurch. It gave England such a boost.
Yes, it certainly did. There's no doubt about that. Carl Herbert says England hoping for a round of golf at St Andrews in Hamilton. Not quite the same. But he also says New Zealand only have 2 pace bowlers, which is why they haven't declared. Jay says 2 hours for fuck's sake. And Pink Floyd says 550 in 2.5 days is not ungettable for this England team, and they know it. Yeah.
Well, it isn't, but I mean...
It's probably a pretty fair point, actually, Messrs. As Bethel begins a new over, and Mitchell, as he likes to do, is reverse sweeping, but there's a fielder, Bashir, it's sort of a short, I don't know what you call that. In fact, he was actually on the leg side. He came round and Mitchell picked up a single. He was sort of a very short fine leg, but yeah, I think it's a good point, because England actually won't be afraid of the total. There's not many teams in the world, well, I doubt whether there's any, that think, we can get 550. Here's Bethel once more, the Barbadian-born player, and Blundell this time with the first sweeping out to the fielder on the deep backward point boundary.
Yeah, but then you're kind of playing into England's hands, aren't you? I mean, you're by even thinking that. I mean, that probably have been scarred over the years, New Zealand, that Test series in England, where England kept fucking battering them into submission.
Look, there I agree. That's why I think they should declare now.
Well, exactly.
And this one's just defended by Mitchell. He's on 49. Blundell's on 24. And New Zealand is 363.5. The lead is 567. Is the highest run chase still that one that the West Indies got?
Yeah.
It's 400 something.
Something like that.
And another reverse, or attempted reverse sweep by Mitchell.
He swept that into his face.
I just don't get this at all. Like, what the hell are they doing out there? And I think your point's a really good one there. That by not declaring, they're actually playing into England's hands. It's like saying we fear you.
Yeah.
And that's here's Bethel left arm over the wicket. The right-handed Mitchell, and they'll get one. That takes Mitchell to 50.
And the point is that if they bowl, England will go full throttle, and the chances are they're all pretty much gone in the head anyway. The score is too big. They'll go out and try and large it and get out really quickly like they did in the first innings, and it'll all be over by before lunch tomorrow. Is the opposite and what New Zealand should be thinking, because they have pretty much battered England into submission here.
It sort of reminds me of that test. Here's Bethel once more, and this time Blundell is just working it behind square, but there's no run. It reminds me of that test in Christchurch from 2002 when NASA got 100, we got bowled out for fuck all, and we got set about 550, and then Astle went absolutely berserk, and Chris Cairns and Van Astle, Chris Cairns batted 11. He was injured. His knee was ruined basically, But yeah, and it was just like, well, okay, there's 550 to chase. And we were in the shit, and then Astle went berserk, Cairns stayed with them, and I think we finished about
451, you mate?
451 was it? Yeah, right. But this is set up the same. England could chase us, definitely, but I think Bear's point's brilliant. Like, just get out there and bowl, knock them over. Here's Mitchell this time working it to backward square, and there's no run.
It's more likely to go that way.
That
than
was
any
the
other
highest. Yeah, that was the highest ever fourth inning score apart from the timeless test in 1939.
Jeez, Matthews. Have you written a book, Matthews, just out of it?
No, I've just Googled it. Just Googled it.
Google's an amazing thing, yeah.
Yeah.
If you ask the right questions, Google is fantastic.
You're very good at Google, Matthews. Maybe what you should do is write a how-to. Here's a shear over the wicket, and that one's down the leg side. Pope can't glove it, but there's a fielder there, and there's no run. But yeah, like your ability to answer questions quickly is kind of unparalleled in the cricket universe.
Well, if you ask Google the right question, it will then come up with an ESPN Cricinfo reference that almost always has the answer.
Here's Bashir, and this time Mitchell just defending into the cover. No run. What have you guys made of Bashir's performance?
In this test,
I think it's
pretty poor.
A lot of it.
In this series, pretty poor in my view. I think England have got a real problem in terms of spinners. I really do. I don't think there's any prospect of them developing someone who's going to be a consistent long-term spinner at the moment.
Well, I disagree with that. I think he's got the attributes. Yeah,
but he's gone backwards as they've given him more exposure.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Bear, what I don't understand was, after that Pakistan series, and they named Bashir in the side, of obviously ahead of Leach, whatever happened to Tom Hartley? He was great.
Tom Hartley was even worse than Bashir, to be honest. I think he had less control. Yeah, well, he did, but he took wickets in India. Anyone can take wickets in India if you're a spinner. You can bowl shit and take wickets in India. Look, we had Don Bess went out to Sri Lanka in India a couple of years ago, and I remember he got a fiver in Sri Lanka on turning wickets with 5 of the shittiest test wickets you'll ever see, but he got a fiver just because the wicket was helpful.
Well, Bear, you say that, but actually the Indian spinners couldn't take wickets against New Zealand.
Yeah, which was interesting that they didn't manage.
Maybe they turned it too much. I mean, sometimes when you get a real Bunsen, the secret is not to actually turn it much.
Yeah.
I also think their selection was poor. You know, like Axar Patel is a great bowler. I think he averages 22. But, you know, Ravindra Jadeja is just such a economical bowler. Here's Bethel beginning a new over, going round the wicket, and Blundell plays that reverse sweep. But there's a fielder there at deep backward point, and it'll just be the one. But yeah, Ravindra Jadeja, you know, he's very economical, and I know he gets quite a few 5 wickets bags from time to time. But I think the New Zealanders worked out how to play, you know, the frontline spinners, Ravichandran Ashwin and Jadeja, as Mitchell places the snatch delivery from Bethel, and it's played straight to extra cover. But I reckon Axar Patel was probably underused in that series.
Yeah, but yeah, well.
Oh, this time Mitchell's lofting it down the ground. This is over mid-off. He's hit it all the way over the boundary for 6. It bounced 2 times, and his dad, John Mitchell, who's over from England, the England women's coach, caught it. I'm obviously lying.
There's a big one of these anyway.
No, nobody would know, Andy. You didn't have to admit that.
Yeah, exactly.
England women,
I believed you.
England women's coach. Anyway, so this time Mitchell sweeping more orthodox to Bashir at short fine leg. Yeah, so the alternative commentary collective called Daryl Mitchell son of a Mitch, and obviously you can work out the connotation, but yeah, he's the son of John Mitchell, the former All Black, although he never played a test, but he was the midweek captain. And here's Bethel, and Mitchell again lofts it down the ground. That's going to be another 6. So Mitchell racing.
No, it's not.
Now.
It's a catch.
Oh, it's caught. Oh my goodness! Well done.
Oh.
And
that's a great. Mitchell standing there.
That's Bethel's maiden Test wicket.
Wow. The interesting thing is that his hat and his sunglasses fell off just by the boundary. I'm wondering if one of them had hit the boundary, whether it would still be out.
Well, as long as they were, as long as they weren't connected to him, I guess.
He juggled it. Yeah. Yeah, if the ball hits the sunglasses or the hat, it would count as 5 penalty runs.
Yeah.
But this is actually a good question. Can you still be out if that happens? Or is it a dead ball?
I don't know.
No, not if it hits the hat when it's detached from the body. It becomes a dead ball and the 5 runs are awarded.
Well,
the last time I saw that was with Baba Azam. He fielded the ball with his cap. I think it was in Multan when I was there. Anyway, that's the end of the over.
And it's also...
And it's Southie time.
Oh, is it? They sent out Southie?
I think so.
This is exactly what I... Sorry, guys. I mean, I know that I'm kind of hogging it here, but for fuck's sake.
No, they haven't.
Southie can't...
No.
It's not Southie.
No, it's not. Sorry. It's Phillips.
Yeah, that's what you wanted.
I think the New Zealand selectors and the administration have enough egg on their face allowing Southie to play this whole series. And yeah, the average Kiwi punter would have thought, yeah, it'd be great if Southie breaks 100 sixes, but that's not his job. His job's to take wickets. He's done that poorly. By the way, that was a bloody good catch by Potts.
Yeah, it was in the end. It hung up there for a long time, didn't it?
Just as a side point, you guys, just with Bethel on screen, being born in Barbados, of course, I've just actually booked a cruise for March, and one of the stops is Barbados.
Oh, nice.
Well, there's some cricket on at the time. Yeah, as Jay points out, the sunglasses did actually touch the boundary, but because they were no longer attached to him, it didn't matter.
Here's Bethel, the wicket taker, following round the wicket to Glenn Phillips, who gets off the mark immediately with a cut shot out to forward backward point. Don't know if that's actually a position or deep cover point, maybe we could call it. Sweeper, maybe. So New Zealand lead by 580 at the end of the over.
Jay Grover says, Daryl Mitchell always reminds me of Captain Nemo. Mayank says, I think New Zealand honestly won't declare. They'll bat all the way through until they're all out. Still have 5 sessions to bowl England out, or 6.
For fuck's sake, that's pointless.
Get out tonight. Jay says it's like watching a slow hospice death of a loved one. Mike says they've come off again at the Gabba after just 7 balls on a wicket. Stokes would have declared on 2 for 6 just for shits and giggles, says Jay. And Mayank says, imagine a world without Cricinfo. Yes, there was one at one stage, and it was fucking hard to find stuff out. It's amazing the access we have to information now. Just extraordinary.
Messes. That guy that said that Daryl Mitchell reminds him of Nemo, can you actually reply to him and ask why? Here's Bashir beginning a new
Tell us, Jay, tell us.
Yeah, I want to know what is the resemblance between Daryl Mitchell and Nemo? I mean, I dive a little bit. I've never seen Daryl Mitchell down there.
Jay's got a very strong imagination.
Yes.
That's just weird. Although I don't know if you guys know this, but do you know what Glenn Phillips is known as in New Zealand?
No.
Zippy from what's that
Rainbow
program? Zippy from Rainbow, yeah.
You can tell that Bear has kids.
By the way, sorry, it's not out, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, no, Glenn Phillips is known as Zippy from Rainbow.
By the way, just forewarning to you all, play is going to start half an hour early tomorrow morning.
So they're fucking us up tonight.
Man in the ground, Hector Vickers has just told us.
It's just so unnecessary. Oh, well, is it? I mean, I suppose if England... I mean, no matter what, England are going to... If England do chase this down, they'll chase it down in 90 overs anyway, which is only a day. And there's 2 days left in the test. I mean, it all seems a bit unnecessary.
Here's Bashir, and this time Phillips is pulling that one out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there, so it'll just be one. But that actually raises another question. Why does cricket start so late? I've never understood that. I mean, obviously in places like India, because of the light or the lack of light, it's different because it's, you don't have the extremes of, summer versus winter. But why does cricket... Here's Bashir. And this is just defended by Blundell. He's on 25.
Well,
he's on 2 new.
Oh, man.
Better than it was. When I was growing up, it started at 11:30 in England. Always. 11:30 to 1:30. 2:10 to 4:15, then 4:35 to 6:30 it went. So it's come back. In Australia quite often it starts at 10.
Yeah.
There's an argument in England that sometimes the conditions early on are really, really tough.
Yeah, I mean, in the height of summer it shouldn't really matter at 10 o'clock in the morning, but I mean, earlier in the season I think it would be quite tricky at that time in the morning.
Here's Bashir bowling Blundell, who advances down the wicket, plays it up to Duckett at long on, and it's 1 run. I mean, I personally liked it. I mean, I lived in England for 13 years, and I loved Sunday cricket that started at 2. Towards the end of the season, it would start at 1. But starting at 2 was great. But this is completely different. This is a test match. Like, I just don't understand why cricket is a profession, and it's 5 days, so it's essentially a working week. Why the hell do they start at 11? Why can't they start at 9?
Well, presumably maybe it's too fresh, and I mean, depending on where you are. I mean, this is it. I think it depends where you are in the world, because essentially the tests in Pakistan were starting at 9:30, I think, in the morning.
And quite often in India they start
because it gets dark so early, because they're more equatorial and the days are actually short, and they're actually playing in winter.
Bear, I get that, but what I'm saying is that they don't have the extremes of daylight versus nightlight. Here's Bethel coming round the wicket to Blundell, and it's defended and there's no run. I live in Bali, right? So it's not so dissimilar to, say, Pakistan. You don't have long nights. So that's not an issue, but that's not the point. I just don't understand why they start so late. And here's Bethel once more, and defended by Blundell.
Well,
I
imagine originally it's to do with the fact it's a gentleman's game, and we can't be starting at 9 in the morning. We have to have our tea and eggs and let that settle, and then we can
exactly.
And then we can go out at a nice,
problem.
nice civilised time near lunchtime.
Yeah, which is why they have 40 minutes for lunch and 20 minutes for tea, which is also stupid. 30-minute breaks makes sense.
This time Blundell was just picking up a single behind backward point. Look, I can understand it in the UK, right? Because English cricket fans are like no other. So if there's a match on in Trent Bridge, for example, someone might come down for Aberdeen from the day. So they need to allow them fans time to get there. But in other parts of the world, I just don't get it at all.
No.
Here's Bethel once more, and this time Phillips is defending him for the offside. He's 2 not out. Blundell's 27. New Zealand lead by 583 in pursuit of 1,000 runs to set the highest ever fourth innings chase. Here's Bethel, left arm round the wicket, and this time Phillips is playing it to cover once more.
What I don't get either is that New Zealand aren't just trying to go ballistic as well. I mean, what are they fucking about? They're playing normal cricket and their lead is 583.
But maybe they're going for the biggest winning margin.
Here's Bethel once more, round the wicket. Played out to the cover sweeper by Phillips. But I think what this shows, though, is that New Zealand is very timid when it comes to Test cricket. I mean, what the fuck? They're 584 ahead. They've got bowlers ready. They're bowled England out for 130 in the first innings, and they're batting on. Oh, it's a joke. By the way, guys, I can't see the clock, so let me know when my stint's up.
Oh well,
we've got one more over. You got one more over, and then we're gonna have a switcheroo.
Mayank says, I find Bashir and Riyam Ahmed not even fantastic county quality, to be fair. Joe says Riyam Ahmed isn't even the best cricketer in his family. Mayank says, you're right. I'm sure his nan can bowl better spin than Riyam Ahmed. Oof. Mayank says they showed Southey 5 minutes ago wearing his training kit and shorts with no shoes. He's not batting. Jay Grover says, Coney heart meds have breathed a sigh of relief. And given the family's talent, it wouldn't surprise me. And I come from the land of Nan's rhubarb. Jay says West Indies grounds can be Bradman's to get to and all. And Mike says in 1939, England made 654 for 5 versus the West Indies, South Africa, I think it was, in a draw. New Zealand clearly saw that and decided they needed 700 minimum. Yeah, it was a 10-day test match, as I recall.
This one's lofted by Phillips off Bashir out into the deep, and it's going to be taken out there. Phillips got underneath it, looking for the boundary, and you would have to think that surely is the time for New Zealand to declare. But I have a sneaking feeling that they're going to let Tim Southey come out and bat, which to me is an absolute farce if that happens. He's not the number 8 batsman. Mitchell Santner is. And it was well taken out there by Cast. Bashir has a wicket, that's his second. He's now got 2 for 144. Phillips has gone for 3. New Zealand 387, leading by 584 runs. So let's see what happens. The lights are on, by the way.
Yeah, I think they've been on pretty much all day. I mean, it's pretty overcast. I mean, it's great bowling conditions, right? Isn't it? I mean, I suppose it's supposed to get sunny again tomorrow, in which case it'd probably be nicer to bat. But you'd think in conditions like this, with a new ball, with England completely dispirited, you want to get them at the end of the day. You don't want to even give them a chance to have a good night's rest and come back feeling like it's a whole new day and refreshed. You want to.
Well, you'll be pleased to know, Andy, that Mitchell Santner is batting, not Southey.
Oh. I'm not pleased at all, Messes. They should be bowling.
Well, yeah.
By the way, that ad that they always show on TNT, doesn't that guy look like David Brent?
Which ad? The one that's just gone.
It's always on the ad break on TNT Sports. That guy, he's like the referee. He looks. He's a.
What the betting one? Yeah. And then when he's looking at he does a little bit.
And Jay Grover comes back to you. Says, I offer a visual explanation of my Nemo comparison. Think Alan Moore, not fish.
Who's Alan Moore?
Which means nothing to me.
Absolutely.
I've got no idea.
Let's have a Mitchell Santner jingle.
Santner baby, get some drift into the pads for me. Been an awful good Kiwi. Santner baby, and dart them in quickly tonight.
Bear, should I finish this over or should I hand over now?
Just finish the over.
Okay.
We'll do it nice and symmetrical.
Oh, and then we can have Forthy and Gary on with one trying to shut the other down.
Well,
I
yeah.
enjoy that.
I'd like to be on here with Forthy again. I think Forthy was the first guy I ever commentated with on Gorilla Cricket.
He's a very
Hold
gentle,
on. No,
gentle
sorry,
companion.
It wasn't Gorilla Cricket, it was White Line Wireless. Because he's based in Australia, isn't he?
Yeah, indeed.
There's Bashir bowling round the wicket to the new batsman, Santner. Of course, coming off of 50 in that run of 3 wickets. Ben Stokes there off the field at the moment. But
Yeah, he's got his thigh strapped up.
here's Bashir and Santner's defending this one. New Zealand lead by 584.
And, you know, why is he defending? I mean, it's just beyond me. What is going on here?
It's absolutely ridiculous that they should have declared an hour ago. Here's Bashir, and Santner this time launches them straight back over his head. I think that's going to clear the boundary. In fact, it's gone past the hospitality area, and that's a 6 for Santner.
One toke over the line, sweet Jesus. One toke over the line.
Yeah.
No, this is just a joke now.
It is. It's ridiculous. Maybe they're going to get to...
The strange thing is, though, Bear, we all know it's ridiculous. So why can't they work out it's ridiculous as Santner takes a single to mid-wicket? Why can't New Zealand management work out that it's ridiculous?
Exactly.
Surely the fans want to see Henry and O'Rourke bowl. They're not interested in these guys batting.
No, these are boring runs, aren't they? I mean, you basically want to see New Zealand getting into the England side, and you can imagine that England come out now completely frazzled, and they pick up 2 or 3 quick wickets, and then the game's pretty much done.
If you're in a situation where you have only 2 decent fast bowlers, an hour is plenty of time tonight, and then they can take a relatively new ball early in the morning.
Exactly.
So it makes some sense.
All right, is that the end of the over?
That's a good point. So, yes, Southey will probably still take the new ball. That is the end of the over, so I'll jump off. It's 387 for New Zealand, the lead by 591, and Harry Brooks going to have a bowl.
Ah, well, this is declaration bowling. Good morning to you, Gary.
Yeah, I've got a couple of answers to questions that came up in that last commentary stint, but I'll give them as and when Forthy gets me in on the ball by ball.
Well, I'm on a ball by ball.
As and when you get me in on the ball.
I will do. Can you get close to your mic? Or is it too big?
Yeah, I can.
Excellent.
There you are.
Lovely. Get a little bit louder. Well, Harry Brooks going to have a bowl. I'll give him a jingle, but I just can't be asked at this point.
Quite right.
And he bowls a filthy round the wicket, whirly arms into the middle of the deck. And he gets quite big on Santner. He defends it out to the offside, and there's no run. He has a little chuckle.
They all enjoyed that.
Yeah. And did you see Ollie Pope behind the stumps? He sort of looked scared. He's a wicket keeper, goddammit. That one's Fuller and just driven out into the covers, and there's no run. Everyone's having a giggle. This is just pointless cricket.
So Alan Moore is the writer of Watchmen. He has a beard like ZZ Top.
Right. I quite like the Watchmen film. I think I've read the comic as well. I thought it was quite true to the comic, and was quite a good film. A lot of people slated it.
The reason why they don't start at 9 o'clock, by the way, is that they do start at 9 o'clock. In fact, sometimes earlier than that. I'll explain why in a moment.
Round the wicket is Brook, and it's defended up towards mid-on. They don't think about a single.
So one of the privileges of a press pass is you can go in the grounds at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I'm often in just after 8 or thereabouts, and the players are all there. break.
Smashed by Santner. I think he's going to get 6 runs, or at least 4. I don't know. The cameraman lost it. It's 6 runs. Way! Well done, you. And something that should never really be worn is shorts with a shirt and tie, but the man with shorts and shirt and a tie has actually caught the ball, I think.
He is milking it, though.
He is milking it.
It was a good catch, though.
It was, because he was being interfered with by another person trying to catch it. Defended by Santner into the offside. There's no run.
Unless you're Angus Young of ACDC.
Well, of course, yeah, so maybe that's the thing, isn't it?
Man in schoolboy outfit interfered with. You heard it here first. Good luck, cricket.
And he's got it.
Yes.
It's a good take.
Yeah, so the reason why they can't... Well, there's 2 reasons why they can't start at 9 o'clock. They can't even start at 10 o'clock. Is that the players are there, they're doing stretching, they're doing warming up. Alistair Cook... I've seen Alistair Cook in the nets at Trent Bridge, I think even before 8 o'clock in the morning. So they're having nets. There's various media duties to undertake, particularly for the captains. And obviously that's on the first day, but often on other days as well. I'll break off.
Tossed up by Bashir, cut out to the man at point. They don't take the single. Do you think 600's the limit, by the way, or are they just going to carry on?
Oh, who knows? So there's plenty that they're doing before the start of play. And of course, the other reasons, particularly in England, is you do not want to be playing cricket much before 11 o'clock in England because the ball will be going sideways.
Well, yeah. I'm sure not in the height of summer it wouldn't, but that's defended into the onside. There's no run. I mean, in July and August, I very much doubt that's the case. If it's light at 3 in the morning, it can be pretty bloody hot by 9 in the morning and pretty dry.
I wouldn't like to see it. I always think that before midday it's a bowler's game. We don't want to give them 3 hours.
That's just worked into leg side. They'll get themselves a quick single. I think was it leg by? I don't know. But this is fucking pointless.
It is. Absolutely is.
I suppose one possible explanation is that the chairman and the CEO want this to go into a 5th day.
Haven't they got insurance against all this kind of thing? And I always think that's a bit of a red herring, all that about CEO pitches. Well, they're all insured for losses, I'm certain of it.
Yeah, I guess the insurance goes up if you keep claiming, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Minimal.
Bashir around the wicket, and Santner defends up towards mid-on.
Well, I can tell you that a day's cricket like this isn't packing them into the stands anyway.
No, of course it's not. I mean, this is it. Everyone wants to get to the denouement, don't they? They want to see New Zealand bowl at England and see where this goes. They don't want to see this endless bullshit of New Zealand just piling on endless pointless runs that aren't really required. That's smashed out to cover. The 600 is up. 602. They're not declaring. I don't know why.
I really hope it rains now.
Yeah, well, it'll serve them right if it does.
That would be the karma, wouldn't it?
It would be.
You're so on top in this game.
They should have declared an hour or so ago.
Oh, that's what I was saying. I thought they'd declared, an hour ago.
That's down leg side. Pope stops it at least, and there is no run. But you can't see England coming out and doing anything other than trying to smash it out of the park, can you? I mean,
well, that's what they do anyway.
Well, exactly, and that's of course that's what you're going to do, chasing down 600. There's no point in faffing about out there.
I think I'm on at 3 a.m. tomorrow, and I don't think I'll be on the mic at all.
No, well, you might well be now because they're having that out, and they are going to start half an hour early, so it'll start at 9:30.
Is that the end of the over?
I believe so. Go for it.
Mayank, you're right, Messi. It was versus South Africa. Talking about that time, this test, and the worst part of it was that England only needed 42 more, but after day 10 they said fuck this. They didn't actually say fuck this. That was the last boat back to England, I think.
Yeah,
they had to get back to the jobs. They had jobs to do.
Well, they had jobs to do. There's also a war starting.
Yeah.
Disinterested fan job. You don't know who Alan Moore is? Well, he's unaware of you.
Well, he may well be. That's pulled as Brooks starts his second over with a bouncer. That gets pulled out. I mean, Atkinson's hardly bowled. He's only bowled about 9 overs in this innings.
Cast is the same. I think Cast has bowled 11.
Well, they decided to just save them because they're getting battered anyway. I don't know. And obviously, Stokes decided to bowl himself into an injury. Brook around the wicket to Santner. Gets defended back to him, and there's no run.
Harry Brook is a club bowler. The two 21-year-olds are still very raw, and Bethel, is barely a county spinner.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's... I think that was an off break by Harry Brook. Beat the outside edge of Santa, having a big swing. Straightened. It was an off break. Did turn.
Quite a good ball.
Not a bad ball. Flat dart.
Made better bag a shot. I mean, if it wasn't this ludicrous situation, if he just let it go.
Well, indeed. Harry Brook bowls that into the pads, and it's just worked into the leg side, and they're going to pointless single.
I suppose Knuckle would say that any cricket's better than no cricket, so we're definitely getting more cricket rather than less cricket here.
I don't know. It's getting close to bringing the game into disrepute. This just batting on and on and on.
It is a bit pointless.
Yes. The only thing I would say is that didn't South Africa chase down some enormous total here 2 or 3 years ago? They've seen England chase down enormous totals. So what was how many did they score in that first innings in Pakistan? It was 800 and something.
Yeah.
Oh, get your bingo cards out. Harry Brook is taking the new ball.
Well, how many times are you ever going to see that?
Is that on your bingo card?
Not really. Now he's going to bowl a Yorker. Come on.
I think there's an element here of England saying, well, look, if you're going to do this, we can do this, and we'll give Harry Brook the new ball. And I don't blame them.
Yeah.
I don't blame. By bringing the game into disrepute, I'm thinking, people are paying subscriptions for this. People are paying to go into the ground, and I don't think they're getting the quid pro quo of competitive cricket, and it's not.
Well, look, it's a flat pitch, and maybe England will overhaul a score of 600. It's not impossible.
Well, the first ball, the new ball, is driven sweetly on the half volley by Blundell out to the extra cover boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs. And I'm getting really bored of this, I have to say.
And when Saturday Comes many years ago had a competition for the least likely reason for a match to be abandoned, and I'll tell you the winner in a moment because we're into that kind of territory now.
Well, Brook bowls again, and Blundell drives again out into the deep. That'll be 1.
I think the one that won, if I can just finish the story, is and this is what would require, I think, for anything other than New Zealand win. The most unlikely reason was Renegade Apache at Fenerbahce. And yes, England could chase down 600 and plenty, but I think a more likely reason is an asteroid hitting the middle of the ground and match abandoned. Of course, there was once a crossbow bolt abandoned the match at the Oval, so not impossible.
Why is it not impossible when England scored over 800 on a flat pitch in Pakistan a few tests ago?
Well, Ben Stokes is laid up. They're all fed up. In their minds, they've lost this anyway. So, I mean, cricket can make a fool of anybody, and maybe it'll make a fool of me tomorrow. But if England even get halfway to this, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, me too.
I'll be surprised as well. But New Zealand do not want to pointlessly declare and find England go on one of their rampages.
What does it? I mean, the series isn't live anyway.
Well, I'm sorry, but the flip side of that, fourth, is you've got to be able to expect to bowl England out for under 609. You have. You've got to back your bowlers, really, haven't you?
All I'm doing is just putting the other side of the coin, because there must be a reason why they're continuing to bat out there, and I'm just trying to find out what it is.
What was being speculated on?
Defended by Blundell, first ball, by the way.
I'll give you something that was being speculated on 12
that one's cut by Blundell out to the man in the deep. It'll just be the 1 run.
And it was the New Zealand commentator, I can't remember her name, I'm afraid, and they were saying in rugby culture in New Zealand, and I don't know anything about rugby culture, there's a real sense of, when you're on top, you grind the opposition, you barrack the the players, you really have a go at the opposition. So she was saying that there might be a bit of this, that they really want to grind England down, make them suffer.
Yeah, I kind of understand. I kind of understand that if you were in a position to win the series, but having lost the series,
it was the first test, but
yeah,
it's not.
It's the last test, and after this, everyone's going to go home, and no one's going to remember it, and so England won't really give a shit, and they'll just turn around and go, "Yeah, well, you did that, but we won the series 2-1." Wicked.
Yeah, in the meantime, England have got their over rate up, so they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, well, and that's hoiked down towards long on. There'll be a single. I've got to play a jingle, and it's this jingle.
Use your bribe, super chat.
What I would say, if it's any side in the history of Test cricket who's going to chase down 600 on a flat pitch,
it will be
then England would be one of the more likely candidates. This England team would be one of the more likely candidates.
Yeah.
That's bunted out to cover, and there is no run.
Even then, Ben Stokes on one leg, if that, at number 7, as opposed to an Adam Gilchrist.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that, does it? It's just they're thinking to themselves, could England chase this down? And they're probably arriving at the conclusion, yes, it's possible. So we're going to. What's the point of declaring when there's still 2 days to go? We'll just bat on a bit, and we'll put them in with half an hour to go. Oh, it makes some sort of sense. Look, it's not enjoyable cricket, don't get me wrong.
It's pointless cricket. Right. Disinterested hand job has given us $10, and he just perked the fuck up, motherfuckers. Woo! Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Mog. It's now approaching 5:20 in the morning, and I think I've got to do maybe another hour and a bit of this.
I think part of the gloom emanating from Sydenham is the fact that, forgivably, it's 5:20 in the morning as well.
Yeah,
but it's not just gloom. I mean, even 100 runs here ago, we'd have been saying to declare, and this England side, whether you like the term baseball or not, it is an incredibly positive mindset towards winning games. To the extent that some of the declarations have been, of course, foolish, but there was a method in the madness declaring at Edgbaston on the first day of the Ashes as well.
Well, there was far less method in that madness. That was stupid. This is less stupid on New Zealand's part.
Well, that can be debated, but at least what England.
Well, it lost them the series. It lost them the Ashes. Declaring on the first day like that effectively lost them the Ashes, and that was fucking stupid.
Potts is in first ball with a new ball, and has attempted cut by Blundell through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's another one of these. Hold on.
Super chat, a super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart, and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat.
Well, I mean, obviously it didn't, because if the match plays out exactly the same, Cummins and Lyon would have been batting for 5 minutes instead of 50 minutes or whatever it is they batted. So I don't think that's necessarily a sustainable position, but it was ill-advised.
Potts left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
But baseball is about finding the quickest way to win a match, and in the main, the results show that it works far more often than it fails. This is finding the slowest way to win a match for New Zealand, and I hope there is a freak storm and they karma bites them on the bum, because this is absurd way of carrying on in professional sport.
No, it's not. This is. I mean, New Zealand have worked out the odds. I think South Africa chased down an enormous thing total on this ground about 3 years ago, was it?
Yeah.
And they're very, very wary of this England side, and so they should be. But if Brook and Root get going, they could get a 300 partnership here quite quickly.
If you think that little of your bowlers,
yeah, exactly,
maybe you shouldn't be captain.
That was defended, and there's no run.
I can see the logical sense behind it. Other people must be able to see the logical sense behind it, or they wouldn't be still batting.
Yeah, well, unless there's an ulterior motive, unless it is something about on 2
Potts
days,
is
unless
just
it is something about an attitude that they want to grind England into the dust in a series they've already lost.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
There are other reasons then.
I mean, you've got Blundell with a lead of 612. He's leaving balls outside the off stump just because it's a new fucking ball. I mean, you're 408 for 7, leading by 612. I just don't get. Even if you're going to carry on batting, you might as well be throwing the bat at the fucking ball.
Yeah.
Why are you leaving balls outside off stump when the lead of 612? It's madness.
I agree with that. There's no point leaving balls now. You want to be piling on runs if that is the strategy to make sure you can't get anywhere near it.
I think Potts was pretty much saying that to Blundell there. Oh, now that's an absolute cracker. But I don't think it's got anything because no one's appealed.
Yeah, the other thing is that you've got Mitchell Satnav there at the crease, and you would expect if you're playing a spinner that they would come into their own in the fourth innings of the match. He could easily break a finger here. He could easily incapacitate himself, and therefore you're taking one of your major weapons away. So what's the risk there compared to the reward of getting another 20 runs?
Well, if Mitchell Santner breaks his fingers here, they'll be very glad they've got 600 plus runs in the bank.
And Glenn Phillips will be their part-time spinner. That's driven by Blundell up to mid-off, and they don't bother taking the fucking single. It's ridiculous. Are you going to do that super chat?
Yes, sorry. We're rather behind after all of that. The super chat's from Jay Grover. Just to add some joy to the depressive miasma that is enveloping us all, I made an ignored comment appreciating Gary's glorious Bismarckian tash. It must never go. I still maintain Forthy is on the roids. Thank you very much, Jay Grover. Excellent stuff. We're quite behind. We're quite behind here as well. Yes, Jay Grover, Forthy's on the roids today. Lack of gentleness there. Mayank, I nominate today being the most riveting Test cricket day in the history of the game. Jay Grover, I have so many things I want to relapse into. Disinterested handjob. I think agreeing with me. Just because you lot don't know the plan New Zealand is operating under doesn't mean they don't have one. They clearly have a plan. Mayank, at what point does the umpire telling them to take the new ball because this ball is too old and fucked and there's no new ball in the box that's equivalent to this one in terms of wear and tear? And Jay Grover, Gary did not know that, but then again, you notoriously make shit up. A disinterested handjob, but what does Hendo think about all this?
Well, we haven't heard from him. I managed he's away. Another super chat from Jay, just calling us pricks. Thanks, Jay. It's all right. That was defended stupidly by Blundell. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a single. Because
it was a single.
It was a single. Yeah, I really don't care. I really don't care anymore. I'd appeal for LBW. Why not? And fucking review it as Blundell comes down the track and misses it. It crashes into his pad.
Maybe they're trying to provoke England into reckless opening partnership because Crawley and Duckett are well known for their stonewall blocking, aren't they?
Well, exactly. I mean, you don't really need to do that, do you? That's defended by somebody out to mid-wicket and there's no one Blundell. I mean, maybe England should come out and just fucking stonewall it and score no runs in 2 days and try and not lose a wicket.
Didn't Faf du Plessis do that in South Africa?
I think they did that against. He did that against Australia, didn't he? They managed to get a draw. He batted for like 2 days, for about 30 or something stupid like that. That's played out into the deep, and there's a single, I believe.
I used to love those rearguard actions when I was young. I used to love a side that batted for 5 sessions for a draw. I'm less keen on them these days.
Aberton and Russell. I mean, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind when a draw is strategically valuable. I don't like it when it's not. And of course, I'll break off.
Bashir around the wicket to Santner. He plays that square on the offside. There's no run, and they get another bloody single.
The absolute obverse of it was Joe Root refusing to chase 280 in 71 overs, was it, against New Zealand and Lords? I mean, that was the nadir of the worst captain I've ever seen. Okay, he was dealing with things like COVID and stuff at the time. There is mitigation, but never ever seen a worse decision than that.
Oh, it turns, it's going down leg side, and it's missed by Blundell, and there's no run.
And that did cost the series, because England lost it 1-0, I think, by refusing to chase a pretty gettable target, not even giving it a go.
It was only about 200, wasn't it? Fucking oodles at the time.
Was it 280 or 270? But it was in more than 2 sessions. They just
yes. Disinterested Handjob says Gary body slams the game with powerful hyperbole. Disinterested Handjob also says hasn't Duckett bowled yet. Mayank, New Zealand isn't declaring I'm sure of it now. They play all the way through no matter what. Messi says you can bet on England at 26-1 and India at 200-1. If they both come up, it's 5,200 for one.
26-1. They think England would win this. So England play seven tests. They're playing 17 tests, I think, this year. They reckon they would win this match once every 18 months. That is just absolutely preposterous.
Why is it so preposterous? Sorry, I haven't really had a reply to this. On a flat pitch on a flat pitch in Pakistan, they scored about 850.
Yeah, you've got one example in 2,500 matches.
That's
it was
defenders.
Which was 2 months ago with this same team.
No, Ben Stokes is now incapacitated.
Oh, Ben Stokes has got injured. Well, someone's going to get out early, aren't they? I mean, I don't think it's impossible. And New Zealand have worked out that it is possible that England, I think they had a harrowing experience against South Africa about 3 years ago.
Everything is possible.
They've got Will Young in the team, so everything is possible.
Santa hoiks that down too long on. He's going to get himself 4 runs. This is just fucking tedious.
I agree.
Can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
But if your answer is everything's possible, it's a bit like time travel in the movies. It solves every question.
I agree it's tedious, but I don't think it's absurd. I can see the logic behind it. That's all I'm saying.
That's where we differ.
I differ as well. I don't think there's any logic in this at all. That's driven hard by Santa. Back to the bowl and there's no run.
We're not paid our enormous salaries to all agree with each other.
That's true.
There was a film I saw last week that had something akin to time travel in, and it's just such a cop-out on the part of movie makers to
I've got a friend in Messi who says 100% correct, Forthy. This is a perfectly reasonable way for New Zealand to play. With 2 full days remaining, there's no need to declare.
That's hoiked by Santner. Out into the deep, no one out there. I think it's gone all the way. Yeah, it has. Might as well bring on Gus Atkinson or Bryden Cast at the other end and let them have a fucking go then.
Ben Duckett.
Yeah, Ben Duckett, finally. Let's see the Duckett bowl.
What is... it's tedious, I agree, but do you think New Zealand are actually getting this wrong and are ruling themselves in some way out of winning?
No, they're not ruling themselves out of winning the game. They're just delaying it, I suppose.
Well, it's delaying it. I mean, that's not such a sin, really, is it?
No, it's not. Unless they do exactly that. Unless there's rainstorms for the next couple of days, and England managed to somehow claw a draw out of it. Or
their only way of losing it would be to declare and for England to get the runs. Therefore, they're trying to get more runs to prevent that happening. I think that's the logic.
Well, I think they're one of the things.
What's the point of them declaring? What is the point of them declaring?
Well, do you really think it? Oh, break off.
Santner gets inside half the back, goes out square on the leg side. There's milky sunshine now. Getting rid of.
This is what England looked like after 98 overs. What do you think the state of the New Zealand attack will be after 170?
What is the point of them declaring? That is the only way that England can win, by them declaring.
Well, the ground staff think they're going to fucking declare because they got white paint and shit coming out. I mean, even the ground staff think they should declare. Everyone thinks they should declare.
The more time the bowlers have at the England batsmen tonight is surely better than England's batsmen having a reset and starting tomorrow morning.
Well, that is a very true point as well. Yeah. I mean, you've got England completely gone in the head now. They're 620, and that's what I was saying to Andy earlier. I mean,
They've declared.
Have they declared? Thank fuck for that.
I think they have. Or are they going for drinks? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to declare because I think we're done, aren't we?
We are.
And I'll be back 3:30 tomorrow, UK time or thereabouts, when I hope I'm enjoying it rather more than I've enjoyed this cricket. But I've enjoyed the conversation. That has been a pleasure. So see you tomorrow.
I think I'm off as well. Cheers. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, Messers is back with Andy.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
I'm totally with Forthy on this. I know it is tedious, but I also know that from the point of view of a captain in a test match, you do what's necessary to win, and sometimes that's not exciting stuff. You just grind the opposition into the dirt. And if the opposition is coming in with the thought that they might be able to chase down 550 at, in extraordinary
Well, England always
but then-
believe, but the fact is...
Yeah, but they're not going to believe when they're facing 700, for example.
Well, they'll believe just as much as when they're facing 600. I mean, at this point, you go, well, fuck you. We're going to come out here and smash it all over the park.
Scoreboard pressure is a powerful thing, it seems to me, and the hopelessness is internal. They'll say we can chase it down, but they won't believe it.
Yeah,
and the more you grind them in, the better you are. The other thing is that, I wouldn't be surprised. I think there's 12 overs left today. Yes, there are. They'll take off 2 for a change. There's 10 overs left. Bat another 5 overs. Give them 5 overs to face tonight. That'll be shitty time to be batting. Or if you get out all out now, so what? But either way, this is the way Test cricket has to work sometimes, and it's not that exciting. But suck it up is my view. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm back online, and it's been raining ridiculously a lot lately in Bali. Today's actually been alright, but it's coming down in buckets full, or as the 12th man said, impersonating Richie Benner, it's coming down in buckets full. So I might not be brilliant for this. Can you hear the noise?
No, can't actually.
No.
Maybe a little patter.
Okay. It's absolutely persisting down.
Nice. Well, not nice actually, but hey. It's probably quite warm still though, isn't it, in Bali?
Yeah. Well, we're in summer now, so it's pretty warm. But I live in the slightly out of the southern area. There's the well-known places like Kuta. I live about an hour north, so we're about 1,000 feet, I think, above beach level.
I can just hear the faint patter. Yeah, Shoaib Bashir's bowled 34 overs, 161. 2 wickets in there. Bryden Carr's only bowled 11 overs, and Gus Atkinson's only bowled 9. I mean...
There, this just made me think, why is Joe Root not bowling?
I don't know. I mean, he's giving everyone else a go. Well, it's Pope making the choices now, isn't it?
Somebody asks the question of whether Harry Brooks ever taken a wicket. Yes, he took one in Wellington. He took one for 25.
And it was Kane Williamson he got out.
2023.
We just saw it, in fact. There was a stumping, wasn't it, down the leg side, I think. Strangely enough. Yeah, I just don't really understand what is going on here. Having a long break, so maybe it's another drinks break.
Kiwi by day says, love Forthy's logic. Can't help the tiredness of the grumpy gorillas. Sorry for the lateness, guys. And Ombre Nuevo says, what is not tedious is the commentary. I was meant to be back asleep over an hour ago, but you've kept me here tuned in. Also, has Duckett had a bowl yet? No, not yet.
Now that would make it interesting.
I expect Farong is absolutely praying for Duckett to have a bowl. He's not on Blue Sky at the moment, but he's the one person who's been urging Duckett to bowl forever.
Well, bat live, and Bashir's continuing, and there's a dot ball. What I don't understand is why they're also not trying to hit every single fucking bowler out the ground. Every ball, just getting on with it. I mean, this is it. I mean, if I were New Zealand, I want a good crack at them tonight. That's Hoik down the leg side to Crawley. He's got a smile on his face, the back of square leg. I want some very tired batsmen who've been out in the field all day coming into bat, looking discombobulated, facing a massive score.
This is ridiculous, Bear. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It is indeed.
I disagree, Andy. I disagree entirely.
Play back to the bowler. There's no run.
I know this is you come from the Bill Laurie school of thought. I remember there was one time there was a test match. I forget it was who versus who. Maybe it was India. And Bill Laurie says, "Don't even give them a sniff."
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I don't think they have got a sniff here. I mean, That's attempted a weak into the leg side by Santner. I think it came off the helmet and went out to point, and there's no run.
And I think they immediately panned to Bill Laurie's nose, if I remember correctly. I think it might have been that test in Adelaide when Dravid and Lakshman scored all those runs.
Yeah.
Big hoik by Santner, misses it, there's no run.
It's funny, Bill Laurie, isn't it? Lots of people are nostalgic about Bill Laurie's commentary. I didn't like it. It was sort of the Danny Morrison of his time. All the fucking it's all happening at the MCG shit. I think he was a shit commentator myself, but some people just grew up on it and thought that was the way it was supposed to be.
Down the track comes Santner, punches it up to mid-off, and there's a single.
The misses, I think part of it was the combination. I mean, I know that Billy Birmingham, the 12th man, played it up, but the combination with the other commentators, particularly Tony Gregg, kind of made it work well. But
Tony Gregg and Ian Chappell were actually very good together, I thought.
Yeah.
But they got stale after a while, as all commentary teams tend to, accept guerrilla cricket.
What's your opinion of Mark Nicholas, just out of interest?
I actually quite like Mark Nicholas. He works hard to keep it interesting, even when it's not.
Well, Root's going to have a go. We're not having Duckett yet, but Rooty's going to have a bowl.
Well, I just wondered about that. Why didn't he bowl, kind of 627 runs earlier?
Wow.
Well, Mayank says they should bowl all 11.
Well, they should do now. They should get Pope to get his pads off and put Duckett behind the stumps after he's had a bowl. Well, that's a slinger, and it's been hammered back down the ground, out the ground. Santner gets a 6. I think the guy wasn't watching, got plunked on the head.
Ooh.
Hey, Pierre, are you? I assume you're familiar with the 12th man, Billy Birmingham.
I've heard about him, yeah. Well, did we do an interview with him at one point? That's another hoik into the leg side. Nearly a really good bit of fielding by Ryan Armour, but it wasn't. It's 4 runs. Can't be asked to play a jingle. He's upset. Everyone's upset. I'm really upset.
Messers will remember this, and I'm just thinking of it in relation to Ben Tucker. It's like, there's this great line. So I can't remember what happened. Maybe he got hit. Oh, wait.
Oh, that's a filthy full toss. It's gone through everyone. It's going to be 4 byes. Could be 4 no balls. Byes.
Okay, sorry, before I talk about some other unrelated stuff, isn't this just like kids' cricket? This is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but I'm a New Zealander. I'm a New Zealand fan. I love England cricket. I lived there 13 years. But what the fuck is going on here?
I don't think they're doing themselves any favours here, are they? There's another big swing. That's probably going to be 6 more. Yeah, it's gone out the ground. 6 more. 647 is the lead. Kind of hope England chase it down in 90 overs now.
Fair, I feel so cynical at this point. I hope it rains for 2 days after this, because New Zealand has absolutely fucked this up big time.
I kind of hope it does, but I don't think it will. He's got a wicket. Rooty's got a wicket, driven at by Santner. He's out on 49. He's edged it to Bashir, who is at point. And I think Henry is going to come out and bat. It doesn't look like they're fucking declaring. This is absolutely insane.
And also, this is the other thing about this situation, right? Santner's going to go down with a 50 in the first innings, which was excellent. I think made 72 or something, and 49. And you're going to look back in a year's time and say, "Oh, he had a great match," but he's facing fucking pies.
Yeah, exactly. With no jeopardy whatsoever, because they were 600 odd runs already. I mean, it is madness. But
Jay Grover says, "What do New Zealand owe anyone? They want to win the game. I am, however, not having much fun." Mike says, "No need to declare. There's 2 days of cricket left. Good forecast too. Why declare if you have so much time, anyways?" Kiwi by day. I read that.
They finally
says New Zealand will never declare. That they will never surrender, and they have declared.
Oh my God! I can't believe it.
This is ridiculous.
No, sorry, they've sent Saudi in.
They sent Saudi in, so this is the last time. Well, it's not probably the last time because he'll get to bowl, but I mean, we're going to have his last batting time. He's going to get this.
Sorry, guys. I have to say this is absolutely great. There's only one thing on Southe's mind. He wants to hit 2 sixes, and I fucking hope he doesn't because he's been absolutely rubbish with the ball. But if he does hit 2 sixes, everyone's going to remember this match for Southe's sixes. They're not going to remember it for anything else.
Well, true.
Well, he batted 10 in the first innings. He's batting 10 in the second innings. So, you know.
Pulled
that's
out
where he should be.
to deep square leg, and there's a single. So who's he coming ahead of? Who's the other guy?
Will O'Rourke's the only other one.
No, Will O'Rourke was the overnight batsman. That's Henry.
Oh, that's right. Sorry,
Henry, he's coming in front of.
Yeah.
They're not even taking it seriously. This is a farce. In fact, the whole set. Southey got dropped in India. That's the other thing that maybe people don't remember. He got dropped after the second test. Then he announced his retirement. And he's just sort of fucking jolly. I mean, it's ridiculous. You should actually take me off there before I say something really good.
No, it's fine. This is guerrilla cricket. You can say anything as outrageous as you like. You know, that's what we're here for. We're this is fan-based commentary, Andy, and fans are entitled to be upset about some things. We've said some outrageous shit in the past, I'm sure. That's been driven down to long on for a single by Southey.
You know what would be really good though is if he gets 1 6 to get to 99 sixes and then gets caught going for another one. That would be brilliant.
It would be quite amusing. Bashir tosses that up and it's a big heave. It doesn't get past mid wicket where Potts is fielding. Blundell is on 36.
Actually, Blundell's quietly playing his way back into form here, isn't he?
Well, he is. But
well, of course, if he gets 1 6, he'll get past Chris Gale.
Oh, will he? Well, that's hoiked into the cow corner over the fence, and it's going to be 6 by Blundell.
Yeah, Messers, I saw that stat. Southey's equal with Chris Gale. But actually, I mean, I know I'm being negative, but for a number, 9 or 10 batsmen, Southey to hit that many sixes, I mean, I know he's played a long time, but still, it actually is quite impressive.
It is.
It is, yeah.
Down the track comes Blundell. Plays that down a ducket, a long on, and it'll be 1 run. Is that the end of the over? No, there's 2 balls left. I presume Southey's going to run.
Random question for you, Bear. I didn't follow the recent England limited over series in the Caribbean. Did Salt and Pepper ever play together?
No, they didn't. Pepper didn't get a game in the end.
Disappointing.
Yeah, it was. Hoiked to mid-wicket by Southey, no run.
I've always wanted to see a game with salt, pepper, onions and mustard.
Is there such a thing as like dog or something like that? Hot?
That's cut by Southey, and it's out to point, and there's no run.
Well, there was a cricketer called Collie, wasn't there? Have a hot collie with salt, pepper, and mustard and onions.
Actually, there's a guy, Bacon. Is it someone in England? I think is called Bacon. So I looked up to see if there was a cricketer called Egg. There actually was one. I don't think he played for England. This is years and years ago. But yeah, so they have had bacon and eggs.
Nice. God, this is...
Well, a long time ago when I was a union secretary, 2 of my members were called Raper and Pillage. Which is,
oh my God, are you serious?
That's quite impressive. Jacob Bethel.
I also had 2 members called Donald Duck.
Jesus Christ. Bethel is going to come back into the attack, spotting round the wicket. And big heave by Blundell. I think he got an edge onto his shoulder. It didn't go to slip. It went square on the offside instead. And there is no run.
Just for the benefit of listeners, if you're just tuning in right now, New Zealand's leading by 656 runs.
Yes.
Just in case you tune in right now.
Just in case you think it's going to be a tight match. Works into the leg side. Out to wide, long on. as a single.
But you really do wonder whether they're just trying to stretch out the ticket sales here. I just can't think of any other reason aside from this ridiculous Saudi 6 situation. Why the fuck would they be still voting?
Why would they declare, Andy? That's the question. What's the point of declaring?
To win the match, yeah.
There, you win the match if you finish the innings.
Well,
there's no reason to declare.
Down the track comes Saudi. Is that going to be one of his sixes? Please be out. No, he hasn't made it. Fuck off, Saudi. He's not even made 1 6. He's tried to come down the track, try to hit it over the top for one of these 2 6s that he requires to get to 100, and he's not managed it. Instead, he's just bundled it down to long on. And you know what? Just because of the situation, and it may be a last match.
Just fuck off!
Yeah, sorry, Sal, that you've been absolute shithouse the whole series.
He has been a worthy servant to Kiwi cricket, though, hasn't he? You know, I mean,
yeah, it's getting a standing ovation as it goes off.
Well, maybe this will be over quite quickly now. Matt Henry's come out, and he'll probably have a swing as well, and that'll be that.
Well, there's 8.3 overs left today, so if they're all out now, it'll be 6 overs to face.
Yeah. And then I can finally head off and go to bed.
Henry's actually a reasonably alright batsman, you know. He's actually quite good. So, whilst Blundell's there and Henry, they could rattle on quite a few more. Probably
no, well, they're not going to manage that because Henry has been bowled first ball. And so Bethel ends up with 3 wickets, 3 for 72 or 14.2 overs. Not a bad return. Henry runs off, presumably he's going to have to open the bowling. And finally, England are... Well, I mean, New Zealand didn't declare. Outrageous, really. But, hey, 657 is the target. Not going to happen.
6 overs to be bowled today. What do you reckon they'll be at by stumps?
Oh, 2 down.
Messes, I've got a question for you, because you're so good at this sort of thing. What is the highest ever total set in a test match for the 4th innings?
That's got to be.
Well, I'm going to just go and nip to the little boy's room because I've been sat here for hours now.
That's going to be a harder one to find, Andy.
But wouldn't it be something simple like highest ever score set test match? Something like that. Sorry, I would do it myself, but my laptop's totally fucked.
Oh, here we go. Got it. So 836, the West Indies set England in Kingston, Jamaica in 1930. And the result was a draw.
How many did England make?
That's a very good question. Match scorecard. England ended up making... England set West Indies 836. They ended up at 408 for 5. George Headley made 223 of that.
So basically, they would have won, but they ran out of time.
The next highest was 742, which England set Brisbane. England set Australia in Brisbane in 1928. England won. Next highest 735, which Australia set the West Indies in 1969, and Australia won. Then 708 in 1934. England was set and lost, and South Africa was set 702 by Australia in Melbourne in 1911 and lost. So, it's not an unprecedented target, put it like that.
Messrs, maybe the next question is, what's the highest score in a losing run chase?
451 by New Zealand.
Against England in Christchurch?
Yes, because that's the second highest ever score made in a 4th innings.
What's the highest in the 4th innings?
That was the one made by South Africa by England and South Africa in 1939, which was 654 for 5.
You know what's really crazy about this, Messes, is that you look at how easy the batting was towards the end.
Yeah.
I mean, if Crawley just goes out and just says, look, I've got 2 fucking days to make a name for myself. I don't have to smash every ball to the boundary. And, you know, Duckett will probably play the way he always plays. It's not, I mean, England scored, 800 or something in Pakistan not so long ago? I mean, they could actually get these runs, but how they approach it is going to be the big question. Obviously, it depends a lot on what happens with the ball, but I haven't been on commentary so much today, and also my bloody TV's not working, which is fucking me off, but the surface looks pretty good. It's last few hours on day 3. Day 4 and 5 in Hamilton's flat. England are good players of spin. I don't think Santner's going to be a massive threat, certainly not with the top order.
I think Henry and O'Rourke are going to come in with a lot of energy. And, England bowlers understandably didn't have any energy today. We have a super chat which we must go to. Do you have a jingle for me there?
YouTube Super Chat.
Jan Ariatnam is very generously gives us $14.99 Australian. He says, I'm in Vegas for the test match, but likely to be a draw with all the rain. I did run into Brendan Julian and Michael Vaughan at a bar, Callum Ferguson outside my hotel, and Ian Botham at my hotel bar. Oh, well, you're really getting in there with the in crowd, Johan. That's fantastic. I hope you're having some fun despite the rain. Interestingly, 4 wickets in a few overs in Brisbane has still been really interesting cricket there today. And they may get back on.
That's actually a great little comment there from that listener. It's like that Sesame Street thing. One of these things doesn't belong together. One is not kind of the same. I mean, Michael Vaughan is an absolute. Well, I don't even know what to say. But
Bellend is a good word.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Bear. Like, if I can think of any pundit that I wouldn't rather meet, I can't think of one other than Michael Vaughan. He's so into himself, and that whole debate and scandal at Yorkshire. He's like, but I'm a good guy. And they're like, well, no, you're fucking not. And we're going to send you on a bloody trip. He's an absolute, as you said, Bear, he's a fucking bellend, Michael Vaughan.
Well, I put both of them in much the same category, to be honest. Both amazing cricketers, but Ian Botham's a dickhead.
Is he, though?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I've never met the guy, but the one thing I respect Botham for was when he quit Middlesex when they signed Martin Crowe and got rid of Richardson, John Garner. Massive respect for that. The only thing, of course, is that he's a bit of a cunt because he played for Scunthorpe.
Mog says, thank fuck for that. Now you can all stop your miserable whining. Message accepted.
Yeah, well.
Mike says England can still easily win this. And Jay says of Jehan's drinking crew, he says only one man winning that drink off. Yeah, I think Ian Botham drink the rest under the table. And yes, and he says, yes, Botham was ordering more bottles of wine as the bar was closing. I told him I'm from Canterbury, Kent, and he looked at me and said, I know why you're here. Disinterested Mog says, make up your mind. Should New Zealand have batted longer for more runs or what? Should they have gotten 750 to be safe? What the hell? Jay says of Ian Botham, I'm amazed he knows where he is. Jan says Michael Vaughan took the pick with me and Brendan Julian. He was eating bangers and mash. Yes, I'm not a fan of him either. BJ is a nice bloke there.
Total numpty Michael Vaughan. Like, you know, then when they sort of quizzed him on all these historical texts, like you go to London, no one speaks English, and he's like, well, it wasn't offensive. It's like, well, if you put everything together, you're just as you
racist
said,
cunt. Yes, sorry, racist Bradman.
That's another way of saying it.
It's been a long old day, and it's getting very fractious here in Gorilla Town.
Yes, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Just real quick, we're seeing the images on the screen here of everyone giving Tim Southey a hug. I think someone just went down on his knees. I can't be completely sure who it was, but if Southey gets a new ball here, I think the whole country knows he shouldn't open the bowling. So let's see what happens. He should not get the new ball.
Well, of course he's going to get the new ball. I don't know, you know. I can't see anything else happening.
Yeah, but what's the point though, Bear?
Well, there is no point. And he shouldn't. You're right. He probably shouldn't have been playing, but you know, they've decided this is the way it's going to be.
New Zealand's batted on for this long. So what's their goal? Surely they want to take a couple of wickets, right? How many overs left, misses?
6.
6, I think.
Right. So Southey bowls 3 of them. He's not going to take a wicket because he's shit. It has been ever since he got the captaincy. I have a feeling he's not going to bowl. It doesn't even look like he's warming up. I think he's not bowling.
Yeah, I think you might be right, and I think that would be sensible anyhow. Jayan's living the life. He says also got a picture with Adam Gilchrist as he walked in 20 minutes later to have dinner with Vaughan and Julian. And Mog says, play the Vaughan free jingle, Bear.
Wow, I suppose I could do that. If I can find it.
Dara Azizi says, hi all.
I was just
Hello,
thinking,
Dara.
With the size of Adam Gilchrist's ears, God, imagine sitting next to Michael Vaughan when your ears are that big in the commentary box.
Wow, I found it. Here we go.
Vaughan free of his stupid voice and his dopey thoughts. Vaughan free's the best way to go.
Gorilla Cricket is a guaranteed Michael Vaughan free zone. It's the only place where you will not hear the latest nonsense spouted.
Well, the first ball zips back off the seam and beats the inside edge of Zach Crawley. Looks a different game suddenly when you're chasing 658.
Vogue, country living, caravan and motorhome, the dandy or the beaver.
From his bullshit opinion.
Let's get rid of that.
That first ball there, Bear, shows exactly why New Zealand should have been bowling 2 hours ago.
Well, exactly. I mean, it will go once the new ball goes, but you bang yourself to take the wickets. That one zips past the outside edge, and it looks a different game all of a sudden.
Well, I think they've got the best of it. They'll get 6 overs with the new ball tonight, and then they'll come out tomorrow and have another new ball, effectively, to bowl with. So I think it's perfect for New Zealand.
Yeah, look, Mrs. I understand what you're saying, but New Zealand should have been bowling from tee. You know, they had enough runs. The fans had seen enough batting.
Yeah, I think I think they should have declared when they got to 550, just because. That's driven by Crawley inside mid-off, and England are on their way to a famous victory as it's driven down to long off boundary for the first of these of the day. Well, for England anyway. Nice shot, nicely timed. Bat turned a bit in his hand, but what the hell.
There's certain players on this side that I've lived out of the UK for 6 years now. So guys like Crawley, I'm not that sort of I don't fancy. Obviously, I don't fancy any of them, but in that sense. But I'd actually love it. I'd love it if Duckett and Crawley rattled on like 200 for the first wicket. Wouldn't that be brilliant?
It would be quite amusing. Then we'd all be thinking, and then we'll just collapse in a heap anyway. I mean, the chances of actually getting to this sort of score is very low. Beats the outside edge through the keeper and there's no run. I mean, how many times on England's side, batting first or second, scored 650? I can't imagine it's more than, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's also a mindset thing, though, Bear.
Well, it is, and England will go out there being positive because that's how they are. But
it's basically score 300 a day, which is totally achievable.
Well, yeah, there's a big appeal for LBW. It's been given. Now that's interesting because Crawley came quite a long way down the wicket. I think he's reviewed it straight away.
I think it's too high.
I think it's going to end up too high, and I think it might hit him outside the line. He came across and down a good stride. He's a very tall
I'm
man.
not sure about the line, but it might even be missing leg stump because it was coming across a long way.
Right.
So yeah, I think he's in with a chance here, Crawley.
I think he's in with a big chance of that not being out.
I do like it when I see the shots of Crawley and Duckett next to each other. Like,
Yeah.
it's sort of
I mean,
mini-me.
he must be nearly 2 metres down the track. I mean, it's not going to be an inside edge. It's nowhere near the inside edge. But it's hit him on a knee pad, the knee roll. Sorry, knee pad, knee roll. The day.
I think it's going to be missing leg.
I think it's going to go over the top of leg stump. I think he is about 1.5 yards outside his crease and prodding forward. So I think he's about 2.5 metres down the track.
I mean, you could tell
Or
how far it
close
came
to.
back because he missed it by 3 inches at least.
I think the umpire just wants to go home as well. Well, we're all waiting. Here we go. Hits in line. It's going well over the top of leg stump. And review retained. England will carry on. And Crawley is not out on 4.
Good ball.
It was a good ball. Doing too much though.
Yep.
And we're getting a morning crowd now at 6 o'clock. It's fucking 6 o'clock. Jesus. It's been a long old night. Henry is going to come in. Crawley leaves that one through to the keeper and there is no run.
Hey, Bear, I mean, I know that last decision was not out, obviously, because it wasn't going to hit the stumps. So a good decision by the on-field umpire. But what I was going to say is, isn't Matt Henry just a great bowler? Like, he just doesn't bowl bad balls at the start of the innings. He really, really makes a guy like that.
Exactly that. He bowls pretty wicket to wicket, doesn't he? Quite close to the stumps.
Yeah.
He's got a good high action, decent pace, and he nibbles it both ways.
Yeah.
So
He's
gets a
good,
bit of swing. He is good.
So that was actually given out on field, so it wasn't
Bad.
such a good decision.
Yeah, it wasn't such good. Oh well, there you go. You're going to get your wish because.
Oh fuck.
Well, I was just going to say, like, Southey bowls so many balls wide of the stumps, whereas Henry attacks the stumps.
Yeah.
Well, probably, it'll be one of those bloody special moments when he nicks someone off. A bit like Ross Taylor got the caught wicket in his last innings for New Zealand bowling.
Well, that one swings in to Duckett, who plays it up to mid-on. There's no run. Let's have a Southey jingle for the last time, maybe.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey to tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey.
Actually, I just thought it was Southey should carry on, actually. Because you know that song Zombie? There's a guy in New Zealand that says Southey. Zombie.
Down the track comes Duckett. Smashes it back past Southey. He gets off the mark with one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He's bowling under 80 miles an hour. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like Ollie Robinson, isn't he? Just has not got the pace and the strength.
Ooh, that one's nibbled away though, beating the outside edge of Duckett, groping a little bit, and there's no run.
Yeah, I just mentioned Ollie Robinson. The one thing I don't understand about that guy is that he just ambles into the crease. I mean, at least Southey runs into the crease, and maybe he just can't bowl quick. But that Ollie Robinson, I just cannot understand that guy.
I got very. I mean, I gave him a lot of rope to hang himself, and he eventually did. But I mean, he had all the attributes and the talent. He just. Well, there's the first wicket. You're right, Southey gets a wicket. I'm not sure.
Oh, fuck.
I think it was under edged by Duckett, or maybe he just missed it. But Duckett has been bowled for 4, coming down the track, trying to smear Southey. I mean, there were a lot of people going, why the hell is he doing that? But there's 2 days to go.
Well,
we're not going to get 600 unless we go for it.
What it says is that England don't give a fuck. They want to play golf. They want to go home.
Yeah, exactly. And they've won the series 2-0 already, so what does it matter?
Makes no difference.
No.
This will probably be all over just after lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, probably.
Unless someone like... Well, unless Joe Root bats really... maybe... Well, Pope's not number 3, is he? But
no.
Maybe Bethel and Root will say, well, fuck it. We're going to bat for like 2 days. Which is possible, you know. Dravid and Lakshman have done it. Crow and Jones have done it.
Yeah, but I mean... but the point is, I mean, these things happen so rarely, don't they? And you can't imagine a team, this England team, really giving a fuck. As you say, they'll go for it. It won't take them 2 days to get... If they win it, they won't take them 2 days. It'll take them a day and a half, if that. I mean, if they go along at 6 and over...
No, I get that. But why not try and just bat out, even get a draw? Like, imagine making New Zealand suffer a draw from here. It would actually knock the wind out of New Zealand's kind of otherwise really good performance. If England could just... I can think of like when Richard Hadley and Jeff Crow batted for the best part of 2 days against Sri Lanka in 87, I think it was, in Colombo or Gaul or wherever. And they just batted and batted and batted and batted and made the bowlers really suffer. And I think England, that's exactly what England should do here. The match is gone. Fuck baseball. Just make New Zealand pay and make them field for 2 days and finish the series strongly.
I just can't see that happening, but not with this side. That's defended out as the covers by Bethel, and there is no run.
But I think Bethel and Joe Root, if they end up batting together, Joe Root could come in and say, look, mate, let's just bat for as long as we possibly can. Fuck Stokes, fuck McCullum, fuck the match situation. Let's just bat and have the highest partnership we can possibly get. That would be pretty cool, mindset-wise.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine Rooty having that kind of thought.
Exactly, that's my point. Root will say, look, I've got a chance for another 100 here, maybe a double 100, maybe even a triple 100, maybe even break Lara's record.
All of which militates towards saying New Zealand should have batted longer and set a bigger target.
Well, fortunately, they were all out, so we can say that they didn't have to declare. That's defended out to the covers, and there's now 2 overs done. England at 8 for 1.
Mike says, don't worry, England only need about 3.7 runs per over to win this in 2 days. Don't be surprised if they can take it close. Jay Graver says, very disappointed Grubby isn't on call. Just got my first YouTube ad for Ukrainian singles. Does this mean the war goes well or badly? And Dara says, I just got back from jail. Time to relax with some guerrilla cricket. And Jay says, are they still in pink pajamas, orange jumpsuits, says Dara. And to which Jay says, what a disrespect to Sheriff Joe's legacy.
Messrs, just before we start the new over, Stokes is batting 7. He scored a 250 against South Africa. So the next
one
7
leg?
Yeah, he'll certainly be swinging it. Driven by Croy, half fielded by mid-off, and there's a single.
What I'm saying, guys, is that Root, Brook, Pope, who scored 194, I think it was, in India in the first or second test, plus Stokes. These guys can bat. They really can.
Yep. Which is exactly what New Zealand were thinking.
Even if they don't win, imagine if they play out the last ball of the day and they pull 50 runs short or something, and New Zealand get denied victory.
Yeah, I know that, but I'd say England are going to be out for less than 150. That's true. To the covers, and there's no run by just after. Well, maybe even by lunch tomorrow.
I get it, Bear. I get it, and I'm sure you're right. And I'm not talking about moral victories here, but imagine just rubbing New Zealand's bowlers into the dirt. You know, Will O'Rourke has 1 for 170 or something.
A bit like New Zealand did to England's bowlers, you mean?
Yeah. That's defended by Bethel into the offside, and there's no run.
But it comes back to that point about that 551 New Zealand scored in Christchurch in 2002, and I know it was different.
451.
451. Sorry, it really flattened out, and Astor went ballistic. But I think they should just say, well, we might not get all the runs, but let's
defend it out to the covers, and there's no run.
But let's see if we can bat for the 2 days. Batting practice, enjoy the time. You know, we love our cricket. Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I don't disagree with you at all. And as Mayank says, isn't that exactly why New Zealand fucking batted until a 657 lead? They know if England actually apply themselves, they have the talent to win.
Yeah, but my point goes back to, again, that's driven by Bethel, and there's no run. I mean, there's a lot of good batting sides. What do you mean no run? It's not been fielded, it's been parried past himself. And Bethel gets himself off the mark with 4. Everyone's got off the mark with a 4 today in this England side. And then, well, I mean, Crawley's got the 5.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Look, you can. All this.
What it comes down to is Bear getting bored isn't a good reason to declare.
Well, that's kind of fair enough. But my point comes back to how many sides in the history of Test cricket have scored 600 odd and 58 in a 4th innings.
They haven't.
Driven again. Nice timing by Bethel. Gets it down to the boundary. It's 4 more. We'll just give it one of these. I don't even mean that.
3, 4.
How many Test scores of 658 or more in any innings have there been?
Fair. Just when you enter the little boys' room, Messrs rattled off a long list. And it was a bunch of scores in the 700s, right?
That have been set as targets, yes.
Yeah, but
836 was the highest target set by England for the West Indies to win. And it ended in a draw.
Jesus.
408 for 5, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Well, all well and good.
I'm amazed you guys can't hear the rain. It's absolutely fucking down outside.
No.
Well, you've obviously got a very good noise cancelling mic.
Yeah. That's just defended as the onside. There's no run.
That cost me £100 this phone, so gives you an idea. No need for an iPhone when you can buy what's this one? A Vivo, I think it's called.
Never heard of them. Chinese, no doubt.
Phone.
Yeah.
The crowd's
Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares if the Chinese government knows everything you're doing?
Yeah.
They do already.
Well, exactly. For me, it doesn't matter, does it? That's played nicely by Crawley out to mid-on. And there is no
So
run.
it's 6 overs, right? So we've got 3.5 overs left. I want to see O'Rourke bowl. Well, he won't bowl the next over. Obviously, Henry will bowl the next over. But I want to see O'Rourke bowl. What would that be? That would be the 5th over.
Yeah, 2 overs after this one.
I don't think he'll bowl tonight. I think he'll just bowl these 2, won't he? Then they're his opening bowlers.
Yeah, I think so.
Sally is in, and again, Crawley plays that up to mid-on, and there is no run.
I wonder what Trent Bolt's thinking at the moment, seeing that that Southey's getting a proper farewell, and Trent Bolt basically essentially got told to fuck off by New Zealand cricket.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I'd have still picked him if I was. I mean, he just basically said, "I want to be a freelancer and earn money," didn't he?
Yeah.
But he did it in a nice way. I mean, he did it. At least he put it out there. He wasn't saying he wasn't available. He just wanted the free. He just said, "I don't want a central contract." That's played up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, look, the timing was bad, and I think the if you think about the domino effect, when Kane Williamson said, "Look, I want to have flexibility," then New Zealand just pandered to him, and then Conway followed, and so on and so forth. But guys like Neesham, guys like Bolt, they suffered because New Zealand cricket were a bunch of whats.
Well, yeah, and they took the rap for it, didn't they? Is that? I didn't realise that Neesham was in that situation. I wonder what happened to him. That's driven at by Crawley, inside edge onto the pads, and there's no run.
Yeah, not just Neesham. Martin Guptill's another one. De Grandholm, I think he retired actually from tests, but no, but as soon as Williamson said I want flexibility, New Zealand cricket just keeled over.
Yeah. That's
until it got to India.
Well, yeah.
Southey's got 1-4.
And driven out horribly by Crawley. Outside the ball. Through the keeper, and there's no run. 2 overs left then? Is that right?
Oh, he just got that one over 80 miles an hour. There you go. Jay says, Bear getting bored isn't a reason to declare. That's just reduced me to girlish giggles. And Jay says to Dara, no, we're all just bell ends in the meta. There's been some talk about the Matrix being in overdrive. I think everybody's getting a bit tired and emotional towards the end of a very
long day, yeah. And
not sure what
Michael Vaughan is a bell end. Let's be clear about that.
I don't think there's any disagreement about that.
Hold on, boys. Ball left alone by Bethel through to keeper. No run. Carry on.
Messrs, how is Michael Vaughan perceived in Australia compared to, say, Ian Smith?
I'm not necessarily in a good position to judge because I don't have a lot of discussion around cricket outside of guerrilla cricket. But I think the general view of Michael Vaughan is he was a brilliant cricketer, but as a broadcaster, all he wants to do is bring attention to himself.
Bethel just drops that into the offside. They get a quick single out to the covers. Carry on.
And I don't think Ian Smith will ever top his calling of the World Cup final at Lords in 2019. That was very much an iconic moment, isn't it?
You've summarised exactly. I've been following. I joined Twitter, I think, 2011, and so obviously Michael Vaughan had finished by then, and yeah, I just felt he was drawing attention to himself. Whereas I think Smith, he's a bit grumpy and he pisses Aussies off. But you know, fair enough. We're Kiwis, and you're Aussies.
Well, left alone outside the off stump by Crawley through the keeper, no run.
But no, my mate in Melbourne. So as a Kiwi mate, I went to school with in Wellington, New Zealand. He told me that the Aussies hate Smithy. But there was a really funny situation, I think it was last year, when New Zealand radio was a shared broadcast between New Zealand and Australia. And some of the Australian listeners were saying, can we get some decent commentators on?
That's left alone through to the keeper, no run.
And it was something about the language that Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney were using, and Ian Smith said, okay, Jake or Joel or John or whatever the hell the guy's name was, let me break it down real simple. And I know I'm treading into dangerous territory here because Messrs was an Australian, but we just had to laugh, you know, like...
left alone by Crawley through to the keeper, no run.
Well, parochialism has a very bad habit of affecting people's perception of those who aren't from their own country, it has to be said. I try not to be too influenced by that because I reckon some really, really bad Australian commentators, as there are in all countries. I mean, Danny Morrison drives me up the fucking wall.
Yeah.
Except when he's on test matches, he's much better, you know. It's funny.
Not just you, Messrs, all of New Zealand as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's out, surely. Yeah, that's out. Well, Crawley's reviewing it. Maybe he got an inside edge because the ball did something fun at the end, but it hit him low down on the shin, right in front of middle stump. It can't be anything but out if he hasn't hit it, as far as I'm concerned. England will. So that's the end of the 5th over. So will they actually start the next over at the end of the day? Don't know.
No, they'll keep going because it's not hour. So there'll be another over.
Oh, okay.
Just to finish that little story off, Messrs. And Bear. The issue actually was, listening between the lines, should I say, was that it was a joint broadcast between New Zealand radio and Australia radio, not ABC, but actually it's called SEN in Australia.
Yeah.
But the problem is that the Australians, because it was a 3-test match series between New Zealand and Australia, and the Australians sent over a guy who was an AFL commentator, and he just didn't get it that you can't commentate like that for cricket in New Zealand.
Probably Andy Bloody Brayshaw is awful. Not Andy what's his name? Brayshaw, anyhow. Yeah.
His name was Gerald Whateley. I don't want to be nasty, but he got kicked off air because he was just like, mate, you can't. This is a test match cricket. It's not a fucking AFL game.
Why the hell did they do that then? That's a bit crazy. Right, here we're going to go. It's hit in front and middle. Oh, it's umpire's call on leg stump. It's a bit unlucky actually because it's just grazing a leg stump, but there you go. That's another wicket. Crawley is out.
So what is
Another one bites the dust.
Say again?
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
What's what?
What's Crawley's average for the series?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it's about 8. I think it's really pathetic.
He's had a bad
a shocker.
And isn't it funny how like Ben Stokes comes out and says things like, "Well, some people have bogey teams, and it's just the way it goes." It's like, no, he's fucking out of form.
So I think it's important never to take seriously what is said in those press conferences, because it's a fundamental duty of the captain to defend everybody in the team, even if what they've done is pretty indefensible. I don't criticise Stokes for that. I think it's just what you have to do in terms of looking after your team. You don't.
Yeah.
Press conferences aren't about information; they're about management of the message as much as possible.
Oh, look, I agree with you. I agree with you completely on that. Stokes is really, really good at speaking publicly, and then of course, if he speaks publicly, the friends and family of all the players, that they hear the positive message from the captain. But I guess the difference is with Stokes is that he's not in great form, but he's not out of form. But then you look at someone like Mark Taylor when he went through that dreadful run before that 334 not out. But Australia was winning, and that's the same here. England's still winning.
Yeah, that's the point. The old adage, don't change a winning team, and come back into form when it matters, and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, England have lost another wicket. Root has come out. They're not sending out a night watchman. Good on them.
As predicted, Will O'Rourke's going to get the last over of the day.
Oh, yeah, and so he is. He's coming around the wicket to Bethel. Whizzes past. It's a good first ball. Bethel will say he's drawing a bat away, but I'm not so sure.
And I guess after all of my negativity, actually it's been a good outcome for the Black Caps. England's 18 for 2.
Yeah.
Yep. By the way, it's raining again in Brisbane, so it may be 48 for 4 as far as it gets today.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be a bit of a blessing, isn't it, for India? They've got 2 days left.
Yeah. Mayank makes the point, if Southey gets 5 for under 40, his bowling average will be below 30.
Defended out into the covers and there's no run.
Actually, there's a good stat, misses. It reminded me of Stephen Fleming's last innings, and Bear, you'll probably remember this. It was actually Tim Southey's first series. It was England in 2008, and Fleming had to score something like 60 or something to get an average of 40. He's got the lowest conversion rate of any decent player. I think he's got like 600s and about 1,050,000s, but he got there in his last innings to get average 40.
That's beating the outside. That's a good ball. Bethel doesn't get a nick on it. Through to keeper and there's no run. So there's only 3 balls left in this interminably long day.
I have to say, guys, Bethel's been brilliant, hasn't he?
I think he looks all right. I'm not sure he's number 3.
Runs wise, I mean, Bear. He's really, really done well at number 3. And when England have to pick their next side, they're going to have a bit of a headache because of Bethel's form, and then Jamie Smith to come back.
Yeah. Well, Jamie Smith has batted okay as well. That's the problem, isn't it? It's easy to forget the guy that was before. That's foolish and defended by Bethel. No run. 2 balls left in the day.
What do you guys think of O'Rourke?
I think he's been the pick of the Kiwi bowlers in this series. He's been aggressive. He hasn't always had the luck, but he's been aggressive. He's got the ball to move. He's got a very good pace. Bowls from a good height.
I went to that first day in Bangalore. He was super impressive that day.
Was that his mate? Was that his first test? Was that one is left alone to the keeper and there's no run?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't his first test. I think he played against South Africa when they sent out their F team.
Oh right, yeah.
Pretty sure he took 9 wickets in that match. But he wasn't a first choice selection. But in Mumbai, once you know the sexy camel Tim Southey got taken off. Southey got Rohit Sharma out, but after that, O'Rourke I think bowled 11 overs straight. Henry about the same either side of lunch. O'Rourke was amazing, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I think he's a good find to keep him fit. He's around the wicket. Last ball of the day is at Bethel, who defends it into the offside. There is no run, and so what? You reckon that's stumped? It does look like it's stumped.
Yes, that's it.
Bats under the arm. Woof! Finally.
Got a request, Bear.
England need another 640 to win, so divide that by 2. It's 310 per day, so I think England's in the box seat.
320. Yeah, absolutely. And they got 4 wickets each day they can spend on it. Conway Shiro says, can someone tell me the name of an artiste of the song which says, I won't look back because by the time that I do, you'll be gone? That wicket chicken, it's a lovely line. Anybody know the answer to that?
What it says on here.
Ask Liam Gallagher. He loves other people's music.
Oh, boom, boom.
Melody Gardo.
Oh, there you
go.
Hey
guys, I got to drop out. Yeah, great. I really enjoyed that last stint. It was a lot of fun.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, we're not going to hang about anyway. See you later.
Thanks, Gorillas. It's been a long day, says Jonathan Shawland. Indeed, it has. I just want to pay tribute to the Bear, for all his whinging. He's been alone in the studio for over 8 hours now. I reckon.
I think I've been on air for 7
good.
of them as well. Yeah. Tone had me on pretty much every bloody stint I could be on, bar one. Which is
well, you did a fantastic job, Bear. Thank you for that, mate. It's not easy, and
no, it's
you
not.
Do it,
not through the night.
Well,
it's all
very
right.
Good humour.
It's all right during the day when you do it in the summer, but doing it overnight has been bloody tough. I don't think I'm in tomorrow. I said I'd do the 2 nights at the weekend because no one else bloody could. I can't do 3 days in a row, so I'm not sure if I'm on tomorrow. I think the denouement will be tomorrow. I don't think it will go the full day. I can't imagine England getting too many. I think a couple of early wickets in the morning and it'll be over by lunch.
Yeah, it'll be a 2.5-hour session now.
Yeah, exactly.
Up to lunch, so that's long enough. Jay says, thank you all very much. Is it Christmas yet?
No, we've got a whole week to go yet, haven't we? Christ.
Fuck me.
We've got longer than a week. We're 10 days. Well, 9.
Oh, well. Thank you all very much, and thank you too for the super chats and all of the connection with us that actually sustains us through a fairly dull day of cricket on the whole.
Yeah, it was a pretty dull day of cricket.
It's
really
the conversation that makes it interesting for us, so thank you for that.
Yeah. Indeed. I'm going to play a theme tune and get out of here and try and go to bed. I imagine there's bloody traffic now. It's so late. Okay. See you all tomorrow. Bye.
See you, Bear.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come. This is
a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this